Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack, 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 Viva Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack, 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 Viva Jack,
Hello everybody, how we doing? How we doing today? Yep, the entire race has come down to Tim Walz. Tim, right? I just had a huge brain fart. Yeah, I mean, the only logical sense between the two of them is Walz. So, either Walz or Shapiro, it's gonna be Walz. You know, like, I can't see it being anything else. Dude just has way less baggage than Shapiro. Tim Pool, yeah, like it just suddenly sounded a lot more wrong. Could be, LB. I hope not, though. Hello, Mike B. It's gotta be Tim. It's gotta be Tim. I think it's gonna be Tim. There can only be one. There are speculative reports that Shapiro has an event tomorrow at Philly. I don't think that is what is how they would play this. Oof. Hey, Metal Kitty Mom. Have you heard of Aiden? Boy howdy, have I heard of Aiden Ross. Yeah. Aiden Ross also sniffs Andrew Tate's chair stink after Andrew Tate leaves the room. That's not a dig on Aiden Ross, that's just a simple statement of fact. And he met with Donald Trump today. I don't know that we'll cover that today. I think we might do it tomorrow, perhaps. Today I'm just gonna chill. I wanna chill. Wanna play some Elden Ring. Gonna be playing some base game for a little bit. Need to get myself an accessory. Well, a couple accessory things. We both had a good laugh at his expense. Yeah. The entire Aiden Ross Donald Trump thing is one of the silliest things I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, Aiden Ross is a Nazi. Like, I don't really know that there's any other way to describe him. And since, well, how do I say this? Since we're gonna be playing Elden Ring, but like older Elden Ring, non-DLC Elden Ring, we're going to listen to a long-form podcast between a tradcath, I believe, and one Jonathan Doyle. I think that's what we'll do for a bit. I think it'll be interesting to me. And today, that's what I'm going for. There we go. Okay, have fun with that. Oh yeah, very brain rot. Hello, Geek Prime. Fighting the final base game boss? No, in my sprint to the DLC in Elden Ring, I didn't finish the base game because it wasn't recommended that I finish the base game. So now I'm going to go and do some more of the base game so that I can get a couple of the things I need, I think, to beat the final boss, or at least make it a little bit easier. I think I could beat him now, but I'm not sure. OS Crane, surprisingly, neither of those. I'm going for a couple talismans, as well as the 4th talisman slot. So I'm going to be doing a lot of Leyendell, some of Under Leyendell as well. We got a lot of stuff going on. The DLC does hit hard. What build are you trying? I am trying to do... I am teaching myself how to do the... I'm teaching myself how to parry. And for the first time ever, I'm using a knife in Elden Ring. And what I need is the Lord of Blood's Exaltation, which will help me do more damage after blood loss effects, as well as looking for that, and I'm looking for. I'm not going to get that today, at the very least. I believe, yeah, I also need the Crucible Feather Talisman Ring, which will improve the invincibility frames when I do dodge rolls. So, we're going to be going with that. That will help us a lot, I think. Maybe help us avoid some of the attacks we currently find unavoidable. Yeah, OS Crane. I have never learned how to parry in any Dark Soul game. I didn't learn how to parry in Bloodborne. I'm only now learning to parry for the very first time, not for any other reason than for the final boss of the DLC. Goddamn. All right. Do 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 do. Well, let's see if this helps. Are you winning? I don't know. Do you feel like you're winning, son? Dragon incantations? I feel like dragon incantations are a real... Like, I almost want to play through the entire game again just so I can do the DLC as, like, a dragon... like a dragon incantation build. I think that'd be really cool. There we go.
John Doyle. G'day.
G'day. What is that? Oh, that's your,
This is some tobacco I got in Vienna.
Yeah, John Bogardus. It was a rough time. I just got really good at
you know, I have
dodging.
a cigar occasionally. I think I got a pipe once.
Give that a
'cause
whiff, see if you like
I
the
wanted to
smell.
LARP like Thursday and pretend that I...
Yeah.
I have no frame of reference,
Okay,
you know, it's
yeah.
pleasant.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. But it's nice to have you on the show. I
Thank you.
saw your first video of yours many years ago, and I just thought, bloody hell, this guy is very intelligent, and you phrase things really well, and so I'm glad we could finally do this.
Yeah, I'm excited.
All right.
So what's up? What's new? We've got two
So-
Red Bulls. I have a sugar-free Red Bull.
Right, yeah, I was skeptical. You know, I walked in this morning and Thursday said there's a tradition where I guess when you tape the show,
We need to
you
go
drink as
over
much
here.
liquid as possible and as much caffeine as possible. And there's like a sudden death dynamic with whoever has a heart attack or goes to the bathroom first loses, and that's how the show is done.
Well, it does. I don't know. Caffeine probably has this effect on everybody, but I know if I have a lot of caffeine, I feel very just zeroed in.
Yeah.
You know, dialed in. I can work better. Same thing with
All
tobacco.
right.
Yeah, I've been trying to campaign that as sort of an antidote to the drug culture. Because growing up, I always had a literally like just repulsion to all drugs. I thought that it was a way of coping and
I'm sorry. Tell me more.
an antidote to the drug culture.
Same thing with tobacco.
Yeah, I've been trying to campaign that as sort of an antidote to the drug culture.
Tobacco. Very just zeroed in.
Yeah.
You know, dialed in. I can have a lot of caffeine. I feel very just zeroed in.
Yeah.
You know, dialed in. I can.
He's been peddling caffeine as an antidote to drug culture. I'm sorry, that was so stupid. I had to, like, make sure I heard that right. What platform are you on? PC.
Work better. Same thing with tobacco.
Yeah, I've been trying to campaign that as sort of an antidote to the drug culture. Because growing up, I always had a literally like just repulsion to all drugs. I thought that it was a way of coping and escaping from reality, and so it was very off-putting to me. So I never did drugs. But then as I got older, I realized that what that really meant was a repulsion towards, like, you know, this sort of sedation and sloth. And drugs that make you more focused, I actually am very in favor of. So caffeine, nicotine, anything like that, I think is great.
Wait,
and so that's why, you know, you see more young men smoking or, you know, taking Zyn.
Oh wait, okay, so it's not just that he's in favor of caffeine. He's also in favor of people getting addicted to smoking cigarettes. How are we only a couple seconds in and this is already quite stupid? Like, oh my god, dude. Also, if you noticed me struggling to try and get out words during that, my controller stopped working and I wasn't able to fight or avoid the death fog in the video game, so I was trying to mouse control Elden Ring while also talk about this video. It was a nightmare. I don't recommend you playing Elden Ring with a mouse and keyboard. Time for a cup of coffee and a smoke. The one thing I will agree on with this asshole.
Taking Zyn. I don't even know what verb you would use for that.
Yeah.
But I'm excited about that because, you know, disassociating from reality. I was talking about this with Thursday, excuse me.
Oh. You're gonna bleep over that one, aren't you?
Okay, Chat, if you had to guess, who would you think John Doyle name dropped here? Like, my guess is it's either Fuentes, like Nick Fuentes, or... No, it had to be something that was very short to say, because they only bleeped over one name, not two. So I'm gonna say Fuentes or Tate. Yeah, it's either Fuentes or Tate. I think they blocked over the mouth.
Thursday. Excited about that because, you know, disassociating from reality. I was talking about this with Thursday, excuse me.
Oh.
You know, disassociating from reality. I was talking about this with Thursday, excuse me.
Oh. You're gonna bleep over that one, aren't you?
I was talking about this because he goes by so many names. I was speaking about this with Thursday, and it's almost like you're microdosing death. You know, we take the edge off. You're like disassociating from consciousness, from reality. Whereas if you're gonna take a drug, I mean, you should be like dialed in. You should be more in tune with reality, more aware of your environment, focused on what you're doing. So I'm very much in favor of that.
That's interesting. How old were you when you decided drugs were stupid? You don't need to do it.
Maybe about 12.
That's amazing. So you've been pretty passionate and thoughtful about things ever since a young age.
It was, yeah. I'm not gonna tell you that it was a really.
Oh, I can live through that. That's actually the first time I've ever had enough vitality to live through. Oh god. Okay. Oh god. Okay.
Really like convicted thing. It was more seeing what people who use drugs, how they're behaving. And when I was 12 and maybe even to an extent now, my biggest focus was like, how do I like make my friends laugh and have fun? And I noticed that the kids who were getting involved in that and who thought that was cool, they weren't actually doing anything interesting or funny or cool. Their whole thing was like, well, we're the kids that are gonna go. We're gonna smoke marijuana. That's like really, it's like, that's like lame. That's kind of stupid. You know, you're not really doing anything cool or edgy. Maybe this was cool in our parents' generation or something, but
funny.
Yeah.
I don't believe that John Doyle ever got offered the blunt. I don't believe I don't believe that. I don't think he's talking from a place of like experience here, where like he was smoking weed with kids in high school, and then was like, yeah, I don't think this is. I actually think this is pretty lame, guys. Like, I don't think he did that. I don't believe that for a goddamn second.
It's funny, right? Because I'm a boomer essentially, so this is cool because we come from two different perspectives. Because you're right. Like I think when I never smoked pot. I think I first smoked pot when I was 17.
Oh my god!
I never liked
this
people
guy
who smoked pot. And
this guy's
I'm not trying to
cooler
shame
than
anybody
John
who does
Doyle.
for medical reasons, if that's even a thing or whatever. I'm not trying to start a war here. It's just that for me, yeah, I never did it. My parents warned me against it, and then I remember one night. I couldn't smoke pot, around 17, because I had to go to work. And so I was sitting with a bunch of friends, and they were all smoking pot. And I saw how pathetic it looked. And when I wasn't high, and I was like, I can't do this. Yeah. But it's funny, because before that, I guess there was a sense in which it was cool. So I love the fact that someone younger like yourself, there's like a new generation of people who are like, no.
I can see that as an element of like not de-radicalizing sounds weird, but like, getting you off of that good bud. Like, it's not fun to be the only sober person at the party. It's not fun to be like the designated driver. It's not fun to be like, And if you do happen to be in that position for the first time in a long time, there's an element of disillusionment that can absolutely happen.
This is
It was almost like an anti-peer pressure dynamic where we had a group of guys in high school and half that group started doing stuff like that. And we were, we would make fun of them occasionally, but that was when we were in the majority. And then once more of our brothers fell and started smoking, then now we were in the minority. And so we understood that our job is like, we'll still hang out with you or whatever, but we're not going to participate, obviously. But then they stopped inviting us to things. Not even because we were there, like, killing the vibe or whatever. They would just want to get high and watch
Seems
Big
kind of
Mouth
like
on
you'd kill the
Netflix, and
vibe.
we would just be kind of there, just, like, doing what... And it was almost as though our sobriety was disrupting their experience of being able to smoke pot and watch Netflix. And so they stopped hanging out with us. And so we went in two different directions.
It's funny how different generations demonize.
Yeah, I somehow think that the guy who made a YouTube channel in which he goes on neo-Nazi adjacent rants, when he was a teenager, mind you, I don't think he's the guy everyone thought was cool at the party. Okay, I don't think like it was drugs that meant you weren't getting invited to things. Let me put it that way, John.
There's different things. So when I grew up, my
God.
parents were, and God bless them, but fine with me watching Friends and Seinfeld, even though it would glorify fornication and all this sort of stuff.
Oh God. They let me watch the show Friends. Those fools, those sick degenerates. Oh God. This sucks. No, fuck me.
But they were extremely strict about don't you ever smoke cigarettes. Whereas today, if my 16-year-old
cigarettes are
was smoking
bad.
a pipe, I'd be like, all right, well, just go easy. But of course you're not going to watch Friends.
Yeah, well, because they grew up with all the anti-smoking propaganda because they didn't want young men to be consuming nicotine because they understood the power behind it, and so they demonized.
No, it's because of the lung cancer, you moron. It's the lung cancer. What's wrong with you? Ah!
Smoking tobacco, which is so interesting because you think about like the average American, how unhealthy we are, how fat we are, and still, I mean, people literally now.
There's so much
Jenna Ortega,
contempt
for
here, by the
example,
way, for the
was
average
caught smoking
American.
a cigarette, I think, somewhere in Europe, and she almost like got canceled for this. I mean, people were so upset because she's smoking a cigarette, she's promoting this unhealthy lifestyle. She like got canceled or whatever for a brief period because of that. Whereas,
what does that
we have
mean?
plenty of celebrities who glorify all sorts of unhealthy lifestyles, far more unhealthy than smoking tobacco. I mean, I've even heard, there's a friend of mine on Twitter, his name is Ben Braddock, and he told me this one time, I haven't looked into it, but he's smart, so it's probably true, that smoking tobacco isn't in itself, you know, bad for you in the way that we understand. I mean, obviously, anything that you inhale that's not oxygen is not going to be great in a long enough timeline, but it's the way that we use fertilizers and the type of pesticides that we use that specifically there's something about a bioretention in a certain chemical that causes the cancers to develop. And in Japan, Southeast Asia, where they smoke like chimneys, they never had issues like we have here with the development of these cancers until the markets opened up, and then the American cigarette brands became the most popular. Now you're starting to see those rates of cancers increase because of that. So my like tinfoil hat on it.
His tinfoil hat is that smoking doesn't give you cancer. Can we? I'm gonna be like ableist for like a split second. This guy is a moron. This is a moron's argument. Like, you, what do you think? Oh, gee whiz! I just don't buy. I just don't buy that inhaling particles of burned wood into your lungs causes bad things to happen. I just don't buy that. It's a government conspiracy. Obviously. It's clown shit, guys. Like, absolute clown shit. There we go. We nailed it. Third time's the charm.
Is that they specifically wage war on tobacco and nicotine because it's something that's always been a part of male culture. You know,
my
guys
God.
need to get together and we need to do activities. We need to smoke, drink whiskey, do whatever. We can't just hang around and talk all day like an episode of Friends. You know,
it's so fascinating here, the dichotomy of like, I just you know, I saw everyone was doing drugs and I was like, this is pathetic, so I stopped. But you know what's okay, actually? Lung cancer and, you know, drinking yourself into a stupor. That's because it's just man things to do that. You know, it's just a manly time to drink neurotoxins and inhale carcinogens.
we need these sort of things that we can do. And there's another guy who had an interesting take on it where he's like, the reason that a war was declared on cigarettes is because the smoke break was too powerful of an institution for men
No,
to get
that's
together,
stupid.
complain about, you know, their boss,
You're
complain about
stupid.
politicians, complain about maybe their wives or something like that. In itself was too powerful. And whether it's the Boy
What's
Scouts,
wrong
all-male
with
colleges,
you?
all-male athletic organizations, social clubs, even the smoke break was not allowed to be had, and so that had to go away. So now you can't smoke. People look at you like you're...
Literally, he's like, yeah. People, your employer noticed that your smoke break was too powerful, so instead of simply prohibiting you from smoking on the job, instead of that, we're going to concoct a multi-billion-dollar, like, 50-year plan to campaign against tobacco, to feminize the United States for some reason, because communism.
You're crazy.
Well, Thursday just told me for legal reasons that neither of us are medical doctors and don't necessarily stand by everything we might say during this episode.
Yeah, true.
So, but you're okay with alcohol?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so alcohol seems different, right? So nicotine or caffeine, they get you dialed in. So why would you be okay with alcohol? And presumably not pot. I don't know your opinion.
All right, I'm gonna say my.
Oh, okay, wait, okay, he's about to say something even more stupid, but I do want to take a beat. It basically sounds like the bad drugs are all downers and the good drugs are uppers, you know? The best drug is actually like cocaine because it zeroes you in, you know? Like that seems to be the gist of their argument here.
My exact opinion, and we'll see what happens.
All right.
I think that no one has ever smoked weed and done anything like, you know, interesting. I understand people have, you know, gotten high and created wonderful albums. No one has ever like smoked weed and committed a hate crime, for example. People drink though and do something like that. And I don't mean a hate crime like an actual act of hate, but if you drink and you get drunk, you become like a version of yourself that is more extroverted and just willing to engage, you know, life as it is. Whereas you smoke weed, you just become much more chilled out. So the metric I would use is anything that makes you more chilled out, I think I'm principally opposed to, whereas anything that makes you more animated, I think I'm in favor of. Now, I don't support binge drinking at all. I think that, you know, social drinking is okay. I know a lot of Christians have an aversion to that, not so much Catholics, but I think that vice as an idea is something that shouldn't be completely shut out. I think that when guys tend to try to shut everything out, it doesn't actually make them more disciplined. I think it makes them more fragile. I've seen cases where you've got, you know, young guys who try to keep themselves very, I'm never going to smoke, never going to drink anything. But then, you know, once they get a taste of it, then they lose themselves completely. So it's almost like you have to be able to hold it in your hand and not get burned by it, you know, responsibly engage in smoking a pipe or having a, you know, glass of whiskey at the end of the day, but not, you know, losing yourself and not going completely crazy, becoming a degenerate.
Is this Vice? Yes.
Both relaxes me and kind of zones me in more intellectually, I suppose. I feel more kind of sharp and awake. Yeah, no, it's interesting, man. Pot is a big thing today, and it's very difficult when you try to look at the studies. You just wade your way into something that, at least for me, I can't begin to figure out. It seems to be very politicized, and I don't know what's right, what's wrong, and I don't really know how to read scientific studies and what they're drawing from anyway. So there's a lot of people who seem like they know one way or the other. But
man, I love that this show so far is two dumbasses seemingly agreeing that tobacco doesn't cause cancer, and that who knows, you know, I'm not intellectually curious enough to ascertain the validity of my positions. Oh my god.
There's a lot of research actually that's coming out in just the last few years showing that it induces, especially in the strains now because it's so much stronger, it induces psychosis and schizophrenia in people who consume it regularly. And there's a few great books on this. One of them is, they're titled sort of clickbaity, but I assure you they're good books. There's one that's called like don't warn your kids or tell your kids or something. It's by, I think, Alex Burns' son or something, and it's all the medical literature about what smoking marijuana regularly does to you. Because, you know, it's like your parents would say too, is like in the 70s, what we were smoking is nothing like now, because and it can be crossed with different things or mixed with different things, and you don't know what you're smoking. It was like synthesized in a lab. But it is true that it does lower
Tell
intelligence.
Your Children.
Yes, that's the book.
The Truth About Marijuana, Mental Illness, and Violence.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff, and I think that was even published maybe 6-7 years ago. And recently I've seen even from
Trans Girl Jade.
journals,
Please forgive my
studies and articles reaching these same conclusions. And again, that's like my tinfoil hat,
good.
specifically marijuana.
Text to speech.
Recreational marijuana use. You can't go on it.
Text I love that text to speech censors whiteness. Also, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. And you know what? We've been going for 30 minutes. If you're enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, you know, do the things. And consider supporting stream with subs, donos, and the like. Is this a Tim Heidecker skit? If it was, it would be legendary. Unfortunately, it's all too real. I appreciate you, Trans Girl Jade. You always bring an amazing energy to the chat.
Any major highway, this is Michigan, without seeing advertisements for marijuana dispensers. We'll deliver it to your house. It's like, why would, because the government decides to do certain things, why would they decide that we should go really hard against tobacco and promote and incentivize the use of marijuana? I think it's because it makes people sedated, placated, they're willing to go along with whatever the regularly scheduled.
Dude, no, it's because the cancer, man. Like when people get lung cancer, they die, which means they can no longer be productive members of society, John. The state has a vested interest in keeping as many people alive as possible so they can do labor for the state. It's not rocket science, man.
Programming is, it doesn't make them tuned into life. It makes them completely just disassociated from it.
Yeah, like if you wanted to control someone, having them eating Uber Eats, smoking pot, and watching porn would be great.
That's like, you could not think of a better formula, actually, to make someone just completely apathetic.
Yeah, bread and circuses.
Exactly.
Just delivered to your door. Yeah, I don't have a good argument against pot. I guess I would say two things. One was like yours, and another one I think is bad, but I'm sticking with it. The first one is, I agree with you, at least in my own experience, it tends to absorb me in myself the times I had done it, and whereas with alcohol it sort of brought me out of myself, provided I was drinking in moderation.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what you said. The second reason, which again I don't think is a good argument, but I'm sticking with it, is we live in a society...
I love that he's making all of the same arguments that people make for other harder drugs.
Where we all seem to want to tear down taboos.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be a part of that.
Right.
So even if I don't have a good argument against it, I'd rather just hold back and not be part of that.
Yeah. And a lot of people too who are in favor of it, like, libertarians, conservatarians, I think that they misunderstand human nature and the lengths to which people will go to access something. So when I speak about being against marijuana, people hear that as John Doyle is going to send the Doyle youth door to door knocking, and if you have any marijuana, we're going to like execute you on your front lawn. That's not exactly what I mean. And maybe it's approximating it, but that's not exactly what I mean. But it's more to say, if you are going, and by the way, this is why it was legalized. People think with everything that happens politically in terms of social change, people think it's always some bottom-up movement of the people, and the government just gave us something that we want. It's never how it happened. The reason marijuana was legalized was because white-collar professionals
I'm getting better
wanted
at
to
this
smoke
parrying
up
thing.
in Colorado, Ann Arbor, Michigan, parts of Washington State, without having to worry about police and things like that. And so now we think it's because minorities were getting picked on for just possessing marijuana. That's not that. There was an organized movement because of that class of person. But people tend to think of it like that, whereas it's to say that if you want to be that guy, you want to be in your garage and you're smoking after work, you think maybe it has medical
Does he
benefits,
fantasize about
I
having
don't
a
care,
Doyle
do your
youth
thing.
court?
But the
Yeah,
problem is that
he
you
does.
are willing to go to a certain length to access that drug because you believe in it.
Yep, this is
you
John
enjoy
Doyle,
it that
Michael
much.
DeSingle.
That's fine. But if it is legalized and it's promoted, because now that it's legalized, it's a business and I get to advertise my business like any other business. Why not? Well, now somebody who maybe was more on the fence, didn't really have an interest, maybe not, but now they're seeing everything in the media saying it's like this miracle drug. They're driving home from work on I-94 and they see a billboard. It can get delivered to my house? Well, sure, I'll try it out. And so it does increase the prevalence of use overall, which I think is bad. Same thing with pornography. I want to ban pornography, and people are like, well, there's always going to be a black market. Sure, but if I can reduce consumption by 90%, am I going to be losing sleep at night staring at my ceiling fan? Absolutely not. Like, it's about, being pragmatic.
Bold of him to admit that's what he's doing right now. Like, I haven't yet achieved the 90% ratio. I can't fall asleep until all porn, or 90% of porn, is eliminated.
Taking victories where we can. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it's that large proportion of people who otherwise wouldn't be consuming it who now are because of those incentives that we're trying to correct for.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. So what do you then say to those who would claim to be more libertarian, who would say we should just let people do what they want and it's wrong to try to prevent them from accessing pornography?
That's a system of government and thought that works really well when you have like a commune of like 100 intelligent people. When you have a country, think about, if we all get together and we're in this city, that works pretty well because I can trust reasonably, like, well, if Matt wants to do what Matt wants to do, probably not going to
Feeling
step
good
on my
tonight,
toes too much.
so
but when
I'm
you live in
spreading
a
it
country of
around.
350
Had a
million
great
people,
day
and
yesterday
you have
and
all these
changed
different
my
cultures
social
and interest
security
groups and
today.
backgrounds.
Officially
well,
a woman
not
in the
everyone's going
eyes
to
of the state.
subscribe to a tradition that was
Appreciate
bred
all
out
of
of
you.
like Anglo-Saxon culture, that goes back 1,000.
Yo. Dragonfly, thank you for the $9.36. Feeling good tonight. I'm glad you do. You've earned it. You know? Like, good job. Congrats on officially embracing being a woman in the eyes of the state. One more thing right with the world, you know? Good job. Proud of you.
Years. People are going to come from cultures where they're more community-based, more collective. And so if you are, back here saying, well, I think you should be able to do whatever you want so long as it doesn't infringe upon my rights, that's great. It's a very mature opinion, but they don't agree. And you can want them to agree, but they don't. So they're going to vote in a way that reflects their disagreement of that, and it's going to inevitably infringe upon your rights. And I think libertarians, I went through my libertarian phase when I was in high school. I think it is a stepping stone to sort of mature political development, because you do arrive at that conclusion, like, well, why should I get to tell other people how to live their life? But as you understand how power works and political power works and human nature works, I think the conclusion that people tend to arrive at is that it's not enough to say we have to sort of leave this power vacuum, because someone's going to occupy it. And it can either be you or it can be the bad guys. And what we've seen in our country is that the bad guys are occupying it. And it's not enough to say, okay, well, we have whoever is in charge of this country and they're promoting all of this nonsense, all of this sinful behavior. Well, my answer to that is I'm going to ask it to go away. I'm going to say, excuse me, state, you're infringing upon my rights, and I don't even think you should exist as a concept. I believe in small government.
When was he in high school? Like 4 years
ago. And
ago?
they continue with their business. Whereas actual organized opposition to that, something like, a more classically right-wing government like you'd have seen in this country 100 years ago, they crush that opposition because that's actually a threat. And that right-wing opposition doesn't actually want to have some sort of totalitarian state. They just want the communists to go away. And so because the communists understand that the only threat to that is an organized right-wing opposition, as opposed to just, libertarians who want to masturbate and smoke weed and say, hey man, don't tread on me. They're like, okay, they don't care. What are you going to do? You're not going to organize from your garage. So that's why they have to go after actual, political organizations who have teeth and want to challenge that totalitarianism and that authoritarianism, as opposed to just this idea of libertarianism, which claims to win the argument in the short term because it is more in favor of smaller government or whatever.
Hey, Foxy
but
Cheshire.
they have no plans to actually implement that or reduce that power.
Yeah, I haven't thought about this a lot, but it seems to me that it's usually the one or the group who believes themselves to be threatened that gets excited about libertarianism, because they just want to be left alone.
Right.
So it seems to me like a lot of conservatives talk like that. Like, live and let live, you can do what you want to do, and you even hear people say that in regards to people mutilating themselves.
Yeah,
of
it's
course,
a
got to
very weak
get the
position,
trans
and I
women
think
in
it's
there.
indicative of how much we've lost. Like, if you're in a fight, for example, and you're in a fight with, let's say, Wee Man. Remember Wee Man from the Jackass movies?
No.
No.
He's a gentleman of, we'll say, low y-axis value. He's a shorter gentleman. Okay. And if you're in a fight with him, he's, starting a fight with you outside of a cigar lounge or something, you're probably going to just be like, what are you doing? If he gives you a hard time, you'll, like, knock him out and go about your day. But if you are being attacked by Shaquille O'Neal, you're probably going to be like, just leave me alone, just leave me alone. I just want to be left alone. It's almost like rationalizing your own inability to fight back as some sort of virtue. Like, well, what if we both leave each other alone? And so we're coming at it from a position of being already on the defense. And people do not like that sort of weakness. If there's a strong horse and a weak horse, people are going to like the strong horse. And there's a great example of this rhetorically that we've seen in the last.
What? What's that analogy? If there's a strong horse and a weak horse, people are gonna like the strong horse. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Why are you hanging out with horses this much? Again, these people are deeply fucking weird. And I'm glad we don't have to pretend like they're respectable. I mean, granted, I never did. But so many libs insist on civility politics for these clowns. Got your civility right here.
last few years, where you had the Black
Right
Lives Matter protesters in
here.
the summer of 2020. They were going along in these downtown areas and they were breaking up private dinner gatherings, and they had their signs and they said, "Silence is violence. White silence is violence." What that means is, if you do not enthusiastically support our cause, not even just you agree with it, you don't have a problem with it, if you are not on board marching with us, that is actually equal to violence. That sounds like very morally confident messaging versus what is the rallying cry of conservatives that you're likely to find on a pickup truck? Don't tread on me. What does that say? I'll leave you alone, you leave me alone, everything's fine. That's not really attractive messaging. I mean, your big battle cry is leave me alone or else I'm gonna fight back. Well, they haven't left you alone. Have you fought back? No. You've been masturbating and smoking weed and like voting for, you know, the Libertarian Party who doesn't believe in driver's licenses. Like, that is what you are doing. That's your opposition. And so if you have confident messaging that believes in itself, it's gonna be more attractive to people than just messaging that's like, look, what if we all just leave each other alone, we can all figure it out by ourselves. And it's like we were discussing actually before we started taping, with how the right can only exist in opposition to the left. It can only identify itself
what are we,
by being in opposition to whatever the left is doing. That's not strong. You know, it should be able to stand on its own 2 feet. People understand what it's about without it simply being outraged to Dylan Mulvaney or Bud Light or whatever the clickbait issue is of the day.
Yeah. I think a common question people want to know is what is conservatism and what is it that you're actually conserving? Because it is kind of weird that we seem to think that people like Dave.
Oh, there are
Rogan,
2 of
David
them.
Rogan, all these different people who I would consider close to being Christian are conservative. So what do you say when people ask what conservatism is?
I agree with you.
Do you identify as a conservative? And
Sure.
What is that thing that you're identifying with?
The problem is the label has become so polluted that when I say that, people hear that and think that, oh, you're in the same club as like a Dave Rubin or a Joe Rogan or something like that. The technical term would be like a paleo-conservative, meaning I'm an old school conservative from like the early 20th century.
This is actually going pretty okay for me.
In the latter half of the 20th century by the neoconservatives, and the neoconservatives were basically just liberals who did not like so much the progressive social trends of the Democrat Party, and who also really liked going to war with other countries. And so those were the neoconservatives.
Actually, that's a really, really excellent point. Trainmon. Yeah. People really like big, strong horses. That surely explains the popularity of ponies. I suppose ponies are degenerate to this guy, though. Oh, paleo-conservative is just neo-Nazi.
Conservatives, but they weren't really separate from the Democrats. They just had those 2 issues that they wanted to reorient. So you had guys like Bill Buckley with the National Review, who was really guiding a lot of this. And they, by the way, speaking of cancel culture, they invented that to a certain extent on the right, purging these formerly just old school conservative guys from these organizations, from these editorials, and creating this sort of neoconservative consensus that's lasted from the end of World War II until basically Donald Trump's election. So when I say I'm a conservative, I don't mean that necessarily that I'm totally pro-capitalism, total pro like freedom and liberty and everything like that. I believe in a more classical understanding of those things, you know, an economic nationalism. Not freedom, but liberty understood in a classic sense, meaning like I am not free to do whatever I please, because what that tends to mean is like I'm just free to pursue my preferred method of self-destruction, but I'm free in the sense that I have control over my body, I have control over my desires, and so I can go through life without being attacked by these various temptations because I am myself and I don't have to worry about that sort of thing. So I mean it in a very old school sense, which is honestly just the opinions of any normal man until maybe about 10, 20 years ago. So it's not as attractive to people as, you know, some guy in a bow tie who's got a book about like these esoteric economic treatises and political theories. It's very normal, like just putting America
Did the buckler
first,
work out for you?
allowing
Not
for
yet.
normal people to be able to raise families without going into debt for a college degree. It's honestly, it's very
Did we kill God yet?
uninteresting
No.
because it seems so common sense, but there's been so much effort to subvert that and redirect it into so much nonsense to destroy the country, honestly, that now when you say, I'm a conservative, like, oh, what are your new ideas? And it's not really a new idea, but we have to bring it back because it's what worked. I mean, it's what built this country.
And so I heard of some big conservative conference, you'd know more than me, that had tried to get a porn performer to come and speak, or even if you don't know that specific example, you know that sort of stuff is happening, right?
Yeah,
it's almost like these conservatives are trying to ban whoever will agree with them. So transgenders, but they're for us on this, so we're going to link arms with them. And I suppose there's something to be said with trying to fight a common enemy, but where does that go wrong? When do you want to stop? Well, it seems to me you should never have a porn performer advocating for your position.
Yeah, it's sort of this like big tent mindset, and the big tent is good because it allows for more of our people to be in the big tent. But the big tent is not good when it just lets anybody in, because then it's like, what's the point of even having the big tent? You know, if you're going to concede on issues like sexual morality, pornography, things like that, which I mean would have been repulsive to even George Bush or something, but now like our A-list conservative conferences, this is where the serious organizing is. We've got the movers and shakers here. We're going to figure out how to beat the bad guys, and then you've got porn stars. It's like, what are you doing?
Damn.
Especially too, you know, you got young men who are interested in politics. You're showing them that this is okay, like this lifestyle, this type of content is okay. So, and that's like a lot of the problem too with conservatism is they worship capitalism. They worship the GDP. As long as the number goes up, that must mean that the standard of living is going up. That must mean that the country's doing better. But you have to have some sort of moral system in place where you can't monetize vice. You cannot profit off the degradation of your fellow countrymen by selling them pornography, selling them drugs, things like that. Like that is completely immoral.
Yeah, you did a debate.
I did.
Tell me about that.
Well, so this was sort of like when you conquer an enemy and then you, just as a humiliation ritual, 10 years later, you go through and you like execute all the old generals, like just to like totally mog on the conquered people. So there is a transgender individual whose name is Brianna Wu, and this person was involved.
Just a fella.
Yes.
Okay.
This person was involved in a phenomenon called Gamergate. 10, 11 years ago, which is where I and a lot of other young men first got involved in politics because we just wanted to play our video games, and all of a sudden
look at him
coming in and telling us that you need to be nicer to women, these are the blah blah blah. And so there's all
it all comes back to Gamergate. It all comes back to Gamergate, baby. He didn't start Gamergate, but he was there at the beginning.
all of these things going on, and so this person was heavily involved in that. So it goes on, it's over, but now I find out that there's a debate being put together between me and this person. So I was like, yes, I'll do it. I'll pay you to do it.
So you have history with this guy.
This is like, this would be like, what's a good example? Did you see The Northman?
No.
Or Red Dead Redemption, maybe the video game. It's like if
Never,
your
buddy. I
father
have no
were
idea.
Executed, and you grow up,
So I
and
don't
you
talk
see it
about it.
happen, and you grow up now, and this guy's old and decrepit, and now you're the strapping young man, and you go and you find him at his homestead and say, it's like, my name is Inigo Montoya or whatever. It's like you killed my father. So it was that sort of dynamic. So we were debating the issue of pornography, and I was approaching it from the position that we should completely ban it. And this person didn't really have any opposition to that. Their entire argument was simply, well, I work in policy and this would be so complicated. They wouldn't even concede, like, okay, ignoring the logistics of it, the resolution of this debate is, should we? It's an ought question.
Shocker.
Can you at least meet me there? And they refused
Shocker.
to do that.
Not, is it possible?
John Doyle
is it
lacks
impossible
video
in a
game
democratic republic where the vast
literacy.
majority of people are open to it. That's not the question.
Exactly.
It's, should we? Ideally.
And yeah, he completely refused to even acknowledge or concede that. And then even later on, there were arguments that were made about how children are using it, and the percentage of children who are being exposed to this at younger and younger ages each year, who are making it more a part of their daily lives. And even then, it was like, well, it's super complicated, and that's what they love to do. They love to make issues that should be so clear cut into these labyrinths where it's like, well, it's so impossible. It's like, we arguably put a man on the moon. We created the interstate highway system. Like, we have done things far more ambitious than making it so you can't just pull out your iPhone as a 7-year-old and watch people have sex. We have done so many more impressive things than that. It's certainly possible, and they know that too, but they are representing a side that is largely addicted to this content. They like this content because it's subversive. They enjoy that it makes Christians upset, and so they have to represent that position because of that, almost by its own virtue alone.
Forgive me if this is too personal, no need to answer it, but is this something that you've had in your history that you then decided was evil and tried to overcome, or is it something that from a young age you were like, I know why porn's evil, I don't want to get involved in it?
It's like if you're a young guy with internet access, you're gonna at some point watch this stuff, especially growing up. You go to middle school, high school, and your friends are like, "Did you know that you can just see this?" And it's like, "Wow, that's interesting."
Yeah.
But it was never like a huge problem. And honestly, when I first started speaking out against it, it was for two reasons. One, I noticed that my friends weren't dating women. They weren't talking to women. They were like totally just, and they're not weird guys, by the way. Like the guys I went to high school with, they were like normal.
Nah, dude, if your friends aren't talking to ladies, they're not they're not normal dudes. Okay, normal guys can hold a conversation with a woman, all right? That's a normal thing to be able to do.
Funny guys, but they weren't going on dates, they weren't talking to women, and they would talk about, some of the stuff that they were watching on the internet, and so I sort of like blamed that. And then also, it was partially like a content thing because I noticed that no one was talking about this. I was like, shoot, if I can get in ahead of the curve, maybe we can like make this into a bigger thing. And I don't want to take full credit, but after I made my first video about it, and I think it was fall 2019, there were a lot of larger conservative YouTube channels who came out and they made videos about it. And because I know that they have producers who watch my stuff, and so maybe they're like, hey, we should talk about this. So I can't take credit. I don't want to take credit, but it was good that we sort of went out there and jumped in ahead of time.
It's actually really interesting that he has
I tend to make because I know that there are arguments
producer
about how it affects marriage and how it affects how we are perceiving women as men that are negative. But the arguments that I think resonate the most with just like normal guys are what it does to you as a man and how it makes you weak and placated, and you're draining your life force into a screen for nothing, for ad revenue. And it's just this very humiliating and debasing thing that you're doing to yourself. And for what? For like a temporary dopamine hit. And so and then after I made those videos, I started getting emails from guys telling me like how bad it actually is. So I didn't even know the extent of the problem. I assumed, okay, guys are watching this, they probably shouldn't, probably having a negative effect on their spirituality, on their mental state. But then I found out about how...
Wait, they probably shouldn't. It would probably have a bad effect on them. I thought you thought God said it was a sin, man.
Deep the iceberg actually goes with like what guys are doing and how often they're watching it. Like some guys who are really addicted to it, it's like crazy. And they need to be told, because they know it's wrong and they probably know what it does to them, but they almost needed to be told in a concise piece of content, just stop. Like, this is what you're doing to yourself. And I was kind of mean, honestly, in some of it. Like, I was calling them names. I was, like, picking on them a little bit.
I want you to do that now. For those, because there's fellas who are watching.
Do it. Be mean to me.
I love
belittle me.
Because there's younger men.
Please, I need this.
I mean, it's a religious propaganda in a sense that they get, this stuff gets thrust upon them at an early age.
Yeah,
and their passions are all disordered. And they need someone to speak to them like that. I agree with what you're saying, because often what we do is we can get very philosophical about pornography, which I tend to do. The problem with pornography is it thwarts the end of the sexual act and it's intrinsically evil because of this. It's like, all that's true, but also it can make your penis not work. Appealing to what people, their buy-in, and then leading them from there. So I'd love you to do that. Get me.
There's been like 1,000% increase, I think, in the last 15 years of erectile dysfunction.
Can we... These are the people, by the way, who want to say, we're not the weird ones. We're not bizarre. We're not fucking degenerate, gross perverts. Are you kidding me? Dude, you're on a show called... Sorry, I forgot. Pints with Aquinas. Or Aquinas? Yeah, Aquinas. Pints with Aquinas. A Christian nationalist talk show. And you're talking about how if you masturbate to porn too much, your dick won't work? That sounds like a you problem, man. That does not sound like a problem for other people. It seems like a very small problem.
There's been like 1,000% increase, I think, in the last 15 years of erectile dysfunction because of that. And there's also things where it's like, look, if you're a guy...
Okay, even granting this argument to be true, okay? Even if you grant this argument to be true, can anyone think why there might be, like, an ever-increasing amount of people over the last, I don't know, let's say 5 to 10 years who are dealing with erectile dysfunction? Can anyone think of maybe like one reason? Declining health because people are getting older. You're so right. And the issue is here, there's no sane or, I don't know, functional adult in this room to point that out.
And presumably you want to be the guy.
The baby boomer generation is like in their 70s and 80s. Yeah, I think they have a little bit of erectile dysfunction going on.
Be thrown around in these circles. And also it's just like totally weak. I mean, you're draining your life force, like I said, for nothing. You're getting nothing in return.
Draining your life force?
You know, there are some right-wing theorists who would say that like a man's semen is literally his life force.
Okay.
And like boxers, for example, famously will not have sex like 2 weeks before a fight because they retain that and they want that sort of, because as a man, you know, your testosterone goes up, you're more in tune with life, you're more dialed in. Whereas if you're just in your room, you know, jerking off 3-4 times a day, you're like weak. You have no motivation to do anything because it fries your dopamine receptors, and your dopamine receptors, dopamine as a hormone, that is what makes you go out and do things and chase achievement and accomplishment. And if you're just draining that for,
if I have to be honest with you guys, I'm half expecting John Doyle to pull out a like a JO crystal right now. Okay? Like that's the level of what we're talking about now, right? Like you guys realize that, right? He's about to be asking his friends to who doth dare? All right.
you know, pixels on a screen. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think men like to be talked to like that. They like to be I like to be talked to like that if I believe that other person has my best interest in mind.
That's the most bottom thing I have ever heard a man say on a podcast, and that's saying a lot. That's what the hell, man? That was we play it back, play it back, guys.
Talk to like that.
Pixels on a screen. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think men like to be talked to like that. They like to be I like to
Do
be
they?
talked to like that if I believe that other person has my best interest in mind.
Yeah, you dirty
There's a difference
pig.
between just making fun of me, which I don't appreciate,
Yeah, you
and someone
filthy,
being like, you could be way better
filthy
than you
dog.
You're actually being pathetic, and you don't need to, so you could choose to stop being pathetic.
Right. There's even, someone did a control
You could just choose to stop being weak and pathetic, and yet you choose to be like this. You disgust me.
F on male self-help books versus female self-help books, and they found
I can't handle
you take,
this,
like any
sorry.
off-the-shelf just self-help book for women. A lot of it is very much like, you deserve this and this. You need to be honest with yourself about what you deserve. Exactly.
Yeah.
And male are like, you need to do this, coward. You need to do this.
Yeah.
You're fat. You're a loser. And guys are reading this, are like, so true. Like, you need to be barked at. That's why men.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, I'm sorry, this is such beta cucked bullshit. This is such like, I'm not even a red pill. This, honestly, this is what is gonna turn me into, like, a red pill content creator, okay? Because this is some beta cuck bullshit. Oh yeah, men love being talked to like they're dirty little sluts. Like, what do you do? What? Oh yeah, you like it when I call you a loser? Well, you're pathetic. Like, yeah, this is some serious, like, degradation kink, like, bottom bullshit. Yeah, Archangel Decab, really the translation here. Jack's gonna become a professional dom because apparently these people are the easiest marks in the world, okay? Like, they're just like, oh yeah, man, it's totally normal that we all crave it. We all crave to be degraded, right? Like under our mistress's heel, you know, a nice like thigh-high black heel that goes all the way up to the you know, the tops of the thighs, and you know, maybe like a leather biker jacket over like a latex top, and you know, being
Jack,
told,
don't do this to me. You can't dangle that in front of me. I cannot handle that. It will break me.
Foxbat, you'll take what I give you. All right. Ugh. I mean, I am into mistresses. Who's not? Right? Mistresses are hot. What did I walk back into? We're covering a John Doyle interview, and he and the guy who's interviewing him are like talking back and forth about how much men crave to be dominated by a strong, authoritative figure. You know, they just need a dommy mommy that has their, you know, best interests at heart. You know, like I'm not even exaggerating, okay?
Deserve this, and that self-help book for. There's even someone did a
And you don't need, which I don't appreciate, and someone being like, you could be way better than you're being. You're between just to be I like to be talked to like that if I believe that other person has my best interest in mind.
Yeah.
There's a difference between just making fun of me, which I don't appreciate, and someone being like, you could be way better than you're being. You're actually being pathetic, and you don't need to, so you could choose to stop being pathetic.
Right. There's even someone did a control F on male self-help books versus female self-help books, and they found that if you take like any off-the-shelf just self-help book for women, a lot of it is very much like, you deserve this, and this. You need to be honest with yourself about what you deserve.
You need to be understood.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And male are like, you need to do this, coward. You need to do this.
Yeah.
You're fat. You're a loser. And guys are reading this, are like, so true. Like, you need to be barked at. That's why men love movies that depict, you know, drill instructors, like in Full Metal Jacket. Like, you go back and you watch, no one even knows that.
It's literally like 3 minutes of them just like jerking each other off over how great it is to be a bottom. This is insane.
That movie's about. The only thing they remember from that movie is the sequence. It's like 45 minutes where you've got Gunnery Sergeant Hardman or whatever his name is, and he's like yelling at.
Sorry,
Private Palmer and
Foxbat.
like, guys love stuff like
I
that.
feel like
want
you,
to be almost
in particular,
like just a monkey waiting to
are
be
being called out by this content, and I am deeply sorry. He straight up said men need to be barked at. Is this guy a Nazi for? Yeah, I mean, like, I could see it. Can I just say, like, if John Doyle turned out to be a Nazi furry, that might be one of the least surprising things I've ever learned about a far-right figure, you know? This is the greatest. I can't believe we came across this. What is a Nazi fur? A furry that is a Nazi, Superjet guy. Furries are people who dress up in, like humanoid anthropomorphic animal costumes, and like just are generally pretty chill and good at like Mario Kart.
shot into space in a uniform with a bunch of other guys going through like some terrible experience. Like in the moment, if you're doing like conditioning workouts in high school, you're like carrying, you know, 60 pounds of tent equipment up a hill in Boy Scouts. It sucks. It's the worst thing ever. But you look back and it's kind of like, do you remember when we had to do that? Like, it's a great experience. And yeah, so guys, they need to be talked to like that. And that's one of the problems too, is
Jesus.
Nowadays fathers, if they're even involved, they largely have adopted this sort of, well, I'm going to be rational. I'm going to explain to them and get down to their eye level and tell them things. And mothers too, who we love, but they are not equipped to raise young men by themselves, obviously, because their instinct is going to want to predispose them towards being nurturing and being protective. And I can remember my mom, even, I would do something really bad and my dad would want to yell at me and he would want to, spank me or whatever. And my mom would shield me. And at the time I thought, oh, mom is my savior or whatever. But I needed that actually. I was doing some pretty stupid stuff. So it was good to have that sort of balance, of course. And I think that as men are sort of chasing that father figure because maybe their parents are divorced, because their father, for whatever reason, is just like weak and just wants to sit in the lazy boy and watch, the Dallas.
It's not just me, right? Like, this is coming across both, like, this is coming across as, like, you have all of the daddy issues. He needed to be spanked. I heard it. I feel like we're watching a private conversation between two men who are flirting with each other, and, like, they're both gay, but they aren't sure if the other one is gay. And so they're, like, listing off, like, obscure fetishes with, like, some plausible deniability to, like, try and feel out the other. Yeah, you ever just, like, really crave to have someone, like, hold you down on, by your shoulders, maybe interlock your fingers together and have them just, like, stare directly into your eye and tell you that, like, that you're a big piece of shit and, like, you don't deserve anything. And, like, maybe, I think men, all men need that. It's not just me. All men need that, right? You ever just feel that way? Like, that's what this feels like. Yeah, that's the exact energy of this conversation, Q-Berry Shortcake. It's very weird. This has been an incredible delight. How do you get to the other chat? You just go to riverboat.gg. My streaming setup over here doesn't have the URL on screen, but if you just type that into your address bar, it'll bring you over to the site chat.
Cowboys or something, they seek that in guys like Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan. What does Jordan Peterson do?
Every guy needs a daddy, right?
Advice and explains it through the lens of, like, Jungian psychology. Does that need to happen? For some people it does, sure. It's like great content, and that's why it resonated so much with so many millions of men who maybe weren't told
Riverboat.gg might be
maybe
the gayest chat.
Didn't have that communicated to them sufficiently, but it's like it worked. And so the interesting thing about content like that isn't so much like, oh, this is a model that works. It's like, well, why does it work? What is happening within our culture where young men need to be told these things that would have been so self-evident to guys even maybe in your generation?
Yeah, what switched? Because it feels like when I was a kid growing up, you would hear about people talking about their exploits, sex outside of marriage, porn, and that was even kind of joked about. Like, the protagonist in the funny movie you're watching is addicted to porn or sleeping around. Whereas now, like, I don't know if Jordan Peterson could have been popular back in the 80s or 90s if he came out swinging the way he has.
No.
So do you know what flipped? Was it just that we ate too much of the junk food and now we're throwing up and we know it's not healthy anymore?
That could be it. I think you're right, though. He would have been laughed at. But your generation is famously very cynical, I think. Are you Gen X technically, or you're?
You're right. He would have been laughed at. He would have been pointed at and called such a silly little boy.
An older millennial, maybe.
Am I Gen X Thursday?
It's very Freudian.
It's funny, these generation things mean a lot more to you and him than people like me.
Yes.
And he tells me it's because of the technology divide.
That is true to an extent, especially with my generation, Gen Z. It's almost the first generation to have, like, a micro generation where I, as someone who grew up, I was born in 1999.
Late X, early millennial, he's telling me. All right.
I was born in 1999, and so my experience with technology was very ornamented. It was like,
he's sure not laughed at now. Yeah,
I'll go to
very serious man.
Addictinggames.com. I'll play little computer games, but it was not a necessary component of my existence. Whereas I call them the post 9/11 Zoomers. These kids who were born after 9/11, they grew up, and by the age they were 6 when the iPhone came out. I remember when my dad got an iPhone, it was like, whoa, this is like crazy. It's like, but now they're just so used to it, and there is a huge divide between guys that were born between, say, 97 and 2001 versus guys that were born after 2001 in the way that we experience culture and the way that we experience the world around us, our sort of attitudes towards things. And typically that is what defined the generation. But now it seems as there's almost literally like the micro generations on either side of that with Gen Z. And I think that you're probably going to see the same way that there's the micro generations in Gen Z with Gen Alpha or Gen Beta, I think, following. You're going
Yeah, it's almost like as time goes by, things happen. You know, I feel like John Doyle is just hitting the age where it's like, oh, that's right, things do happen. I am in fact mortal.
going to see that same divide, the sort of like bimodal distribution, but it's going to be between parents who raise their kids just going along with the trends. Oh, it's easier to give them an iPad than to interact with them and play with them, versus parents who observed what happened in my generation and were like, okay, we need to actually overcorrect and limit that technology access because we're seeing what's happening with these kids, with the kids that were in Gen Z. And so they're going to regulate that technology to almost be maybe at the level that it would have naturally been at for me, just like, oh, we have a family computer or something like that, but it wouldn't be an instrumental part of their day-to-day.
Totally. No, everyone here in Steubenville, I mean, almost everyone is like that. In this, I think what's important too is if I'm going to withhold technology, as we talk about today, iPads, computers, and phones from our children, you really, if you can, want to somehow embed yourself into a community of others who are also doing this.
Yes.
So the kid doesn't feel weird. You know, I think if you send a kid to a school today, public or Catholic, and don't give him a phone or an iPad, he'll feel like a leper by the time he's a social leper by the time he's 8 or 9. So we made the decision to homeschool and kind of implant ourselves in a community of other people who are just normal and happy.
Right.
And,
That's absolutely.
In a community of other people that were just normal and happy and gathered in conclaves every Thursday night at approximately 8 p.m. in order to, tell each other what dirty, dirty boys we all were. You know, it was really the best of times and the sluttiest of times.
True, and that's another thing that I get into it with libertarians, because it's the same thing where you'll have kids going to school and they're showing each other, pornography, or they're getting each other into drugs, and parents will say to me, well, the state shouldn't get involved. I will just raise my kids different, and those other kids will be good examples of, and it's like, that's true, but there has to be, like you said, an economy of children. Your child needs to be able to go outside and see these little clusters of bikes at various houses throughout the neighborhood. That's what I had. That's what my dad certainly had, but I don't see that anymore. When I drive around, whether it's in Michigan or in Texas, you don't see those bike clusters because everyone's inside. They're, on their phones, they're scrolling, and even when they do hang out, if you've ever observed a Gen Z hangout, they're just like on their phones, they're like doing drugs. They don't really do anything mischievous. I think that's very important for young men to get into. It's like mischievous activities.
I completely agree.
And they just don't. They're just totally disinterested in that kind of stuff.
Did you do any cool mischievous stuff when you were a kid, or?
I am unironically of the opinion that between the years 2014 and 2018, my trio and I had the most fun of anybody breathing. The stuff we would get into, like, it was to the point where people at our school,
We'd have the most fun out of anyone. We did cool things like hold up signs about how God hates figs around the LGBTQ after school club, and people just thought it was hilarious. Like, I feel like that's what this kid did, like, I feel like that's his role.
school would observe us almost as if, and I know that sounds, by the way, so narcissistic.
Hey,
and
Forlorn
get
79.
over yourself. I swear it's true, because we would just get into these activities and just do things that people thought were funny. Like, we used to play this game where this is totally illegal and wrong, but we
used to play this game where we had to guess whether it was a hot dog or
go, and we would try to steal wet floor signs from local businesses.
Yeah.
And just, it was a competition, like, okay, this week.
How many can you get?
Yeah, literally.
In the boot, in the trunk.
And so it was just so stupid.
I used to play this game called Gay Chicken.
In a very sneaky way, or we could just straight up do it. And business would be like, what are they? Is that the wet floor sign? And they wouldn't really care. But it was funny because you develop a sort of skill when you do things a number of times. So I remember one time, my two buddies and I, we went to go see a movie downtown.
Oh, God.
And we saw, maybe it had just rained or something. It was over the summer.
Why would he admit that? Because it's charming and youthful rebellion
so we're
when
walking out and there's,
you steal a wet
employees,
floor
there's a
sign and
concession
put people at risk.
And one of my friends was a really tall guy, and he had a hoodie on. he walked by and there was an employee standing in front of the sign, but he was facing away from it. And then there was a door at the front. So we were going to go out the side door and go back to our car. And so I had mine, my other friend had his, and we were like, leave it, it's too risky. This guy, in one stride, like without even, he just goes and he managed to scoop up the wet floor sign, embed it under his hoodie and exit. And the guy had no idea that it even happened. And it was like, that's like the most impressive thing I've ever seen in my life. And so one time we set them all up because we didn't know how many we had. We would just go back to my house, throw them in the attic. My mom was like, what are you doing up there? I was like, it's fine. I was like, let's see how many we have. So we set them all up on our driveway. We had like 100. We had like 100 of these wet floor signs just in our driveway set up. We were like taking pictures by it. Like, these are our hunting trophies. And then I remember my mom like went up there to get Christmas decorations or something. She's like, Johnny, what is all this? And I was like, I don't know what those are. What do you mean? I don't know wet floor signs. But like things like that where it's probably wrong. You probably shouldn't steal your local wet floor sign.
Right.
Yeah, probably, because it's there for safety and legal reasons. But also, like, can we just take a moment to be like, there's no way that his mom reacted that way? Like, there's no way a mom goes like, oh yeah, I have 100 wet floor signs in my garage that I just somehow didn't notice until today. And also, my kid is telling me that he didn't steal them. I feel like that's not going to go well for you. I feel like your mom isn't going to react well to that.
But there's also a virtue. Again,
it's harmless, you know. It's just you can.
Is
the
it?
coolest thing I did, and by
'Cause
cool
you're
I mean
taking
again,
away
objectively wrong, and yet there's virtue in the
signs
adventure and
that-
the camaraderie and the excitement of it, right? We would go around.
The virtue and adventure of stealing hazard signage.
On my little town, and we stole all of the garden gnomes that we could find.
Yeah.
And then we went to some random person's house and we set up a gigantic garden gnome party. The next day, it was on the front of our local newspaper, and even the newspaper thought it was kind of funny. But we'd knock on doors.
I mean, it is kind of funny, but also these are the people who are like, if someone takes a candy bar from a convenience store, you are morally and legally justified to shoot them in their eyes. But also, it's just scampish behavior to trespass on someone's property and steal their stuff.
Doors and run away, throw eggs at teachers' houses and things like that.
Yeah.
But what was beautiful about it
Good
isn't, defacing
fun.
people's property. It's that I'm with my guys, and we're doing something dangerous,
Exactly.
and we feel alive, and there's a bond here, and I hope that young people are doing stuff like that today. Unfortunately, my son timestamps these
All of this just seems gay as hell. It just seems a little bit fruity.
videos, but he should know that if he did something like that, I would punish him.
Right.
But I'd say, good job. I don't know. Like, there's a sense in which I'd be proud of him for doing something more interesting than playing Minecraft.
Yeah, that was one something I really enjoy about growing up is that my dad grew up literally in the house next door to the house that I grew up in because my grandma lived there since 1965. And my mom bought the house next door. She introduced my dad. My dad rizzed her up, and I popped out a few years later, I guess. But it was interesting because I would tell my dad, like,
I'm afraid to ask what rizzed her up means.
it is the act of romancing
All right,
a young
thank you.
lady.
Continue.
But he would tell me like if I said, oh yeah, we were biking down so-and-so and then so-and-so got chased by this pit bull, so we had to jump up on that brick
come
wall.
on.
He's like, oh, the brick wall behind the McDonald's? Yeah, me and my buddies used to go and push each other off and fall into backyards and dogs would be biting us. Like stuff like that. Being able to share that same geography, literally, go to the same middle school and high school that he went to, walk the same hallways, get involved in similar types of mischief, trading stories. Like that's probably my favorite thing about growing up as a young man nowadays was being able to sort of not necessarily walk in the same path, but it's almost parallel in a way because it was the same area, and that's something that is very unique, I think, and I don't know anybody else that can kind of say that, and so I'm very grateful that I have that sort of upbringing that was just so rooted and so parallel.
Yeah. What's your opinion of video games for young men?
Oh god.
Maybe not so young men.
I'm culturally a gamer in the sense that I like to say things that are not nice, but I quit playing video games. I think
See, you're gonna have to explain all this to me. What does that mean? I'm culturally a gamer in that I like to say things that aren't nice. What does that mean?
you want me to say.
Well, I don't. But
It means he likes saying the N-word. When he says he's culturally a gamer, when people talk about, oh, he said the gamer word, people are talking about the N-word. It means he really, like, he brought that up first thing without batting an eye because he loves saying the N-word, guys.
What does gaming have to do with saying things that aren't nice, I guess? What's that connection?
Yeah, like you need to get in a lobby and you're with the guys and you're saying things to them that if like your mother heard, she would probably go drink turpentine. Like it's just like.
Why is that good? The vibes of this are so terrible.
The worst things that could ever come out of your mouth.
Well, this is what gamers do? I don't
Oh,
understand.
absolutely. You get into like a lobby, you know, whether you're playing like Call of Duty back in the day or
This shows the cultural, or not.
Yes,
This shows the
yes.
divide because when you said lobby, I'm imagining a lobby in a hotel. I'm trying to figure out what you mean. Now I'm realizing you mean.
Yes, yeah. You just guys get together and you just trash talk. It's just, you know, how guys communicate.
Right.
And you happen to be playing a video game, but the video game isn't the most fun. The most fun is like just going back and forth with guys and just saying like the most ridiculous stuff. So stuff like that. It's like, so I'm culturally a gamer. I say that in the sense that I used to play a lot of video games. I still retain that sort of mentality. I like video games, but I gave it up pretty much after maybe 10th, 11th grade because it was just time consuming. You know, there are other things I wanted to.
Oh yeah, you were just so busy and popular in 10th and 11th grade. You had a full social calendar. You were going to all the ice cream socials and meeting, rizzing up all of the ladies. Yeah. I don't believe you. I don't believe you because also the intro to all of your videos is of you from that time period. And you do not look like a man who is swimming in it, as it were.
Do that were more productive, and so I quit playing, but then I recently got back into it because my mom got me an Xbox for Christmas 2 years ago, and I said, Mom, I don't want to open this because if I start, you know, I can't. That's gonna get sucked back in. And she was like, well, you should enjoy yourself and you get to have fun too. And I'm like, I agree, but
like, where's my dad? I need him to smash it.
Right. So I opened it up a few months ago because my buddy started playing Fortnite because the OG map came back. So I was like, I'll play. I never played back in the day. So I got really into Fortnite because they got Peter Griffin in there, so I can play as Peter Griffin from Family Guy and go around, kill people.
Yeah, so you just didn't play video games for like the last 6 years, and then you just started. I don't believe this. This is unlikely to me.
And it's addicting. And you know why it's addicting? It's because it's like a casino. It's a scratch off. It's a slot machine because every time you play Fortnite, you're dropped, and the winner is the last man standing. So the whole game is you're going around collecting loot, killing people, and you've got to be the last man standing. So it's not like Call of Duty where you're just running around indefinitely in this religious ecstasy, just dying, being reborn, dying, and it's consistent. Fortnite is you're building up your portfolio of loot, and maybe I'm gonna get to be the last guy, and so you get close, and then your entire reality shatters, you get killed, and it's like, I need to chase that again. So it's like every time you're rolling the dice, and so yes, it's very addictive.
I love that you're getting to know me because you just explained who Peter Griffin was and what Fortnite was without being condescending. It was very kind of you.
I didn't want to.
Where did this guy come from? Like, I guess I can understand if you're completely not a game player that you've never heard of Fortnite, but you've never heard of Peter Griffin and you're like an elderly man? Like, I don't believe you.
Step on your toe.
Did he? Yeah, yes. He just called it religious ecstasy to play Call of Duty.
That was very kind of you. Okay, yeah. So that's interesting that in 11th grade you decided to quit. I mean, that takes a lot of maturity for someone who's like, I want to focus on other things.
Yeah.
Was it a difficult decision?
No, not really. Because at that point, you know, I hadn't gotten an updated console, so I begged my parents to get me an Xbox 360 in 2012. So that console came out, I believe, in like 2006 or 7. So I was already behind. I got into middle school and all the guys had Xboxes. They were all playing Call of Duty. Yeah. So I've never begged for anything in my life harder than I did the Xbox. I made a chart and everything. I was like, okay, if I can be good for 35 days, I get an Xbox. That was the rule. So my dad was like, I don't know that I agree to this, but
What's
sure,
religious ecstasy? So it's like when someone's so far into like
but then,
a religious,
you know, years go by and now I'm not even playing online
experience.
anymore. It's just like I'll go downstairs and I'll just like play a game or something just for my own amusement. amusement. 'Cause
That
at
they
point now,
kind
I'm,
of
like,
lose
working, I've got a
track of their
job, I've got,
surroundings, you know?
classes in high school that are more difficult, and so if I'm having fun, I want to go be out with my friends or like do whatever. I don't want to like go and like play a game by myself. And nobody that I was really like cool with still played online a lot, so there's not even that like social system. So I just sort of fell out of it. But it wasn't something where I had to like cold turkey and I'm like eyeing it every time I walk by the basement. I'm like, maybe I could play a game really quick or something. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I'm trying to find where's the medium, because on one side you got people who only talk about gaming. That's all they ever do. They stream their gaming. And then on the
I
other
feel
side,
called
you got people
out.
who are like, it's gay to game, and men shouldn't be doing that. And I don't know. I would certainly wouldn't be on that side. And
I don't know about you, John, but I certainly wouldn't be on the side of being gay and a gamer. I certainly would not. No. Disgusting. Hey. Damn it. I was trying to parry your attacks.
I wouldn't be on that side either. It seems to me that if you can engage in this entertaining game in a way that's appropriate and isn't too time-consuming, and if you do find it restorative, then that's okay. Age of Empires 2 was big. I don't know
Oh
if
my
you
god.
when I was a kid. And I recently
Bibble,
replayed...
I can't think of anything stupid to write.
Boobs. Boobs. Salmon Moose, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Thank you for supporting stream. And folks, we've been going for an hour and a half now. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs and donuts. Follow in the path of the moose. The Salmon Moose. Oh, OS Crane. Milady's pretty good. Might come in useful later. But, yeah, I feel like a lot of stabby weapons, at least at first, feel like PvP weapons.
Played a skirmish, and I shut the laptop lid on it. I feel fantastic. That was a really good time. I feel good, but it's addictive. It is. It's not like a movie in the sense that a movie kind of comes to an end, and of course you can binge things on Netflix. So I suppose maybe it is similar to gaming. But well, what do you think? Is gaming more deleterious than watching television?
No, I think that's I think you're right that there is something to be said about the middle, where you'll have guys who are angry at themselves because maybe they have addictive personalities and they've wasted so many hours playing video games. Maybe they see what they could have been if not for their hours on, Counter-Strike or something. And so they kind of lash out and they prescribe this very like, no video games. If you play video games, you're gay. Sure, like I get that. However, you need to have scheduled blocks of times where you can enjoy yourself. Because if you don't do that, I think it's like we said with Vice, I think it bleeds in, and I think that everything you do tends to be more miserable, less productive. And I found that myself. I used to be very strict about like, I should always be like reading a book or doing something. I noticed that made me in aggregate less productive, and I'm much more productive if I can schedule like, okay, I'm just gonna.
I feel like I feel like there are people who work like this, where it's like, I need to maximize productivity. I think you learn a lot more and you absorb a lot more when you are, doing something because you want to do it, not because you feel like you need to optimize and like min-max your brain. I don't know. I just get that feeling.
Gonna go play a game for a couple hours. I'm gonna go out with my friends for a couple hours, rather than sort of always be, you know, trying to do these different things and then it's not exactly coming. If I can just actually schedule it and make it more blocked, not to say that you're like, okay, 6 o'clock, here's my fun hour. Like you're like, you know, on a completely strict schedule, but you should be able to do things that you enjoy and not lose yourself in it. And if you lose yourself in it, that's of course a problem. Take a step back. But I think that guys are very strict in these circles about, you know, doing things that they enjoy because they're afraid of what that may lead to. And I think that that is ultimately more destructive than if they were just able to consume in moderation and really just, you know, enjoy themselves, allow that to be fun, but, you know, don't become an addict. Don't like become a gamer where, you know, you're racking up like 60 hours a week in some game.
Yeah, it's interesting. If I met a fella and we got into a conversation and I didn't find
I
him
met a
terribly
fella?
interesting, and then
Did
I
you
found
now?
out he was a gamer, I'd be like, no, yeah, that's very unimpressive. But if you told me that someone like Dr. Scott Hahn, who's this great theologian, biblical scholar here, is like, oh yeah, I actually play occasionally, I'd be like, that's so cool. Like, isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
So it's like if it's not somehow retarding your ability to crush it and to, you know, then maybe it's a fun thing to do on the side.
Yeah, it's like you know, Donald Trump tweeted in like 2012 or 13. It was like, make sure you take time to enjoy the weekend. It'll help you be more productive in the upcoming week. And so whenever I have something and it's like, oh, dude, I got to get this done, but it's, you know, it's a Saturday, I always think to the Trump tweet. What would Trump do in this situation? He would take time to crack a Diet Coke open, enjoy the weekend, and then it does tend to help me be more productive in the upcoming week.
Two things I find
The amount
impressive about
of
Trump. One is that he
falating
doesn't
that's
drink.
happening on
that's
this
very
episode
impressive when people
is
have that kind of
ridiculous.
standard. Like, I don't drink alcohol.
Yeah.
The other thing I found impressive for all of his foibles is the dude never seems to get rattled.
Yeah.
People always would talk about how bad his temperament was, but whenever he was put on the spot or cornered, he never. Maybe he has and I haven't seen it. He never would lash out or fumble over his words.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's literally like a lion. I mean, the guy is just truly
Oh my
larger
God.
than life. I'm a big Trump fan. Anybody who knows me will tell you that. But it's not because I am just fascinated by like the aura and I'm buying into some. It's because I know these things about him and that is personally inspiring to me. Like the way that this guy has always just been like a machine and totally willing to commit to projects and get the job done. And, you know, be this sort of like larger than life cultural figure who stumbled his way into being truly, in my opinion, a man of history has always just been very inspiring. And in the way that, I mean, everything that he's gone through, people forget that like George Bush was called a mean name here and there. Ronald Reagan was, you know, compared to Adolf Hitler. But having assets seized, being indicted federally, this is unprecedented. And the reason for that is because he challenged American political orthodoxies, which were the consensus undebatably for 50 years, and he came in and he challenged those successfully, and he resonated with normal Americans, middle Americans, and that's why they can't stand him. So any baggage that Trump may have is manufactured in the minds of the public, and what that means is anybody who's involved at a high level in politics, they're going to be making money on the side, they're going to have some skeletons in their closet. The reason you hear about it with Trump specifically is because it is decided that you will hear about that. You know, they had stories about George Bush, I'm sure.
Have decided
Anybody
how
who seeks
that you're
office,
going to
there's
hear
gonna
about
be
that.
some hit pieces or something like that. But in terms of consensus media coverage, even on the channels that are supposed to be in your court or in your corner, like Fox News being what they were to him in 2015, people forget that, but they were very critical of Trump in 2015. They were saying that he wasn't actually a conservative. They were saying that he, you know, used to give money to Hillary Clinton. People were saying that he was actually a plant from the Democrats to stop rising conservative star Marco Rubio. Like these were all theories. And so there's all this opposition towards Trump. And like the guy just fires off a tweet and you're going to sit there and think that you get to say that his temperament is bad. I mean, you couldn't imagine the stuff that this guy's had to go through, and even compared to the opportunity cost. He could have retired at the top of skyscrapers that are golden with his name at the top in all the greatest cities in the world, supermodel wife, whatever he wants to do for the rest of his life.
And if he had have just praised the Democratic establishment, they would have heaped praise on him, and he would have been the good guy in the media.
There's no rational motive to put all of that aside because he wants to save his country. Like the only explanation that makes sense.
The only way you can say this is if you are the biggest moron to ever walk the earth. You realize that, right? Like, there were... Oh man, he was at the top of his game. He had no rational reason. I think he did. And it was to make a whole fuck ton of money. Like, him being president of the United States, he made a fuck ton of money. Like, it's not even... it's not even conceivable. Like, so the payments we already know exist that have no logical explanation are egregious on their own. But can you imagine what we haven't found out about? Like the $2 billion transfer to Jared Kushner's like financing company. Oh.
Is that he actually does love his country. He loves the life that it's provided
I've never
for him.
heard
He
this flute
loves
song.
the people in the country, and he hates the people who have destroyed it and profited from that. And I think he's always felt a sense of resentment because he doesn't speak like, you know, an educated, like he went to, I think, UPenn, he went to an Ivy, but he doesn't speak like he's Ivy League educated. He never really was involved in a industry that was really, I guess you'd say, respected by those circles. You know, they knew Donald Trump, they knew he was a celebrity, and they invited him to things, but he was never truly like a traditional elite in the sense. He seemed like a more blue collar
10
guy
million
who just
from the
found a way to
Egyptians,
brand
yeah.
himself and make a lot of money. And so I think he's always felt a little resentful towards them because of that. And then when they see the way, or when he sees the way that they've destroyed the country, I mean, you can go back and watch his interviews on the Oprah Winfrey Show in the 1980s.
Yeah.
And it sounds like a Trump rally in 2024. And that's why they were able to say he's not really conservative, because like we were discussing at the beginning, in a real conservative policy platform, like he doesn't really care about these sort of intricacies. He's just like a normal American patriot. And that is really closer to
he's
what
just
conservatism used to be.
the
than
guy
what it's
who
evolved
shits
into
on a
now.
golden
And so
toilet.
because of
He's
that,
really
they were
just
trying to hit him from
an
all these angles and
everyman.
tank him and get in, you know, a Ted Cruz or a Marco Rubio. But yeah, his ability and his stamina to just keep going and keep persevering is just like, he's truly peerless in my opinion.
How do you then admire him without kind of becoming a sycophant? You know,
That's the great thing. You don't.
would want to criticize him for his views on in vitro fertilization, abortion, transgenderism. Like, these things seem like disgusting, immoral things.
Sure.
Not to mention how he's treated women in the past. So it's like, how do you not just play defense to those who are coming at him and overlook the things?
Yeah, it's a great question, and this is something that a lot of good Christians will ask me because they, you know, have problems with these things, obviously, and I have problems with these things too. But I'll say that I've never come out and said I love Donald Trump because he's such a good husband and he inspires me to be a great husband. What I like about Trump is that he is able to create this political force that I believe creates opportunity for change that otherwise we wouldn't have. And so, for example, Trump was hosting, I think, gay weddings or something at Mar-a-Lago maybe a year ago. And this was when Kanye West was running for president. Okay. So Kanye West was running for president, and he was going to be the Christian candidate who comes in and installs theocracy, and we're going to have Christ first. That was great. So I got a lot of flack from the people who wanted, you know, Kanye West, because I was basically running defense for Trump about some of the, you know, more socially liberal things that he was doing. And I was saying, look, we have to meet people where we are. If we're involved in politics, I mean, that's the name of the game. Is you have to
Huberry
understand the
Shortcake,
conditions
I'm
that
not
we're
gonna
in. You
lie,
have to
my
find out how to
gaydar
make
goes off
your
real
policies
hard
get down the
on
field, given those
John Doyle.
conditions. So I was saying that nationalism is going to breed the conditions necessary for social conservatism, for more Christian policies, rather than the opposite. So it's to say that if we wanted to have a candidate running for political office who was just the most Christian, well, we would have had President Mike Huckabee by now. But we haven't, because people in America have become so calloused and they've become so polluted by sin that when they hear messaging like that wants to compel them legally to be more virtuous, it almost repulses them and they won't vote for it. I wish that weren't the case, but it is. But if you have someone like Donald Trump who can get in there and say, well, I want to close the border, I want to bring back
Yeah,
jobs,
you need a big,
I wanna
strong
do this," and
man,
he
just
makes,
like
you know,
your
things like
daddy.
abortion an accessory to his campaign. It's like, oh, and I'm going to appoint pro-life justices, but he really didn't speak about that much. Well, he gets in office, and now all of a sudden he appoints justices, and that leads to the conditions that overturned Roe v. Wade. 50 years of pro-life activism, the crown jewel was we have to overturn Roe v. Wade, and the guy that ultimately facilitated that, not to discredit the work that the pro-life organizations have done, but it was the guy who, frankly, they were attacking in 2015 because they were like, well, he used to be pro-choice, he's probably paid for abortions, but it's like, that's true. But we need to get a guy in there who can move the ball down the field. And because we tend to be a more virtuous group of people, I think we have problems playing the game the way that the Democrats play the game, which is to say Democrats will say, I'm not in favor of that, I'm not going to do that. They will be creative with their presentation of what they intend to do, and then they get into office and they govern in complete opposition to how they said. Is it wrong as, say, someone running for president or running for senate or whatever, as a Republican, to say, well, my position on abortion is that I want to give it back to the states. I'm more moderate, maybe, you know, whatever. And then you get into office, and now all of a sudden you staff your administration with radical pro-lifers, and you govern like it's the Handmaid's Tale or something. You're saving lives. On the net, you are saving lives. And the problem with the pro-life organizations is that there's a lot of money to be made by getting up in front of a crowd of people and saying, I think killing babies is wrong, and everyone claps.
Yes.
So true. Like it's honestly, it's a form of virtue signaling on the right. It's to say killing babies is wrong, and everyone claps and they give you money. Yes, but do you want to save lives? Because if you want to save lives, you got to kind of get in the mud and work your way through that system. And so my problem with Trump is a personal sort of, I wish that he, you know, maybe had more Christian positions on these things, but ultimately, like, I'm not looking at him as a sort of avatar of, you know, Christ-like behavior. I'm looking at him as a guy who can get into the system and create opportunities for guys who maybe are more inclined to be convicted and have deep convictions on these things, to then get in and move the ball down the field. And so that's why I like Trump, is because he's able to create those coalitions and to do that.
Were you like that from the very beginning? Were you that, did you speak so strongly in favor of him when he first started running back in 2016?
Yes, but it wasn't exactly like that. It was more so instinctually like that, in the sense that I was like, okay, this is a guy who is saying things that need to be said. He could actually disrupt the Washington political establishment. Back then I was more naive. I thought that he would get in there and be able to blow things
back
up.
then when you were like, what,
see
a
the way that
fetus?
politics actually works, and you know, from day one, Paul Ryan's Congress was impeding him. They basically viewed Donald Trump to be an irritant. This is a guy that, damn it, he got in. Okay, we're going to have to put up with this guy for 4 years, but we're not actually going to let him do anything. And people view that and we're like, oh, he didn't get anything done. And it's like, you don't understand the project that this guy was assigned. It's not like, you know, he's a Republican president and he's just keeping the trains running on time. I mean, he did sustain a tremendous economy. He did start the border wall. He cut immigration.
He did it all while having an 8-pack and 2 of the biggest biceps to ever exist.
He didn't start any new foreign conflicts. So just viewing it like that, successful, relatively. But his project was so much more ambitious. So it's almost like you can't even compare it, because his project was...
Oh yeah, no,
swamp.
elite eater.
Okay, swamp status, undrained. So now what, Trump is a failure? It's
there
like,
are parts
you have
of
to understand how
evangelical
deep the rot
Christianity
is
that
in the
have
system.
like effectively
Who's gonna
deified
win?
him.
Trump.
It's funny, I heard you say that on one of your videos back when, I don't know, for DeSantis, he said he was going to be president. And when I heard you say that, I'm like, that's obviously not going to happen. But
Yes.
Thursday said the same thing, no, Trump will win.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, I mean, what do I know? And it's wild to see that he's now the...
You know, it takes all of us, we all trust the plan at different speeds. Some trust it a little bit sooner, some trust it a little bit later, but eventually we will all be on board the Trump train. So, hey, happy to have you on board.
Thank you. Well, I said to you in a text, I said I have a very low bar. I'm going to vote for who I think hates me less.
Yeah.
And I kind of mean that. I do mean that. I feel like if I had Trump over for dinner and I explained to him about my family and my community, that he wouldn't resent me.
True.
I feel like Biden and his people hate me.
Oh, absolutely.
What the
Yeah, I mean,
fuck
'cause
are you
look at
talking
Trump, and
about, bro?
Obviously, and, you know, you
Well,
have
do you
to sort
think
of
Trump
view
would like me?
sympathy
I
and
think he'd
empathy
like me.
Very,
I'd like me.
Like one way, sort of. We think that can only flow down. Like, I have to be sympathetic and feel empathy for people who are lower than me. You kind of have to do it both ways, right? You have to be sympathetic. I mean, imagine being Donald Trump. Not only to say all the opposition, all the negative press, but when you're a man and now all of a sudden you have billions of dollars and you have opportunities to explore vice that no average man will explore, with, you know, supermodels, with different kinds of drugs and alcohol. And it's like, if this guy has, you know, indulged in women or done whatever, it's like, do I personally have a problem with that? Sure. Will he be held accountable for that? Sure. But ultimately, like, what do I want from Donald Trump? I want Donald Trump to make it easier for my friends and I to grow up in this country, to have families of our own. Can he do that? Sure. And you know, that's really like the bottom line, I think, in terms of viewing him as like a political actor. And we can
he give us women? Yeah, we'll vote for him.
With Christ, but I think that we do more harm than good by kind of sitting back and just, you know, nitpicking everything he does or everything he says.
So how's it going to play out? What do the next several months look like up to the elections?
You know, I would hope that he gets into office and everything runs smoothly, but it just seems almost too far-fetched because He is putting together an administration that is far more competent and far more loyal than the one that he had initially. The organizations that he's putting together, the guys.
Yeah, it's really difficult growing up as John Doyle. Okay, that's one thing you all have to understand.
Actually, thinking about what is possible with the organization that he's putting together.
How are you aware of this? Is this like inside baseball stuff?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I know some people in Trump world, and you hear things, and so it's very good on the basis of that alone. And so you almost have to wonder, is this actually possible? I mean, is the system, whatever that may be, going to allow this guy to get into office and actually create the change? And so I think the reason they've waged such aggressive lawfare against him is because they are trying to legally prevent him from taking office again. I don't think that they think they can just, the word they use is fortify the election again in a way that would convince people that Joe Biden actually won again. I mean, he is so insanely unpopular. The economy is in the toilet. The border's wide open. I mean, people are reflecting a lot of anxiety about this. And Trump's polling numbers are better than they were in 2020, better than they were at this time in 2016. People love him. I mean, there's no way, looking at it now at least, that he doesn't get in. And so it makes you wonder, are they going to do something more extreme to take him out? Are they going to perhaps just trust that they can...
Yeah, no, everything he just said was incorrect and a lie.
Impede his administration so successfully. Again, if he gets back in...
I think it's because he's a rapist?
I don't know what's going to happen. I think
for legal reasons, I don't know
if
that's true, but I agree with the perception.
But I think that he will be sworn in again, and I think he will be the president again.
Wow. What do you think the Democrats' best strategy is right now? Is it to have Biden resign and put someone new and fresh in his place?
Shoot, it's interesting you say right now. A few months ago, I would have said it would have been more intelligent to pivot to somebody like Gavin Newsom.
True.
But now, I mean, they're so far into it with Biden, it's like you almost have to commit to it. And I think that people like Biden more than conservative media give credit for, because
thank God
if you
we
are
didn't listen to John Doyle.
You are rinsing, you are picking at the bones of the American civilization, and you're giving money to all your friends at the expense of the American taxpayer. If you have someone in office like Barack Obama, say what you will about him, the guy is like an ideologue. He does have a worldview, and he famously didn't get along with certain people that you have to get along with if you want to be an American president. And so, if you want to run the presidency as a basically wealth transfer, power transfer, or whatever, if you've got someone in there like Obama, that makes your job.
Okay, by the way, if you're a conservative, why isn't John being more specific here? Why is he being so vague? Ask yourself why. Because I know why. And the answer is that he's being vague because he's talking about the Jews. Certain people that you need to be friends with in order to be president. Wink, wink.
A little bit more difficult because he has things he wants to do. He has friends.
Wait, John Doyle's a self-confessed
You have someone like Joe Biden.
I didn't know that one.
The guy's not there.
Unless you're talking about Trump, in which case,
you don't have to exactly guarantee him speaking tours and book deals or whatever. He's very happy to retire to Martha's Vineyard and drive Corvettes and eat ice cream for the rest of his life.
Do you think that's true that he is? I mean, I would think that if he was content with that, he wouldn't have run the first time and he might resign now.
I'm sure there is an ego thing. I don't think that he wants to step down, but it's to say, looking forward, say he wins the presidency again. After that, what is he guaranteed? Barack Obama gets book deals, he gets whatever, $500,000 speaking fees. And Biden, he's made his money as long as he doesn't prosecute his family. I'm sure he's fine with that. But when you're dealing with somebody who has political ambitions beyond even the White House, they're trying to set themselves up, set their friends up, set their family up for a future. It's more difficult, if you're dealing with maybe a Gavin Newsom or a Barack Obama. So it's almost more advantageous.
Yeah, just bring Barack Obama back
in office, because then obviously he's not running anything, and so things are allowed to just flow as they will. Okay. You don't have to deal with him being like, well, I said this and I want this. It's like he's just there, and it's considered a win in his administration if he can go out and give a State of the Union address and not literally collapse or disintegrate like the Wicked Witch or something. It's considered a win for his administration.
Gotta say, fighting Crucible Knights is a lot easier now.
As semi-competent for an evening, for an hour.
Yeah, and the fact that everyone seems to be tripling down on just how cognitively aware Biden is. He's so sharp, so smart, so in control.
Yes,
that seems to indicate to me that they definitely want him in. They're not going to go back on that. They're not going to have him retire.
Yeah, it's a level of propaganda that would make a Soviet commissar blush.
Yeah,
sure.
It really
really
is. You
how
watch these people speaking.
Elaborate.
They're lying. You're even saying things like, I wouldn't say it was not true. I'm like,
Yeah.
yes, you would, though. That's a lie.
Yeah, I've read there's a Solzhenitsyn quote, which I'll butcher because it's too layered, but it was something like, they know they were lying, we knew they were lying, they knew that we knew that they were lying, and we knew that they knew that we knew that they were lying, but they were still lying. And it's like the same thing. It's like they know, everyone understands the game that's being played, but it continues, and we're just impotent to do anything about it.
Are we far too boring and fat for civil war, or will there be some kind of civil war?
Have the weak men created hard times?
Which of course we're not advocating, but what might result 10 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 months from now?
You know, there's a great American political tradition, of course, of civil war, secession, things like that. I think that men are so starved of like actual masculine activities that we almost have this like ultimate fantasy of just like civil war.
I'm using the
I think that's why
carrion
media, like, the Walking
retaliation
Dead, sort of like post-apocalyptic media is so popular. We as Americans, we
I've been
almost
trying to
crave
practice
the
with
frontier.
them.
We want the wasteland. We want to conquer the unknown. So I think that's part of the reason why it's so quick to just like, oh, Biden said he's going to raise taxes. Let's have a civil war, something like that. But the reason it won't happen is because
just like that, haha.
When the Civil War happened,
did he
when the
describe
War of
Civil
Northern
War as a great
Aggression
tradition?
happened,
Why,
you
yes, he
had
did.
Parallel institutions on both sides. You had institutions in the South. You had elites in the South. It was truly the sort of like different cultures that were, under the same flag. And so it was much easier to sort of form that divide and understand what's happening. Whereas now the divide is like what? Suburban, rural areas versus cities. There's no like clean line. Also, like, what are we even going to fight the Civil War over? I mean, typically when we have that rhetoric, it's because
he's like, we're going to fight a civil war. I don't know what about though.
Be gender neutral. Like, people have 401ks, people have money, they have houses. They're not willing to take up arms, especially too because what are you going to be, 45 years old and you're going to go clear neighborhoods with your friends? No, I mean, people are out of shape, they're fat, they're not proficient marksmen. It's just fantasizing, but it's not actually a real thing that could happen, especially too because we don't have, like I said, any power. There's no leadership, there's no organization, there's no institutional power. If something like that happened, it would either be crushed by Washington or perhaps like some other power would come in and fill the vacuum, but it would certainly not be advantageous for us. Things would only get worse because like J6, it would give them an excuse to do what they fantasize in private conversation about doing, which is putting people in jail, droning neighborhoods or whatever. It would not be good at all. And that's not to say like, don't do anything, just keep voting, but it's to say like, just be smart, don't advocate for something that's going to get you killed. Like for example, that guy, I think in Utah or Montana or something, he was this baby boomer blowing off steam on his Facebook a few months ago saying, I'm going to get Joe Biden. And they no-knock raid him at like 4 a.m. They kill him. Because there's no shortage of that. I mean, if you tell the FBI like, hey, you can go like kill white Christians in the middle of the country, you're gonna lines out the door for that kind of mission. So it's not a serious solution to the problems that we have. And so generally, I think it's a waste of time to discuss. But there's of course an incentive to discuss it because it's edgy, it's sexy. We're talking about overthrowing the government. It's like, sure.
So how does this end then? I know you're not a prophet, but
well, I would think that either we successfully take control of the government again, which is possible. People think it's impossible. It is possible. Or you could see a sort of de facto balkanization. Like, look at what happened, for example, a few weeks ago at the border, where SCOTUS said that you can't remove or you can't stop the feds from removing the razor wire or something like that, or you can't stop them from putting it down there. And everyone thought that Greg Abbott was openly defying a SCOTUS order. And then you had some, nerds come out and they were like, well, actually, technically, it's not that, so it's okay. But they believe that it's in defiance. Greg Abbott ostensibly believes that it's in defiance. And power is all about perception. So if people are perceiving, wait a minute, there's a conflict here between this state, which is a border state, and the Supreme Court, what's going to happen? And so all these other governors signing on to it. Now it seems like it was all just theater, of course, and they're still busing illegal aliens into the country. But that is an interesting sort of peek into what the future could look like, where you've got governors who are saying, I'm just not going to listen. We have people pouring into the country. I have the ability to secure the border. You are not meeting your constitutional requirement to seal the border, and so I will just do that for you. And if you want to send troops in to try to stop my state troops from enforcing what you should be enforcing, good luck with that PR crisis, especially in an election. Got Joe Biden coming up for re-election. He's already very unpopular. You really want to like risk those optics. And so maybe they'll back down. And so that could be a situation where regions in the country, which are governed by Republicans, begin to exercise more autonomy over the state, over the regions, and the federal government is still nominally, the one in charge. But in terms of who's actually making the decisions, it becomes more transferred to those local and to those state levels. And then maybe in a long enough timeline that would lead to secession. But
This
that's
guy's
sort of
so cooked,
balkanization
guys.
or something.
What would you say? You have a podcast, Heck Off Commie. We'll put a link below to it.
Yes.
What's your mission? What's your
Yeah.
what's your hope with that podcast?
I want total communist heck offing. I want all communists to go away, to heck off, to go back to the pits that spawned them, never to bother well-meaning American patriots again.
Okay.
I don't know. No, it's, I don't know.
Hey, Beer Bash Johnson, thank you very much for the
I don't
raid.
know. I am trying to, I was looking at the way that the media sphere existed and it did not meet my standards and very high maintenance. And I thought maybe I could add something to this discussion. Maybe I could take young guys and get them in a direction that is more correct, more virtuous, more disciplined. And if I can do that, then
By
that's great.
telling them
and
to
we've been
hate
largely
women more.
successful at that. And so it's been,
How have you decided that you're successful? What
the
do you-
people I meet.
Yeah, what are they saying?
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, you meet these people and they sometimes they'll have tears in their eyes because you told them something as simple as like stop watching porn, go to the gym, be like normal, pick up the Bible. Like I've had so many guys tell me that I was able to, like I did a 2-part series, for example, illustrating the philosophical and practical overlap between Satanism and liberalism and Christianity and conservatism.
That
And
was
that
insane,
was the
by
first
the
time
way.
a lot of guys who started watching my channel because they wanted to hear about why, libtards are silly. But now all of a sudden they're hearing like intelligent Christian commentary, and so maybe I should check this out.
Oh.
So we've brought a lot of guys to Christianity, to
I did not
Catholicism
see
in
him.
particular because of that. And so the strategy with it has always been understand the conditions of the sphere.
I guess I'll die.
Cast a very wide net, silly name, heck off commie, black and white intro. This guy's a total dork. Fine. Then I am allowed to exist on the platform. I get the young guys watching and I can pull them kicking and screaming into how they should think about the world.
Yeah, I look at what young guys are looking at these days, and I come up with an elaborate scheme to trick them into, my ideology. Why the tricks, John? Just explain what you believe. It's not that hard. Yeah, he's willing to talk about how like trans people are all pedophiles grooming children or whatever. Meanwhile, he outright says in this podcast, "Yeah, my goal is to groom children."
And it's been very successful. We've had a lot of guys go on, they move on and they end up working in politics, working with
Oh,
local
he
community
absolutely knows he's being
organizations and just doing great
deceitful
things.
elite
And it's
eater.
not because of me, but I consider myself the toy maker. My
You.
job is not to make content that, you can nod along to every day and be like, oh, so true. The people I disagree with are so stupid or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's to take young men and pick them up, just wind them up, and you just set them off. And where they go is so beautiful. Who knows if they go that way or this way, but where they're going.
I am not gonna lie, this just sounds like he's really proud to be a stochastic terrorist. Like that's how this reads to me.
Going is somewhere more positive, and it's because you gave them those seeds, that information that they needed.
Oh
to
yeah,
sort of
you gave
correct
your
their path
seed
in
to a
life,
bunch
and
of
then they go
young
and they do
men, John
something great.
Doyle.
There's a friend of mine who's actually a speechwriter for Trump who told me he was teaching at Duke University for a while in the poli-sci department. And he said that he arrived at a sobering conclusion, but it was ultimately inspiring, where he said that you have to kind of be comfortable with maybe the fact that you won't necessarily yourself do something great one day, but you can sort of, through butterfly effect, influence somebody who maybe will. And so I see little instances of that where someone will reach out to me and they're in a position that's very good, and even better than my position as an internet bigot, where they're now doing something great, they're moving the ball down the field, and they say, hey, because I saw this video, it's like I can kind of think of that as like a micro win for myself, and that really is what motivates me. Initially it was because I wanted to like dunk on everyone I went to high school with who were like, liberals and didn't like me. And I was like, oh yeah, well, remember all those things you used to say about me? Well, now I do it for a living and just like get owned. But now it's much more like the people I meet at these events, you'll have like I'll give like 24 hours notice. It's some random part in the country. Like we did one a few months ago in like some city in northern Georgia. Not even like at a political conference, not even like, you know, a big city, just some random organization that invites me. I'll post on my Instagram, hey, I'm going to speak here tomorrow, and I'll get a room of like 100 guys. It's like, this is cool. This is power. Like, this is what it looks like. You know, it's these instances, and they add up, and we can get guys.
This
going
was your
in a good
experience at
direction
the alt-right? Yeah.
You asked me what my most offensive opinion is. This isn't offensive. It's just true. History has only changed when a group of guys decide that it's time for that to happen. And I think that's why, you know, like we said, with tobacco, male organizations, there has been such an effort to destroy those because whoever is in charge.
Yeah, men aren't allowed to
their
meet
power.
together
Power,
anymore. It's
obviously,
really
is going
a
to destroy anything that
hand
challenges
the
it.
man's
And I think
tail.
young men getting together,
Yeah.
being allowed to exercise male behavior, just being themselves, boys being boys. When that happens, things tend to happen.
Boys
That is
being
when history
boys,
changes.
you
That is
know.
when real serious events occur that could make the country and everyone's life better. And so insofar as I can facilitate that or encourage that in any capacity, like that's my job.
Yeah, I had Andrew Willard Jones here the other day, and he said the beautiful thing about communities is you can't be gaslit. Like if you have this small group of men who care for each other and are bettering themselves, when someone starts
care
speaking
for each
lies,
other?
like, no, we all
Show
we
their
all,
willies
that's
to
wrong,
each
right?
other?
That's crazy. Good. Okay.
Yeah, that's the importance.
You know,
of being
hold
able to tell
hands with
gay,
each other,
too.
smooch each other.
That has been stripped
That's
away
a beautiful
from young
thing.
men. It's making a comeback.
Yeah.
But the ability of men to call each other gay, that's a way of checking and regulating male behavior. It doesn't mean that you're a homosexual. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person. You're just doing something that all the other guys in the community understand
my
is
God.
weird
I
or
see.
wrong.
Yeah.
Stop being gay. And you're like, oh, excuse me. And then you
Oh,
act
okay, I
normal.
will.
And
I'll
now,
never
like,
be
when I was
gay
growing up,
again.
If
Wink.
you said that, you would have to go speak to the school guidance counselor about how this is not
Yeah.
inclusive language. And it's like, does that guidance counselor have some evil plot where they're like, haha, now they're going to grow up and they're not going to be properly masculine? No, but I'm sure that somebody at some point is like enjoying that is a byproduct of that.
I see.
That men no longer have the tools to articulate how they ought to behave, the sort of instinct where it's like, you're doing something wrong. Stop being
Yes,
gay.
yes.
Now you can't say that. And it's like,
Yeah, well, you're right. It is coming back. I wonder why that's the case. Maybe it's because the elites in the establishment aren't so interested in quote-unquote gay rights anymore. They've moved on to other things that
Yes.
are more and more insane.
yes, they left their flank open and now we're coming back. And we're taking back the power of the word gay.
Well, I love that you're seeking to better the lives of men, because of course it's easy to sit back and sneer at people, think you're better than them, criticize from a distance. But we do live in this
It absolutely is. Yes.
soft environment where it's very conducive to becoming, as you say, just sort of fat, useless, and addicted. And what we really, the only control I have, or the primary control I have, is to better myself through prayer, through the sacraments, through trying to better my body, trying to be a better husband, trying to be a better friend.
Oh my God,
apologizing
this
when I
guy's
screw up.
married
Like, I can't
to-
control who wins the next
I'm gonna
election.
assume
Like,
to a woman.
Somebody said you're like your
I'm
vote is like a flea
I'm
hanging
I'm
on
shocked,
the hair of a
man.
donkey or a horse, and you're trying to prevent it, pull
Right.
it from the cliff it's about to gallop over. But the things that I do have control of is I want to be a good man. I want to be a good husband. I really want to love my wife well. I want to take my kids seriously. I want to apologize when I screw up. You know, like these are things we can do, and it's difficult to do that in an environment with, as we just said, Uber Eats, Pornhub,
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
getting
it's a completely
delivery.
just disgusting
Wait, getting
and isolated
delivery is
lifestyle.
evil
and
now.
nobody enjoys it either.
What?
Yeah.
But it's almost like there's a temporary discomfort in pursuing the alternative, pursuing something that's better. So they would rather just sit back.
I'm
and order the
sorry,
Uber Eats and the
elaborate,
drive-thru food
please.
At like 300% markup and just get high and whatever. Like the only socialization they get is like going to work. Maybe if they're not working remote.
I'm really desperate. Is it because, like, having food delivered makes you lazy because you didn't want to go out and kill it yourself, or like, is it because it's financially irresponsible and like can burn through your funds? Like, why? I desperately want to know, man. Tell me more.
And we left the cigar lounge last night. I was like, this is awesome. You guys have like a social club. Because I was
Thank
like,
you, yeah.
it is a cigar lounge. Anybody can come from the street and come in and smoke, but it's yours. You know, you go in there and it's the same rotation of guys, and they understand like this is sort of our. It reminds.
No, actually, like if you, most cigar clubs are pretty selective. It's not like you could just walk in to a lot of them. Maybe some of them you can, but like for the most part, Like it's like a country club, except you smoke cigars. Like it's not, you know, drunk must hunt and kill. Gather folk lazy, kill good, gather bad, her.
Have you seen A Bronx Tale? It is a great, forgotten about though, but a great like sort of mob movie from the 1990s. I think Brian De Palma maybe. But there's a scene where the guy is growing up in an Italian neighborhood, and he and his buddies, they finally get their own social club. And it's, you know, they got a little building, you can get drinks, you can get cigars, whatever. But the reason they got it is because it's a third place.
Yeah.
It's not home, it's not work. They can just sit outside and hang out, smoke cigarettes, do whatever. And it's like, you need to have that. You need the third place. And Thursday said that.
See, this is where the National Socialism comes in, because, you know, he's advocating for things that are known problems among leftists, except his secret plan is to kill all of you.
That's what I was thinking of, was that vocab term. And he was like, yeah, it's a third place. And I was like, we understand the necessity of these sort of social institutions.
Yeah, and what I love about Chesterton's is we intentionally, I'm one of the owners, we intentionally had no televisions. We intentionally had no music. We wanted, and if we do have music, someone will come and they'll play an accordion, there'll be folk music, we'll be singing. We're having an arm wrestling tournament next Friday.
Of course.
And what's been wild is I know of 2 men that have converted to Catholicism.
Oh my God.
There's a fella there.
Tell me more.
I won't give his name away, but I don't think he'd mind. But he hasn't been to confession. I think he said 38 years. And I was with him when he went to. I was in the same church when I saw him going to confession. And no one's proselytizing. No one's being weird about it.
Yeah.
It's just good men, probably talking about how they love their families, love their wives, having fun conversations. And these men.
Can I ask genuinely, like, in a religion where everyone is supposedly, you know, inherently sinful and prone to, you know, embracing death apart from God, why is it that these people continually present their religion as if, like, yeah, man, we just all hang out and have a good time, like, you know, just a bunch of good men doing good stuff. And it's like, well, but wait, the premise of your religion is that you aren't inherently good. You know, the premise here is that you are fundamentally flawed. You know, it's the original sin, as it were. So, like, but we're all just good guys. No, you're not. Like, you might be saying that, but, like, your ideology kind of precludes that.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Thursday just said, for those at home, that some fellas at the cigar lounge asked someone to leave because he was speaking poorly about his wife. That's really cool. So again, it's not weird, it's not proselytizing, it's just men coming together and being human.
Yeah,
that's it.
No one would kick someone out for being mouthy about.
When you light it up, you're
their
committing
significant other
to an hour and a half, and to a human engaging conversation.
Yeah.
Whereas you go to some of these cigar lounges, and God bless them, but just watching football.
The vibe, so to speak, is totally off. And, you know, they even, I mentioned this to you last
places
night,
aren't for you.
where I live in Fort Worth, they just recently expanded a speakeasy into a cigar lounge. And so they bought out the upper level of the building, this old library. And so now they've got a cigar lounge up there. Nice. And it's beautifully furnished. I mean, they've got this great leather furniture, and it's just exactly what you would want it to look like. But then they've accented it with these paintings, which are, I would say, very like Reddit tier.
Oh, God.
Like they've got like a picture of Jack Nicholson smoking a cigar.
Okay, yeah.
It's like, this is sort of disrupting my experience, honestly. Like, you should have like a nice painting, or
like what we had?
Yeah, like
Tolkien and Lewis, those paintings we've had commissioned.
Maybe, you know, the average patron isn't going to know who those people, but something that's not just like, oh my gosh, that's the actor I like, and he's smoking, and I'm smoking. What? It's like ruining the experience, sort of. It's like very like, you know, lowest common denominator kind of. Like it went the effort, it went the extra mile to make itself look endearing and classy and sophisticated, and then it almost like tainted it.
Cool.
It's amazing.
Sort of like
I know
normie-
exactly what you're talking about. It laid half awake in my consciousness until you said it. Like that's
Yeah, of
that
course.
is it.
These
It's like
guys
he's an actor.
don't actually follow
know
what they
he's
preach.
doing.
They
Oh,
don't.
must
They
be
don't
cool.
practice.
So
you know?
things like that. Maybe
It's
they
all a
just opened
LARP.
it up, so
It's
maybe
all a
it hasn't
LARP to push
metastasized,
their
maybe I can just say,
fundamentalist
hey, by the
ideas.
way, I'll supply the. That's what I should offer it. I've got these old paintings, and I'll put up Chesterton and Tolkien and all these other guys, and they'll be like, "Who? There's just some old guy smoking a cigar." I'll be like, "Yeah, it is just some old guy."
And what's cool about Chesterton's too, I'm going to keep talking about my own company, is that we'll have poetry reading nights. So you might think of men in a cigar lounge carrying on, swearing. It's like men reading Chesterton out loud,
right?
Or Lord of the
Just
Rings,
men.
arm wrestling.
We're just ordinary men.
It's really cool.
Yeah, and there needs to be that, because I think a lot of the reason that men aren't involved in church, even going to church, is because they don't feel like it's a natural environment to them. I think it's largely just because women are so involved. Doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with women necessarily. It's just that
they're holding the church together. These old Filipino women.
Oh, yeah.
I'm convinced of it. Yeah.
It's like what is most feminine is necessarily going to be the least masculine, and men just aren't going to be interested in that.
Yeah,
It's just
like
the nature
putting
of
on
things.
little dresses on the statue of the
Yeah.
Emperor
Oh
Prague. I've never met a man who's into that.
And even, with a lot of things that we've done, for example, I don't know what sort of bat signal I put up in my audience, but recently there's been a trend where I'll do an event. We've got a room full of guys, and then there will be a handful of these women. It's great.
Poetry
You see me talk,
sounds
whatever.
kind of
But then
gay.
they try to police my speech and police my behavior and be like, "You said this. That's not very Christian. You said that you want this immigration policy. That's not Christian because God says there's no Greek nor Jew." And I was like, what are you doing right now? Like, why are you showing up to this event and thinking that you can police my speech? Like, do you understand? This is like a male environment. Guys are trying to get together and figure out
Yeah,
how we can
dude,
make the country
this
better
is a
place.
place for
Do you think maybe
men
there's a time and a
doing
place for
man
this? Like, you want to
things.
come and
Ugh,
figure out a punch or
stupid
whatever. It's like,
women.
it's very disruptive. Or even, after the event, like, yeah, we're going to go to
Women
a
are
cigar lounge. We're
so
gonna go get cigars.
disruptive,
That's
man.
degenerate. It's like, that's not trad.
It'd be
That's not
good
traditional.
if we only
And
had
so what I
men.
found is a lot of these more
They're the only ones who know
traditional
how to
Christian
behave.
women sort of just slap that bumper sticker onto what they really desire, which is just controlling male behavior and being a mom and being like, well, you can't do that. Naughty boys do that. You have to be a good boy who doesn't smoke cigars with your friends or drink whiskey with your.
I've never seen two men beg repeatedly to this degree to be dommy mommied. Like I've never seen it happen. I have seen, guys, I've been active in the kink community, okay? And let me tell you, the people who go to like kink parties to be dominated specifically for that reason, because that's their thing. They got the hoods, they got the gags, they got the whole shebang. They're less desperate and less thirsty than this. Okay? It's actually insane.
Your friends, and what that means is just like stay home with me and cuddle and watch Friends reruns or something like that.
Wow, I gotta say, that's just not been my experience in student life, right, Thursday? Like, the women we know are just boss monsters.
So that's what I heard
they're
that. I was happy to
beautiful.
hear that.
Yeah. The married women I know in this town, they're all like, I'm thinking of
Only
Imam's
the married
wife
women,
and My
though.
Bride
The
and
single harlots
they're
are
just
disgusting.
good, beautiful.
That's
Kind of
married.
a real Madonna and
Why
whore
would they come to
situation,
it?
if you know what I'm
'Cause
saying.
presumably They like you, and they heard that you
They're
were going to
trying
be somewhere.
to distract my audience in a
Okay.
lot of cases. They're trying to go there and they're trying to, wear their little trad wife dress and they're trying to get guys to talk to them and
Okay.
things like that. And it's actually, frankly, it's disgusting. I hate it because I'm trying to get guys to focus, and women tend to disrupt that environment, not because it's their fault necessarily.
Again, you guys understand why I'm getting like Nick Fuentes vibes off this guy, right? Like, he's actively repulsed by women. Like, I've never seen someone this despising of women, unless they are incredibly gay.
But because men are
Well, yes.
men. So
Well, I
it's-
mean, it's exactly right. I mean, if women were having a women's Bible study and a dude just showed up,
Yeah.
that obviously interferes with the dynamic.
yeah.
Men and women are different, and it's like why same-sex schools.
Right.
There's benefits to them. Yeah.
So it's sort of the same thing, and so that's why I have been very careful with what I am saying now, because I don't want people to feel as though they get to just like show up and nag me when I'm giving a speech to like a room full of guys, for example. I just cannot stand that.
What's your opinion? I've seen more and more of this, again, as an outsider looking in on these trad wife Instagram reels.
Mm-hmm.
And they, well, I don't want to accuse these women because in a sense it feels like they're trying to present something that's actually beautiful to the world.
Yeah.
But it does sometimes to me, and maybe that's just the nature of YouTube.
It does sometimes to me indicate that they want me to look at their breasts. You know, they're wearing, sometimes I'm scrolling through and I see one of them in a dress that appears at first glance to be a trad wife dress, and yet my eyes begin to linger down upon their ample bosoms, and I realize I can see the cleavage, and that's disgusting. Hey! See if I can I parry this guy? Okay. I don't think we can parry this guy.
We've been trying to get clicks. It's going to seem disingenuous,
Yeah.
to some degree, but it does feel a little disingenuous, especially when when you'll see
Oh
them,
no,
like,
Foxbat, he
with
is
the camera,
evil.
and it's filming them walking out onto their porch and sipping their coffee. You're like, I know you just set up a camera to do that, so it can't be as peaceful and calming as it looks.
No, it's all vanity, but that's not necessarily an indictment. It is good for that, like you said, something beautiful to be presented to the world. It's a lot better than, girls doing these TikTok dances or whatever. But, we do kind of have to call a spade and be like, you're not doing that every morning. The reason they're doing that, and maybe this is a more cynical view, but I think it's true, is because traditionally, women who are like, stay-at-home mothers, who are wives and they don't have to work.
They're busy. They got stuff. They're not running the YouTube account. That is the ideal. I mean, most women don't really want to be dependent on an income. If they're passionate about their profession, they have a business that they like, sure, they'll do it. But women who are able to, exercise that autonomy and be the stay-at-home trad wife, when they're posting about that, I'm sure that they believe it is a good lifestyle. But there is, of course, an element of it that is signaling to other women that, like, it is a flex. It is like, I get to do this.
Game
this is great
noise
for
is
me.
overtaking
It is
the
about that,
audio.
like, social media sort of validation
fair.
to a large extent, because you know that every time, oh, my husband wanted this, so I made it from scratch. They're not taking 2 hours to make, cookies every day. It's just not happening.
Yeah.
They have other things that they should be
editing
doing.
a video.
Right. So a lot of it is vanity. And I also think a lot of the sort of trad movement is like an overcorrection for what the results of the social degradation have become. And it sort of caricaturizes what traditional relationships, traditional lifestyles are, and it turns them into this like costume that can be presented for social media.
Okay.
And I think that that's like really sort of stupid in a lot of ways, because now like I've got young guys who are like, my greatest ambition is that I want to go marry some woman and then go homestead and have a bunch of kids. And it's like, that's great, but you should probably also maybe do something great. Just, you want to be able to tell your sons, like, this is what I built. This is my empire. This is what my mission was. And of course, your mission can also be your family, but they don't have to be mutually exclusive. And I think a lot of young guys are honestly just like despondent. They don't see a path forward for themselves in the world, and so they kind of tell themselves, shoot, well, I'll just get married and have a bunch of kids, and they can
Men
figure it out.
don't know
They
what
can
they're
go do
doing. They
something
need to be
great. And I just
abused. They
think
need to be
that's a negative
told what to
mentality for
do by
guys.
a
For me, I wanna
strong
bring my
mommy or
wife and
daddy.
children along the adventure that I feel called to.
Right.
And I don't think a woman wants to be made the adventure, because she knows that she's not Eve. She's wretched like you are, and that you'll discover that sooner or later. Like, I want to take my wife along with.
Yeah, sooner enough she'll discover what a wretched, disgusting thing you are. You're filthy. Absolutely, utterly filthy.
With me on this adventure, and something much larger.
Yeah.
And that's what I think we ought to be doing.
Yeah, I think it's almost
Yeah, you need something bigger than yourself. Larger. It's so big it can't even fit inside you. Or can it? Sorry.
like
Sorry.
men are in a way becoming women And
Oh
we're
god.
becoming so emasculated and domesticated to where, a few years ago there was a popular.
You know, when you really think about it, some of the most feminine people I know are men. You know, it's weird. I look at them and I just want, I think about plowing them or them plowing me. Ever think about that? Ever think about that?
Popular meme where you would have a feminist and she would say, well,
Oh yeah, no. Lady Raincloud, John Doyle doesn't like trad wives. He never has, because he's solely for the boys.
I'm a scientist. And then you would have like a trad wife, and the trad wife would say, well, I raised 5 scientists. And it's to say, like, you think you're great, whatever. Well, I was a mother to these 5 boys and they became scientists or whatever. So my contribution through nurturing these boys, having these boys, if we're going to measure it like on paper, is probably better. But now it's like you're seeing guys embody the role of like the traditional woman where, you've got a guy who's like, I built, this great thing. I own a law firm and I do, well, I'm a dad to 5 lawyers. And it's like, okay, well, you should also be doing something great too. You want your kids to be able to think, my dad did that. That's awesome. He took the time from that to raise me. I must be pretty special and loved. Like that must contribute to the self-confidence of the children and their feeling of being protected by their fathers. Another example of that too is
John Doyle, by the way, is not a
maybe in my
father,
mom's
in case any
generation,
of
my
you
grandmother's
thought he might be.
generation, women would say, well, I need to find a man who is ready to settle down and have a family. Now you have men saying that where they're like, I wish I could just find a woman who wants to settle down and have a family. Please stop going to parties. And it's like totally inverted. It's weird. You need to be like a man of power.
Thursday, can you find that ad that Pope Benedict XVI's dad put out in the paper? And I'm going to read it. It's wild. It's so good. Yeah, that's really interesting. Okay, so people need to understand that we're trying to be nuanced here. So like women who want traditional families, beautiful, awesome. There's something good about presenting that to the world.
Yeah.
Also feels like laughing a little bit maybe. Okay, so if
There we go.
that's the kind of
Got our
negative side
talisman
in
pouch.
we're reacting to a degraded culture. Like how do men go wrong when they're reacting to it?
Yeah, look, you're just reacting to a degenerate, degraded culture. It's not your fault you're as weak as you are. Absolutely, disgustingly pathetic. And just like, damn, dude.
To a degenerate culture.
I think they overcorrect.
Fart,
like,
I misspoke,
you were
I'm
speaking about
sorry.
Earlier with, I will not allow myself
what?
to do anything that might be perceived to be a vice. I'm not going to,
I would
smoke a
never
cigar,
allow
I'm not
myself
gonna
to
drink
succumb
any
to
alcohol,
vice.
I'm not going to play video games. Like anything that might be something that isn't being totally dialed in, totally productive, disciplined all the time. And I think they almost make themselves, in a way, a slave to perfection as opposed to a slave to desire. It's like they don't really want to, because I mean, true discipline would be maybe being able to exercise it in moderation and understanding like, okay, I can have a cigar with my friends, and that doesn't mean that I'm going to be, like,
4
watching
frogs and a
bar or
beanie.
something,
I
just
haven't
chain
done
smoking
that yet.
cigars all
I
day.
don't
Just
feel.
being able to do things like
I
that
feel like I should do
without
that
falling
tomorrow. Maybe I'll
necessarily
open
into
with that
either
tomorrow.
camp, either trap where you're like, I have to fit this model perfectly, or else I'm going to be this, and this is completely wrong. And a lot of people, I think, just fear that they don't want to be perceived as maybe being a total degenerate or something, because people are going to be like, oh, you had a glass of whiskey? You're like literally an
Oh, sorry, Forlorn 79. Oh, mommy.
alcoholic, something like that.
Yeah, like literally? No, that's...
Yeah.
Look up the word.
Literally?
All right, so check this out. This is what Pope Benedict XVI's dad put out in a newspaper looking for a woman. Middle-ranking civil servant, single Catholic, 43, immaculate past, we know what that means, from the country, is looking for a Catholic, pure girl who can cook well, tackle all household chores with a talent for sewing and homemaking, with a view to marriage as soon as possible. Fortune desirable, but not a precondition. There you go. That's one way to
Couldn't
do
have
it.
said it better myself. Yeah.
So then what is your advice for those men who are like,
Good
I just
night,
want to get
Dragonfly.
married, but these women don't seem to want to get married? So you're saying, well, just
All these
what,
all
go
these
out,
women
go
are
out,
just
build something, do something
pussies.
interesting?
Just talk to her, bro. Just go talk to her and be yourself.
All these women are just boobling around, and I don't really know how to handle that myself. Do you have any advice for the bros on how to booble women? Huh, boy, do I. I know all about boobling women.
man. That's all you have to do. No, it's to say like,
I can't say, was that sarcastic? Is that what that
was sarcasm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because in a sense, I'm like, well, yeah, I guess that's right.
Well,
but is that sarcastic because that's what people always say, and that's why you're making fun of it?
Yeah, it's because, a lot of times guys in my generation will complain about the dynamics with dating and everything, and older guys who have already found a wife, they'll be like,
me,
bro, just go talk to her, and you don't understand how bad it is out there nowadays. But it's to say, when you become a husband,
You don't even understand how bad it is out there these days. In what sense, man? Like, what when you go out to the bar, is it like storming the fucking beaches of Normandy? Like, what's your deal? What's your damage here? How old is John Doyle? He's like 25, 26.
And you become a father, you necessarily have to devote more of yourself to your wife and to your children.
Yeah.
Because if not, you're a bad father.
Daddy.
And so your ability to build something, get something off the ground is going to necessarily be lesser than. And it's to say, like you said, sometimes you can come along for the ride. I mean, I'm assuming you maybe had this off the ground a little bit to a certain extent, your mission, your calling before
1000%
started multiplying. But
24,
it's
yeah,
difficult to do if you wanna-
verisimilitude.
I know
Yeah.
couples who have done this, where they build something together themselves, from square one, and that works. But in my experience, for example, dating, I have had to be a real jerk sometimes, because it's like, look, I cannot give you what you need right now, because I can't. I'm too focused on what I am doing, and it's unfair to tell you and sort of string you along and make you feel as though you're not getting what you need out of a relationship because I'm so focused on my work. And I'm sure at a certain point it'll get to a level where I'm ready for that. But it's just, you have to be mature enough to understand that, shoot, yeah, I would like to get married and have kids now. I want, my parents to have more time with my kids. I want to be, a younger dad, be able to do more stuff so that when I'm 45, I can still go on hikes with them or something, but I'm just like not there. I'm too committed to what I am doing. And I'm sure at a certain point that'll slow down. If it doesn't, maybe I'll have an honest conversation with myself and reprioritize, but you just really have to understand, what your mission is, what God's plan is for you, and trust that, and not try to put yourself into a box necessarily. We're like, well, people on Twitter say it's really cool if I get married young and have 8 kids and go be on a homestead.
Yeah.
But then these other people say never get married until I'm 40. And
This is a
buy the
nightmare
Andrew Tate
blunt.
course. Like, what am I supposed to do? Just
Absolutely,
like,
Paladin.
just calm down, figure
Also,
it out.
folks,
It's
we've been
not-
going
you
for
don't have to
2
follow anyone's
hours
model
now, 2.5
necessarily, so
hours.
Don't do anything stupid.
If you've been enjoying
Be
the show,
patient.
hit the
Growing
follow
virtue.
button, hit the
Trying to be
subscribe
good man.
button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those
it's like
sweet, sweet subs and donos.
When men came into existence, they are in utero and dependent on the woman's body.
Yeah.
After birth, they're still dependent on the woman's body as a source of comfort.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
God.
So when I feel agitated, there's mum, I go back to the woman's body. And
Ew.
there is this trap where we never
Ew.
break out of that. So you get
Yeah.
a little older and you feel agitated and you go to porn. You're going to a woman's body.
Oh
to
my
regulate
God,
your
this is such a
emotional
weird
affect.
way to think
And I
about
would imagine in your
women.
teenage years or then growing older, it's like
Ew.
I need a woman to make things okay. And it sounds like
Yeah.
what you're saying is go after what you feel the Lord's called you to,
Right.
and don't be dependent on the woman for comfort. That might not be exactly what you're saying, but
I think that is true to a large extent. And when I speak, I'm not speaking to every man in the world. I'm speaking to your audience or to my audience, guys who presumably get it a little bit more, maybe have a little bit more introspection, understand the world more than just the average guy. And the reason I say that is because the average guy is very willing to just sort of like get married, have kids, just kind of go through life, cruise control, not really pursue anything great, just sort of, aspire to having a family. And of course, having a family, I mean, that is what you'll be thinking about on your deathbed. I mean, no matter what you accomplish for yourself, you're not going to be
How do you know that?
surrounded by like
How do you know that, John?
degrees or your like investment portfolio,
or
like
your employees or your coworkers.
exactly. But it is to say, like, you should still be able to pursue something and create a great condition for your family and something to pass down to them,
Yeah.
make their lives easier. And I think that a lot of guys are very willing to just sort of get married. And when they get married, you hear this all the time. Like, my buddy, he got married and he like died. Now he has to ask his wife permission to do anything. He never hangs out.
Yeah,
We never
the old
see him
ball
anymore
and
because
chain.
He's just at home and he's got his wife and he comes home from work and he drinks a couple beers. He goes to bed. On the weekends, maybe they go have brunch or something, but he stops existing in the way that he did prior.
And you've seen that. Is that like your experience? Yeah.
It's literally the Vince
Well-
McMahon meme where he's like, just don't.
Well, let me see if we're in agreement, because I know that after I had kids, I would have not just single men friends, but like married male friends without kids.
Yeah.
And they didn't understand
Yeah.
the amount of me that was required to love my wife and my kid. Like there's a lot going on once you have kids. Like your free time gets eaten up a lot.
Yeah.
Sounds like that you're talking.
Yeah, it's not to say like, you know, dude, can you believe Brandon is not coming to drink with us when he's got an infant at home?
Okay,
Shouldn't he just like put his wife in check and tell her to change all the diapers? That's not what I'm saying.
Good,
It is
it's
kind of
like
what
they
you're
get
saying,
married before
though.
they even have kids.
Oh, I see.
They become controlled by their wives. It's not that they are doing, you know, their due diligence as a husband, being there for her, supporting her, providing for her, being her rock. It's they are now just not even autonomous. They're not men anymore. It's like they are completely controlled by their wives. And typically these wives tend to be not as you described, where they're very good.
Yeah,
women.
you know, if you contort your logic enough, you too can come to believe that, you know, men who let themselves be told what to do aren't even men anymore. So, like, you know, really, when you think about it, I'm not gay. Typical
Understand, they tend to be
wives.
very overbearing.
Hey,
They tend
Morbius Dragon.
to view these men almost not as husbands but as little boys. Who
Oh,
they have.
And
God.
their husbands, friends as threats to them, wasn't they?
Precisely, yes.
Okay.
This is one of the most... I feel like this is one of the most psychosexually revealing conversations I've ever seen in my life, and I'm not really sure how to handle it. You know, like, I know all of this is unintentional on their part, but it feels so intentional, you know? It feels very, very intentional.
And I think that's a very negative dynamic. And I don't think these guys are happy, by the way. I think they're just kind of coasting through life. They're like, well, I've got it figured out because I got married or whatever. And it's like, do you feel as though you are in charge of the situation? Do you feel as though this is what God wants for you, is to be in this situation where you're effectively obedient to your wife? And maybe you have kids, but are you having kids because you want to have kids or because she's like demanding it? And you're just like, oh, okay, I guess I'll have kids or whatever.
One thing I've heard people like yourself, your generation, say to me is, you have no idea how bad it is out there, right?
Yeah.
And that's probably the case, and I'd love you to tell me why it's bad out there. But then I also think, well, how do you know what it was like when I was dating? And is this just a cope because you're not married yet?
That could be the case. I assume that you know, the reason I would guess is because there are certain statistics about like you know, prior partners to marriage, sex partners before marriage, and I think the stat is like the amount of women who were virgins prior to marriage in like the 1970s is now the same amount. I think it's like 25% or something. It's now the same amount of women who have had over 10 sexual partners before marriage. So it's like inverted. And then the amount that was 10, it was like 5% in the 70s. Now that is like 25% or something. It's like completely switched. And so there's that. And also, you look at the way people spoke back then, they seemed to be more intelligent. They seemed to be able to speak about the world around them in a way that was more insightful and understanding than they do now. Whereas like now, you know, you go on a date with a young lady and she tends to speak in like TikTok or, you know, whatever. And it's like, it's giving red flags. They're just like, I'm just a girl, or like speaking in a way that makes you want to become a danger to yourself, basically. And it's like very annoying. And so
You know, I wonder if the thought has ever crossed his mind that maybe the reason women talk like that is very specifically to be off-putting to men like him. Do you think he's ever even, like, considered that possibility? Do you think that's even, like, crossed his mind as a possibility? Because I genuinely don't think he's ever considered it.
I think more difficult, and by the way, I'm not saying this like as if the guys are any better. I'm sure the average guy is in a similar state of degradation, but it's just to say, if you're a young guy who's relatively virtuous, relatively put together, and you're trying to find a woman who could match, it's probably more difficult to find each other. Maybe the proportions have decreased, you know, relatively equally to each other, but it's more difficult to sort of find each other in that dynamic. It's more clouded. You have to kind of get through a more difficult sort of labyrinth to meet people that are sort of at that level.
I'd love your opinion on this. I'm trying to think this through. It's not terribly insightful, but I'm not terribly intelligent, so maybe you can help me with it. People go where the money is. That's always been the case. The money is online right now. So it's a lot easier to start a YouTube account or start a streaming service or something and start making money, because people aren't looking for tradesmen necessarily. Well, they might be, but it seems like it's quicker to make money this way. And so it bothers me as someone who is running a YouTube channel and has very little skills, God have mercy, that we're all becoming like that.
Yeah.
Like increasingly skillless. The only skill we have is to stream and to say based things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, that's me.
What do we do about this? Especially if it's understandable that people want to go where the money is.
You know, a lot of that, this is something in like politics, you know, the Department of Education, I think in the 70s or 80s or something, they like removed all the shop classes or something. So like at the middle school I went to, my dad would tell me, we used to have like full shops, and, you know, kids would learn how to do woodworking and like welding even, I think there were welding classes. And now, you know, no one has any practical knowledge. People have to Google how to change their oil, how to change a headlight. And I'm not one of these guys who will tell you, like, if you're a real man, you have to do all that work yourself. Like, sometimes if you're working a very, you know, strenuous job, maybe it is a better use of your time, literally, to just pay someone else to do it rather than you yourself do it to prove that you're a man or something. But still, people don't know how to do basic woodworking, basic carpentry, home maintenance. And yeah, by the way, I'm not saying that like I know, but I have made time to learn how to do those things. And there's a book that I forget the title of it, but it is like a handbook of things that you should know how to do around the house, things like that. Because I don't want to be like a slave, you know, if like I don't know how to do something, now I have to Google it or pay some contractor to do it. And it's all very easy, and you feel better when you do it. Like I remember when I got my first car, my dad showed me, you know, okay, here's how you change a headlight, here's how you change the oil. And I would do that because I don't have anything else better to do. And I always felt good. Like, I'm working on my car. I changed the brakes on my car. Like, I can do something. Or even like the first time I think I patched drywall, because, you know, you're a young white guy. Sometimes you and the drywall have an iffy relationship. Some you got to patch it. It's like, I feel good after doing that. I did something, you know.
I want to tell you about
You see what I mean, right? Like, you see what I mean. Like, all of the red flags, man. Like, he's a violent young man who views his masculinity existentially attacked. And, like, he talks about how he hits stuff. And if you're punching holes in walls, you need to go to therapy. And women should absolutely be nowhere near you until you can make sure you're not punching shit. That's not okay.
About a course that I have created for men to overcome pornography. It is called
Oh, boy. Tell me more.
strive21.com/Matt. You go there right now, or if you text STRIVE to 66866, we'll send you the link. It's 100% free, and it's a course I've created to help men, to give them the tools to overcome pornography. Usually men know that porn is wrong. They don't need me or you to convince them that it's wrong. What they need is a battle plan to get out. And so I've distilled all that I've learned over the last 15 or so years as I've been talking and writing on this topic into this one course. Think of it as if you and I could have a coffee over the next 21 days, and I would kind of guide you
Yo,
along
Mullet
this
the
journey.
Owl.
That's basically what this is. It's incredibly well produced. We had a
Thank you for the $50 super chat. Want to thank you for watching my video on stream the other day. If you guys are interested, I make videos attacking the far right. Well, thank you for the $50 super chat. Absolutely. Your first video was pretty fun. Thank you so much for sharing. And for supporting stream.
Hey Jack, I just want to thank you for watching my video on stream the other day. If you guys are interested, I make music videos attacking the far right.
Let's go! Moloch the Owl.
Had a whole camera crew come and film this, and I think
died.
it'll be a real help to you. And it's also not an isolated course that you go through on your own, because literally tens of thousands of men have now gone through this course. And as you go through the different videos, there's comments from men all around the world encouraging each other, offering to be each other's accountability partners and things like that. Strive21, that's strive21.com.
Yeah, tell me more
Matt, or as I say,
about all these
text-
men who are
text
going to be
Strive
accountable
to
for me.
66866 to get started
My
today.
chastity.
You won't regret it. G'day everybody.
Tell me
I wanna let
more.
you... Nope, start again. Who? If you become a new annual supporter over at mattfrad.locals.com, this month only, we are going to
You're
send
on
you a free
locals.com?
pints with Aquinas crystal whiskey glass.
I mean,
We're very
I
proud of
shouldn't
them.
be
They're very
surprised.
beautiful. We try to raise extra money from time to time over on Locals.
But, like, that
because
is
we have
pretty
a lot of
goddamn
big
funny,
plans,
right?
which are going to require a lot of money, to be honest with you. And so we'd really appreciate it. We just ask that you pay for shipping, but we can ship these crystal whiskey glasses to anywhere in the world. Again, that's just for people who
Morbius
sign
Dragon,
up,
thank you for
new
gifting
supporters
us
this month,
a
who are
membership
annual
over on
supporters,
YouTube.
and we'll send that to you. But you should know, because this is my favorite thing, and I wish I talked about this more because I think it's amazing.
All the other
We have
chats
a
getting
Pints with
shown up by
Aquinas
YouTube
newspaper
today.
called The Jill. It's very beautiful, very well done, and we ship this out 4 times a year wherever you live in the world, and we even pay shipping for those. We have a bunch of other free things. We're uploading right now a Lord of the Rings masterclass taught by Joseph Pierce in a studio. It's very beautiful. So I give you a ton of stuff in return when you become an annual supporter of ours over on Locals. So please consider it, and a massive thank you to your help. Also, I should say this, if you are currently a local supporter, let people know in the description what you think of Locals, because my experience has been that people think it's terrific. It's what social media should be.
Oh my God,
but never
dude.
was. It's actually social, people encouraging each other, praying for each other, supporting each other. God bless you. Did you see the State of the Union address last
I did,
night?
yeah.
And
Oh my
imagine-
God, imagine shilling for
I
a
tuned
social
in,
media
you know,
company
with-
like that.
I almost have to,
Yo.
by virtue of being, you know, a Republican voter, I have to display my membership card and say I didn't like it.
Ah,
But
but I loved it.
It was still especially bad, even considering that I sort of have to dislike it. I mean, it didn't seem coherent. He seemed very angry. The presentation was off. But even that considered, the win condition, kind of like we said earlier for Democrats, was we need him to get up there and give a speech and not collapse and not have a gaffe or too many gaffes, at least. And that was more or less accomplished. You know, he said everything he needed to say to vilify the opposition, to justify
Oh,
the
no, there's
persecution
more?
of the
So much
opposition,
more.
compared them literally within the first 60 seconds to Adolf Hitler in Nazi Germany. And so for the Democrats, that was like a win. For the country is obviously not so positive.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, is that her name?
Yeah.
What happened there? I haven't watched the.
She
don't
she
plan
yelled
on-
out, you know, say her name, because there was a young lady who was murdered by an illegal alien. And then Joe Biden said her name, but he got it wrong. And then I think the people on Twitter, Democrats, and even some congressmen were upset because he used the term illegal to describe the person who murdered her.
So
And
some
you're not-
Democrats pushed back against that publicly.
Because, yeah, you're not supposed to call them illegal because no human being is illegal. I don't know if you know that. But that is...
I don't know, man. I got fired on my birthday a month before my wedding and thereby became illegal.
You would think.
I
yeah,
was
you
illegal.
would
That's
think.
what happened, man.
And so they were upset, but she basically, you know, yelled out. She tried to have her own version of the "you lie" moment from the Obama State of the Union, when he was speaking about the Affordable Care Act, sort of. And so,
Oh yeah, man.
on the one hand, I don't like that sort of conduct in politics. You know, I would fantasize more
really?
about the days of the past. When people were just more professional, more classy. However, even then, that was still going on. So it's not like completely unheard of in American politics. It's always been very rambunctious. People used to get into fights on the floor of that building where that, you know, speech was
Really?
delivered. Oh yeah, beat each other with canes. You almost would rather have that than this sort of like bickering back and forth. Like just go at each other. You know, don't
if you
like
hate each other, let's
Yeah.
just do this. Let's
So-
not go halfway.
but it was good that she disrupted it because it does throw him off. You know, this guy is on some unprecedented concoction of uppers, Adderall, God knows what. Just focusing, reading the teleprompters, and then when he's got some young lady, not young, but some woman in the
Compared to him,
audience,
relative to
yeah,
him.
who's yelling out at him, now his train of thought is completely derailed. And so it allowed for her to show the world that this guy is not sharp. You know, maybe Joe Biden in 2008 would have a quip. Trump is always still very good at this. Obama was. Even Hillary Clinton, you know, when they would ask her in 2016, like, did you wipe your server? She would say, what, like with a cloth? People would laugh at that. And it's a good way of sort of disarming the fact that she had this server with these emails and she deleted them and they weren't able to investigate the conduct and whatever. So it's very just casual. You have to be able to do that as a politician. And he, because of his age, and, you know, I almost feel guilty. I'm not relishing in this. It's just if you have family, you understand. As you get older, you know, you get dementia, Alzheimer's, this is what tends to happen. Unfortunately, that man is the chief executive of the nation.
Are you not afraid that the same might happen to Trump given his age?
I'm sure it could. I would not like to see that. I don't think it is happening right now. I mean, certainly he's not the Trump that he was in 2016, where he was, you know, giving rallies and he's very animated in New Yorker. He's much more, you know, relaxed now, but I don't see him sort of declining. in the way that Biden has. But what's also important is when you have a president, they're not, working all the time and making all the decisions. You're voting for their administration. And the administration that Biden brings in is far different from the administration that Trump brings in. And so Trump himself maybe is going to reach a state where he's not as sharp as he used to be, but he's got, Yo,
Nablacat, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs over on Twitch. Thank you so much.
To implement the agenda to where if you weren't watching his speeches in comparison,
Nablacat, holding down Twitch chat over here.
Execute on what he wants.
All right, thank you so much.
Now, people thought DeSantis was a shoo-in.
Yeah,
you didn't. Why do you think his campaign failed?
Well, there was no. There's just, it was never, I almost feel as though the argument should have to be made why it was going to succeed. Like, it just seemed so obvious that it was going to fail because there was no appeal. He was trying to be Trump, but better than Trump. But then he was failing at that because he was like, getting into bed with these neocons and these never Trump donors. And he also himself is not like a really charismatic
Notice how he
guy.
has a problem
so
with neocons,
like, well, we want to do
because
Trump,
he's
but more,
actually like
right wing, but then also
farther
not
right.
really more right wing than Trump because we're trying to be, the guy that's actually electable because Trump is too polarizing. So there's really nothing there. But the reason I knew it was going to fail, actually, I predicted that this was going to happen in 2021 because I started seeing all of this media coverage about Ron DeSantis coming from all the media outlets, which formerly were the Never Trump media outlets. So these are people who are principally opposed to Donald Trump and everything that he represents. They make a living because of the sort of regularly scheduled GOP programming that Trump has been trying to disrupt. So they have a personal incentive, an economic incentive to hate this guy. Then they understand that they've lost. They have to kind of bide their time, retreat back into the shadows, cover his presidency fairly, whatever.
Oh my
but
God.
then they started covering this guy DeSantis very favorably, and they started saying DeSantis owns report, DeSantis takes on big tech, and I was like, wait a minute, there's something going on here because I'm reading the bill, I'm looking at the press conference. This guy isn't taking on big tech. He passed a bill saying that Florida has to like legally define what a social media company is. That doesn't help me. At the time I was banned on Twitter. Or, he's telling a reporter who's asking him a stupid question, get with the program.
Come on, I want to parry the lobster.
Donald Trump said, he told people that they were going to, put his...
Morbius Dragon, thank you for the $2 super chat.
Hillary Clinton in jail, and, that is where the
You're
bar
awesome.
is. And you think DeSantis telling a reporter to get with the programming is, at that level? So I was like, why are these people covering him like this? Why are they trying to make him into this sort of figure? I thought, damn it, they're going to try to run this guy, aren't they? They're setting him up to try to prematurely take the torch away from Trump. It's like, why would they do that? Of course, we know because these are the neo-never-Trumpers, so to speak, people who always hated Trump, see an opportunity to perhaps take the torch away from him, return it to somebody who can, because Trump, he's not going to run again after 24. He's too old. It is what it is. Yeah. So this is like his last shot. And so it makes you wonder, why would DeSantis try to run now? I mean, he had it. He
Consider the lobster. Goddamn.
To Trump's movement. He could have been vice president. He was the guy. So why go at that prematurely? And it's because all of his donors, all of his consultants, these are the remnants of the Jeb Bush class. These are the remnants of the John McCain, the neocons who don't like Trump, who want things to continue as they have been. And so they saw an opportunity in Ron DeSantis to take that, to put him in and install him, which is why they spent, I think, $100 or $200 million on that campaign, which could have gone to registering voters in swing states, advertising for Trump's campaign, anything else, but they just wasted that money went down the drain. It's like it didn't even exist, simply to try to stop Trump's operation. And a lot of that was, a personal incentive because, they rack up a lot of money in consulting fees and, they give money to their friends and whatever. But at the end of the day, there was a serious attempt made by the remnants of the GOP swamp to artificially stop what I call the Trump revolution. And they did that because they don't want that irritant.
You call it
they
that?
want things to continue as they have been.
So
and they
cool,
saw that
man.
opportunity in DeSantis.
So cool.
And DeSantis, I personally, I don't know if I'll ever trust him again because he was willing to go along with that. And if he were really truly like this America First guy, he would understand, well, why are Karl Rove and these Jeb Bush donors cozying up to me and giving me money because they want me to do this? Why am I coming out and saying, well, I don't really think America should be involved in the Russia-Ukraine war? And my donors have a call with me. Now all of a sudden I'm walking that position back and I'm saying we should support Ukraine and things like that. It's like, is this really the guy who's going to get in there and disrupt the swamp? I mean, when you're governing as a
We're just
governor,
gonna not
that's
deal
a
with
totally
these
different
guys.
ballgame. I mean, you've got majority of your party.
Discretion
in both
is the
chambers
better
of state
part of
Congress.
valor.
You can basically do whatever you want. That's why he's been so effective.
Yes, this man
If you're a
has chronic
president, you're in
yaps,
DC, you're
which is
dealing
why
with
he
the
craves someone to
bureaucracy,
shut
you're
him
dealing
up.
with thousands and thousands of bureaucrats and agencies and the swamp. I mean, it's like a totally different operation. So it was offensive to me that they thought that they could just throw in this guy who's by all measures a career politician and he would somehow be more effective than Trump just because he was able to run a state. You know, it's a totally different operation. So we knew it was going to fail from the beginning. We knew it was going to happen even before because we saw the writing on the walls. And it seems now that he's like completely hell-bent on self-destruction because even with some of the responses he's given, you know, about like a prospective VP pick, where you've had people like, what if Trump picks you to be his vice president? He could have said, well, I appreciate the compliment, but I'd prefer to finish out my term as governor in Florida.
Hey,
But
Metal
instead, he
Storm
gets
Love,
on,
how
he's,
you
like,
doing?
Leaking phone calls to MSNBC saying, well, Trump's going to pick his pick based on identity politics because he's talking about like a Ben Carson or a Tim Scott or something. And it's like, what are you doing, dude? Like, it's over for him politically.
Well, Neblicat, I'm glad you're enjoying watching my stream. Also, I have boobs, which helps somehow.
I mean, the base doesn't trust him. They view him as DeSantis. And also, people are off-put by him because they see these clips of him and he's doing weird things like the boots. He's
Is
like
that-
getting...
Yeah, was that ever...
Yeah, he's wearing like the lifts.
Was
and
he?
these
Was
weird
that ever
boots.
decided?
It doesn't matter. The public thinks it's real because they saw these clips of him, or you know, they did an interview on Fox, I think, with Jesse Waters, where they're eating pizza, and like the waitress puts the pizza in front of him, and he goes like, yummy, and it's like this is off-putting. Whereas, you know, clips of Trump tend to make
Trans
people
girl
like him
Jade.
more because he's like, what are these lights? They're so bright. Get them off. And people are like, yeah. Like Trump in his natural environment is energizing and he's like captivating. And when DeSantis is in a natural environment, he tends to be kind of weird and off-putting, and that's fine.
yeah.
If you're going to be a governor, you're going to be an executive. You don't need to be charismatic,
Right.
but don't go with the guy who is because Jeb Bush's donors told you to. Because now his political prospects are bad. And you know, I went pretty hard on him for a while because I saw him as that threat. But then I saw the first round of the GOP debates and I saw who else we have.
Yeah.
Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, whoever. Then I was like, okay, I need to go a little bit softer on DeSantis because he's actually pretty good compared to some of these other people.
Yeah.
But I wish he would understand what his role is, to be that executive, you know, to be the guy who gets things done behind the scenes and not try to have these, you know, almost Macbethian grand political aspirations where you're going to go with the king and, you know, take the throne away from him. So you could have waited 4 years. You're in your 40s. You have your whole life. Why do it now? You must either agree at least with the swamp and think that, you know, you could be Trump but better, or you're okay with getting into bed with these people and being I mean, literally their puppet. They tell you to change your position on this, you walk it back, because you think that what you're going to get out in the swamp and outsmart them. It's like, it's just totally delusional. So yeah, I was not happy to see that from start to finish because I wanted him to be successful. I have no personal grudge against DeSantis as much as I speak favorably of Trump. People forget in 2020, I was going so hard on this guy on Twitter, calling him all sorts of names because I wanted him to do better. And he was fumbling on the riots. He was fumbling on COVID. And I was like, what are you doing? You have an election coming up and you are placating. You are listening to Jared Kushner. You are looking weak right now. And I think, you know, that cost a lot of his, you know, core voters to not show out for him, even though, you know, we had the fortification. I think there was still, you know, statistically speaking, he did have a lower turnout for some of his core demographics because a lot of what he was doing was just uninspiring. You know, he's placating to pander to the black vote or to the Hispanic vote or to, you know, whatever. And it's like, look, we elected you to build the wall, to do this. Why are you spending time on these other projects? So I think that did affect it. But I went so hard on him in 2020. And people, you're a grifter, you're pro-Trump, but now that it's unpopular, it's like, I've been so when he's running an election, I am pro-Trump. I'm a cheerleader. Get this guy in office. And then when he's in office and he's not doing his job, then I'm the critic. Like, you have to kind of understand how the dynamics play. And so I've been very consistent with how I view Trump, what I expect of him. And people who have an incentive to, because it's fresh, jump on the DeSantis train. Because it's fresh, jump on the Vivek Ramaswamy train. This was very popular for some of these influencers when this was going on. But it wasn't so popular to say, look, I know it's the same guy that we ran in 16 and 20, but trust me, he's still the guy. Here's a 2-hour video explaining why. That's not very popular. You don't get money for doing that. You know, it's not.
Oh, is
because
this
it's not
a-
attractive?
this is
and
a
I understand that.
shortcut.
It's not attractive to
That makes
say,
sense.
look, I know this guy lost in 2020, but he's still the pick in 24. Here's why. It's like, no, people want something fresh. They want a younger guy with more energy, fresh ideas or whatever. And so It was ultimately like a principled stance, even though it appeared to just be this sort of like Trump grift or whatever. But the grifting momentum shifts because it's a grift. You know, it's reading the writing on the walls. It's saying DeSantis is a hot commodity now, or this Vivek guy, he's a hot commodity. It's going and, you know, joining him or joining DeSantis or wherever. So the true Trump fans, the true Trump patriots, you know, staying on the Trump train. There was a lot of room in the car. I'll tell you, a lot of elbow room for a while there.
Whenever you try to be like someone but better, you often come off as artificial because you're not being yourself.
Yeah.
And you think, I saw the way Mike Pence spoke and he just sounded like a computer.
Yeah.
It's almost like Trump is to Mike Pence what podcasts are to news anchors. There's an honesty in podcasts that you don't find on mainstream news shows, and there's an honesty about Trump, whether you like him or hate him. He just seems like he's being authentic.
Absolutely.
And so when people try to take a page out of his playbook and pretend like they're Trump, it's just very cringy.
Yeah, and two, you know, Trump, when he gives a speech at a rally, he goes up there with like a 3x5 note card and he just riffs for like 2 hours. And it's like the greatest thing. I mean, some of the funny people like play the Reagan clip, which by the way was staged, where the balloon pops and he goes, "Missed me," and people think he's the funniest president ever. Donald Trump says things every day that are funnier than that. And I'm not, you know, trying to mog Reagan, but it's just the things, the way that he speaks. I mean, like, you know, when we had the hurricane and Trump is doing a promotion talking about the disaster, and he's like, they're saying it's one of the wettest we've ever seen from the standpoint of water, just like things like that. What does that even mean? From what other standpoint would you be evaluating the hurricane? Or one time I saw him, he was at CPAC, I think 2021.
Ha ha ha! It's so funny
like,
to have a
to some
fucking
aircraft mechanic or
moron in
something,
charge
and
of the
he's like,
country.
Yeah, they're talking about
So
regulating
charming.
the steam. And now he's saying, Mr. President, we have so much steam that we don't even know what to do with it. It's like, what kind of a sentence is that? Just like the way he speaks is so funny. But yeah, he'll go up there and he'll just riff. And DeSantis was trying to capture that sort of energy. And so he'd have his note card, but his note card had the pre-written one-liners on it, which were, you know, lines that he could say to get those viral moments so that the reporters could write DeSantis owns, you know, Gavin Newsom or whatever. And it's like when he was debating Gavin Newsom, I think he had a line where, you know, Gavin Newsom was like, "Are you going to run? Are you planning to run?" And he was like, "The only old donkey that I'm going to be taking out is like you," or something. Maybe it wasn't. He was debating some Democrat, and he had that line about old donkey and taking out as you. And that was supposed to be his big moment, but the delivery was off. You could see him glance down and read it, and it's like, you just don't have it, and that's fine. You don't have to have it to be an effective political
We've
actor,
almost made it all the way
to
through
understand
this
that
area.
Trump is the guy right now, and maybe you want to wait that out, and
As
you
far
want
as
to be
to
Trump
get what
or
I
more
need.
effective later on. But there's no reason to try to prematurely subvert that unless it's malicious, either because of your ambitions or because, you know, you're getting into bed with these people who are whispering into your ear, telling you that you could be the president. Ooh, you just have to take this position and accept money from these people or whatever. And it's just like, it was a bad idea. It was very poor judgment. And honestly, that he would have that poor judgment to even do that to himself is almost an indictment of his presidential efficacy in itself. Because it's like, if you have that judgment, I mean, what kind of judgment are you going to exercise?
Please let me out of your
when you're
body.
in charge of the nation?
Please. Please.
You know, anyone
Please,
who's in a public
lobster.
spotlight at all or has a substantial social media
God
following
damn it.
knows what it's like to get in trouble with the internet.
I got
and
trapped
people
under that lobster.
fall on your head and hate you. And at first, I remember when the first
Sometimes
few times
life
it happened
hands
to
you
me, it was
lobster.
very overwhelming.
Yeah.
And then the
Lately,
lobster
it's
hands
happened,
you.
I do not care.
Yeah.
In fact, I just press into it.
Oh,
So
yeah.
something changed, but I don't know what it must be like to be one of these people who's running for president and to have all these smear campaigns,
shrimp in it?
and then you lose, and then you just go
I
about
don't
your
know.
life.
Yeah.
And in a way, they're right to go
I don't
about
know
their life, 'cause
sea
everyone
bugs.
forgets about it 5 minutes later
Not a
anyway.
sea bug
But it must be
expert. I'm a
really
streamer.
bizarre experience.
Yeah, you sort of just view people as like pixels on your phone. Where it's like,
Yeah.
okay, this is so real right now. I'm on Twitter and everyone's calling me names, but I can put my phone down and all of a sudden life goes on. And you know, my dad calls me and he doesn't know anything about, you know, people calling me gay on Twitter or something. It's like life just continues and everything is fine.
Oh, honey,
So it's
they're
very
not just calling you
artificial,
gay
get
on
locked into,
Twitter.
like these virtual worlds.
I can guarantee you
know,
that.
people hate on you for whatever reason, but
How do you think Gay Month is going to go this year? It felt like last year there was significant pushback
Gay
against
Month.
it.
yeah, I think it'll probably continue. You know, a lot of conservatives, for example, were really excited because of Target, because there was a boycott or something where you had people upset because of the Pride Month displays for children
Right.
at Target. And so they were saying, see, look, conservatives can organize, we can boycott, just like with Bud Light. But I think that these were anomalies. I don't think that it's a replicable course of action. And my prediction is that it's going to continue. Like, you'll see it still at Target, the Pride Month displays.
I think it'll be dialed back significantly, don't you?
I would hope. I hope that you're right. Maybe I'm more pessimistic because I just don't see an incentive for that, because the pushback to Bud Light wasn't because of social media organizing. It wasn't because conservatives found a way to be effective. And I'm hesitant to use that as a verb now. I see people all the time like, we need to give them the Bud Light treatment. Okay, how do we do that? The reason that Bud Light was effective is because it's a light beer. Nobody's married to that. You've got 1,000.
Also, just as a heads up, it wasn't effective, like at all. Like Bud Light is back to where they were like a year ago. Like, I don't know where conservatives got this narrative that it was an effective strat. It never was.
1,000 options, and what it became.
The
was
lobster
a way to
wants
call
you
each
up
other
inside
gay.
it.
You're at a bar and you're ordering a Bud Light.
Unfortunately.
Hey, I didn't you. And you oh, I don't want it. No, and it's like it was very easy to make that switch or whatever. You've got this company shoving this Dylan Mulvaney character in your face, and you're like, screw you, I don't want to deal with that. But that's a light beer. Target sells a lot more than beer and clothes. A lot of people go to Target. People like Target. It's convenient. Where are they going to go? Walmart, some other, I don't even know if you call that a department store, retail store, whatever. Or even like Amazon. I'll see people like, we need to give Amazon the Bud Light treatment. Good luck. Good luck with that. So I assume it'll return. I don't think that conservatives have the power that we would like in terms of like these mass boycotting organization, things like that. I wish that we did, but I think it'll probably return. Maybe if dialed back a little bit, maybe they'll just have pride stuff for adults, but not pride stuff for kids. And we'll say, okay, well, this is a victory. And it's like something even 5 years ago that would have been unthinkable.
Yeah, it would. I think that rainbow flag has no place in civilized society. It's disgusting. It's disgusting because of what it promotes.
It's satanic.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting. People think that we're beyond occult symbolism, like we're too smart or sophisticated for that.
Oh my God,
that
dude.
is an occult symbol, because you notice like the rainbow, which God created as a promise to Noah, never to flood the earth again, to cleanse it of wickedness.
Yeah, they're really perverting our symbol.
Mercy, and they wave that in God's
flood the world
face,
with wickedness.
and they say, we're mocking you. We're saying,
Because no other society or civilization has ever attributed any meaning or written any stories about the rainbow before. Like, are you kidding me?
we are going to be prideful. We're going to do abominable behavior.
Maybe
and
it
we're
has
daring
nothing
you
to
basically
do with
bring the
you,
fire.
bro.
And that's why the flag, too, if you count the stripes on it, it has 6 stripes. Not 7 like the rainbow. The rainbow has 7 colors. 7, of course, God's number. 6, of course, being Lucifer's number. So, of course, it's an occult symbol, and that's why they wave it. And that's why that is the flag of the American empire. That is what that flag represents. When you see, the pride flag flying overseas at our embassies, that's a display of American power. Because even though, Muslims are worshiping just a different demon, they see that power, and that is a symbol of American imperialism, because it says, we're here. We will militantly enforce feminism and gluttony and anal sex and all the things that represent the just disgusting American culture, and you can't do anything about it. It's like you go into London 30 years ago and you see, Great
oh
Britain's
no,
flag
people
flying
want to put
everywhere,
things in each other's
literally
buttholes.
blanketing
Call the
streets.
police.
See that now in America during
This
Pride
guy
Month.
literally.
And pretty much throughout the year on people's balconies, displayed wherever. That's what that flag means. That flag means perversion, inversion, just complete rejection of what is natural in pursuit of simply what feels good.
Call the
Outlets.
butthole police, everybody. People want to put things in them.
Mm-hmm.
Catholic? Or
Catholic, yeah.
Did you ever come to a point where you accepted it intentionally for yourself, or were you always just
I went through
the faith?
I call it my edgy atheist phase when I was maybe like 12, 13, because I would have to go to, now I have friends who are converting, they're going through RCIA.
Oh yeah, do you
an
have
hour a week for
Catholic
like 9 months.
traditionalist
I had to go
converts?
an hour a week for like 9 years.
Do you?
Every Monday, and I did not enjoy it because I'd go to school all day and I'd have a little bit of a break, and then I would, have to go to catechism for an hour and a half. I did not enjoy it.
There is something very interesting, right, about like their there is something very weird, right, about them being like, yeah, you're all perverted. Here's what it actually means, right? And then they're the ones who are like, yeah, see, so butt sex is actually satanic, all right? It's a, you gotta look out for that butt sex. And meanwhile, like, actual gay people are like, what do you mean, like, the gays through satanic ritual have associated the rainbow with butt sex. Like, that's, again, these people want gays and trans people to believe that they're the weird ones. Like, this motherfucker is literally, like, out here being like, yeah, so, being gay is gross and should be illegal. Like, get out of here with that shit.
Enjoy it.
Why? For confirmation or something? Why did you have to go? Yeah.
So I thought, is that not the process for most people? I guess growing up raised Catholic, you have to go to catechism, right? You have to go to...
Yeah, I mean, I think people have different parishes have different programs. Those who get confirmed later tend to have some sort of course and everything like
Okay. So ours was, you start in 1st grade, you're confirmed in 8th grade.
that. Okay.
So I
all
started
my kids
in...
were confirmed as babies, so we're Eastern Catholic, and I'm not joking. Yeah.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, so they don't have to go through one of those courses. But I actually want to. It's funny, we're in Austria right now, and they're actually doing courses for confirmation, even though they've all been prismatic confirmed.
Yeah.
They want to go. But anyway.
I think it's almost better, and maybe I'm just trying to do my past self a favor, but it's almost better, I think, to wait because I wasn't retaining it and I wasn't appreciating it the same way that, in 2nd grade we did a course on Michigan history. I don't remember that. I'm 8 years old. So I almost would have preferred to have waited because then, coming back to the faith, I now have to do all of that reading again to supplement just because my brain was so plastic and it was not retaining these things.
You said 12 or 13. I'm wondering how old you are. That would have been about 6 years past the new atheist craze, I suppose, since you were born in 99.
You know what?
Rainbow is
when
one of
did
my
that-
favorite
because
bands.
my
I
understanding
wear
of
that
was, like,
shirt quite often.
2010s, early.
Hell
You're
yeah.
right. It's probably around that time, yeah.
So, you're seeing like you're 12,
Eat the
13, and
poo-poo.
you're looking for any reason to not go to catechism. And you start having theological arguments with your mom.
Yeah.
And your mom is a great woman, but she's not, Mother
Saint
Teresa.
Augustine.
And
Yeah,
so-
she's not going to debate with you. Yeah.
So if there were very simple arguments that I was making and she's like unable to answer
Why do bad things happen? to
literally,
good
if
people?
God real, why bad? And she's like, just get in the car. Like, what are you doing right now? So that gave me permission to sort of be
Just
like,
shut the
"Hmm,
fuck
God
up.
real,
Stop
bad things
questioning our
happening. You have
religion."
no proof. And well, if Jesus is real, then why does this Indian guy think that Hinduism is real? It's like these very like sort of easy, no regard for any like intellectual tradition. Just like literally, I'm 12 and I don't want to go, and I will find any ad hoc reason why.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
so
I
that
feel
gave
like
me
these are
permission to
decent
then
questions. If
see,
they're so
like,
easy, why not
George
just answer
Carlin
them
did a
right
stand-up
now?
bit one time where he was making fun of Christians. This guy seems really edgy and whatever. And that's sort of actually the whole George Carlin.
Oh my
It
God.
is a whole like genre of content where people, the atheists, liberals, wherever, they view Christians as still having power in America. And so they create this like false power,
Right.
and they think they're being so edgy and so subversive by making fun of Christ, by, denouncing Christianity, mocking Christian morality. They think they're
You
being
think you're
edgy and
so
bad.
cool
But
making
they're
fun
not.
of
You don't get in
Jesus.
any trouble. In fact, you are celebrated if you go at Christ, if you make content that is degenerate and subversive. So I remember, watching content like this George Carlin guy is super edgy. Now I look at him, that guy is such a he's just a loser dork. I mean, this is a guy, if he were still alive, he'd be doing bits like, just get the mask or get the vaccine. Or he'd be like totally like pro the regularly scheduled programming, not at all edgy, not at all subversive, not challenging anything. But because he was popular,
Yeah, apparently John Doyle's main takeaway from comedy is that you need to say the dumbest thing possible in order to be funny. Honestly, it explains a lot about his character and, like, the type of content he does when really he's like, it's really subversive and valuable when people say objectively the dumbest thing you've ever heard in your life.
in a time where Christianity had more influence in society, people look back and they're like, oh yeah, he was really speaking truth to power. No, he wasn't. The guy was like a total libtard. But you see stuff like that, or you read, some argument that's like, yeah, if God real, why bad? And you present that, and if your mother is, your sort of spiritual guide doesn't have a...
Can I just throw out there that, like, what he's saying right here, if God good, then why bad? He's talking about the problem of evil, which is maybe one of the oldest and most persistent and largest philosophical, like, back and forths of Christianity for, like, the past 1,000 years. He's like, it's a really simple question. Is it? Is that why, like, philosophers and theologians have been having to go back and forth about this for, like, centuries? Is it so simple? Please, explain.
have an answer to that, then it's like it gives you permission to sort of become agnostic. And it's like, okay, and the same thing, you know, I didn't want to go to mass on Sunday morning. I wanted to sleep in, and it's like, okay, well, maybe I can argue my way out of this. Didn't work, but I tried.
Good mom.
And so you know, you get to be like 15, 16, and then I remember I had this it's not a crucifix, it's just a cross. My dad got me this chain when I was 8. And then I was wearing, I think, an American flag on it. And then I was wearing a Celtic cross because we're half Irish. And then I just got the like stainless steel regular one. And I was wearing that because I understood by like the time I was 14 or 15, I agree with the teachings of Christ, even if I personally can't feel that presence and maybe I don't have faith, but I agree, at least practically speaking, this is correct. And so I want to wear this as a sort of reminder to myself. And so I liked that because this is sort of an heirloom now where it's like my firstborn son, when he's 18, I'll give him this. And it's like, I've worn this on my body since I was 13 years old, 23 hours a day, except for like when I shower or go swimming. Like this has been there. And so I will give this to you, and anything you encounter in your life, your dad, you know, you don't even know what I have encountered or gone through, but you will have that as a reminder of not only like the struggles that your father's gone through, but also like Christ's presence.
I don't believe that this man will ever be able to procreate. And 2, what struggles, man? You like lucked into a alt-right stardom on YouTube as a teenager. What are the various struggles? Are you walking down the street and being persecuted for being white? Is that one of your day-to-day struggles, John? Like what are you going to tell your kids?
In your life. So I'm wearing this as sort of an investment for that reason, but also because I arrived at that conclusion sort of independently, and I was like, okay, maybe I'm agnostic or whatever. You know, it's like, well, I can't prove it either way, so I guess I don't know.
Well, yeah, I arrived at this conclusion independently, and that's why I'm going to provide immense, overwhelming pressure for my child not to be able to do that.
Then I got to be 18, 19, and then I started.
Oh my
doing
God,
YouTube.
he's talking about being 16.
Speaking
Jesus.
about politics, speaking about what I believed is right, and then things started going really well for me. And I was like, this doesn't
What dungeon
make sense.
is this?
I
it's
thought
the
this
one
would
below
maybe go well, but it's going really
Landell
well.
Capital.
Suspiciously well. This doesn't make sense. And so I started reading more, and I was like, maybe I am a vehicle for some greater plan. Maybe I am actually an instrument that is being used to communicate these things. Maybe this isn't my work, because I had a plan, I had an idea, but there's no reason it should have worked. It could have so easily failed. So maybe there is something greater than myself going on. So I started reading some books by Matt Walsh. I think I read one of his books.
Oh,
Church of
God.
Cowards is a great book I'd recommend to people.
So before that, I read The Unholy Trinity that he had put out. And that was...
I actually didn't know this. I didn't know that John Doyle was literally radicalized by Matt Walsh. That's actually insane. Like this is the kind of man that someone grows up to be when they're raised off of Johnny the fucking Walrus.
Is a good summary of, you know, issues of sexuality, gender, and marriage. Then I read Church of Cowards. I was reading C.S. Lewis, and I was like, okay, this is actually true. This is actually real. And so that gave me permission to come back. And then I remember it was maybe March of 2019 or maybe 2020. I went back to confession at my parish. I hadn't gone in maybe 6-8 years. And yeah, how long has it been since your last confession? I was like, man, probably like half my life ago, honestly. I don't know. So it had been a while, but since then I've kept a pretty regimented prayer schedule and church schedule. And so I've been more involved in it because, you know, a lot of times people turn to faith when things go bad, but it's sort of, you know, like we said earlier with sympathy or viewing things, when things go good, you have to kind of wonder why. It's very easy to say, I did this, I worked really hard and I deserve this, but there is pride in that. You have to wonder, wait a minute, you know, the universe is so chaotic and accidental. There must have been some higher order that decided this was going to happen. Why? Why did that happen? And so that sort of gave me permission to, I think, come back to it.
Right, so you had more of an intellectual conversion when you were 18 or 19, which gave you credibility. Because it's one thing to say like a philosophical system
There we go.
works.
We did it.
Yeah. And maybe the people who adopt this philosophical system tend to be more sane than other people, and so you get in their club.
Yeah.
You can get in their club without believing the sort of metaphysical underpinnings for that system.
Yeah.
But when you start to go, okay, no, this is plausibly true, and atheism, I'm not buying the arguments. I get it emotionally. Why, you know, evil, you think about evil, how could a loving God allow that? I get that emotionally, but I don't think that works. And then you invest in it. Yeah.
Yeah. And two, it's like, when you really think about it, everything you experience in life, like all of the joy that you experience, when all said and done, that either means something.
Okay, folks, I got the final piece, okay? Got the final bit of my new build, all right? We're going to be trying to beat the final boss of Elden Ring DLC right now. I've been working towards this for the past 3 hours. We finally got far enough through Leyendell in order to be able to attempt it. Let's give it a few fucking goes. I'm gonna pause this video for now so I can give this the attention I need to give it. Okay. Let's go. Just gonna take this right off the bat, I guess. Oof, I jumped right into it. There we go. Ooh, did not block that correctly. Oof. Scary thunder and lightning outside. I'm sorry to hear that, Eddie. There is one other talisman I could get that might make this better, which would basically reduce most of his damage by about 20%. But I think what I have right now is pretty good. No more Doyle. I mean, we'll get back to it. Don't you worry. There we go. Phase 2. Oof. So I know you can parry some of his dash moves that are like that, which is what I'm going to be attempting to get down today. Because if I can get down the dash moves, parrying the dash move would help quite a bit, with at least some of it. Do it, just do it. This boss is a pain in the ass. That's right. There we go. Fuck me. Hey, Sophie. I'm gonna cover the far-right riots in the UK. Not today. I talked a bit about them yesterday. So we blaming God for the chaos of the world? I mean, in this sense, Yes, directly. Maybe you should summon Let Me Solo Her. By the end of my training arc, I'm gonna be Let Me Solo Him. That's what I'm gonna be, okay? We're gonna have Let Me Solo Her and Let Me Solo Him. It's gonna be me. I really like the new lore edition that kind of implies that Marika was like a jar person. I think that's pretty fascinating. All right, bitch. Damn it. Do it, just do it. There we go, phase 2, baby. Nope, 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 nope. Fuck! What the fuck? Wow, yeah. But one of the items I have helps me get a few more invincibility frames while dodging. If I had gotten a dodge off there... There we go. Oh, okay. I might need to equip that health medallion again over the ugh. He just hits so hard. Okay, yeah, we can't have that, unfortunately. The additional rolling is good, but it also increases the amount of damage that I take, which we're not playing with like a ton of wiggle room here. All right. I mean, hell, actually, you know what? Give this a shot too. We'll equip Blade of Mercy and Lord of Blood's Exaltation. And see how this goes. Oh, that's bullshit. Okay. You're not playing with the full deck? Elite Eater. Secondly, I am pretty sure at the time that's not how people/babies are made. It's a much more scientific process, you see. I basically just need to get 2 crits off on this guy now. And there we Oh, that should have hit. There we go. You missed the whole first part? Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Nope, 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 nope. There we go. Oh, bullshit.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Okay, I actually survived a lot of attacks there. I feel pretty confident that we can get this done. America was still a racist genocidal maniac? Of course she was. But it's interesting to see that that didn't come out of nowhere. You know? She didn't just fall out of a coconut tree, as it were. Oh, come on. There we go. Fuck. Fuck! I need to dodge towards him on this attack, I think. It's very counterintuitive, but I think that will work. Dun, 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 dun. His damage is massive? Well, yeah, look at that lad. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. You need to learn to dodge like Gohan Malachi. We got this, though. Ugh, I really wish they would have announced the VP pick today. It would have been really nice. Would have been real convenient. Psh, I'm not dodging. You guys can't make me dodge. There we go. Am I dodging? The entire point of this build is to not dodge. Go. Fuck. Okay. Okay, but I feel like I'm doing better. I feel like I'm no longer panicking when he dives in. This is actually really good. We've overcome the mental barrier. Yeah, like I think his phase 1 is basically a formality. Like he'll get me occasionally, but really all of this is great practice for phase 2. Damn it. See? See? Oh, okay. Dodging towards him does work. Oh, baby. I feel good. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling spry. I'm feeling good, man. Ooh, we are killing this bitch today. I guiltily signed up for Kamala text just so I know first. You know what? Let us know second, okay? You felt the patterns? Yeah, I felt them move within. The Holy Dark was moving too, babies. Oh, I mistimed that a little bit. Ugh. Scorchin. Oh god. What the hell? That was the messiest fucking bitch. Yeah, nah, this one didn't count. I'm gonna literally roll up my sleeves. This gravity attack is such bullshit. All of these are, really. There we go. That did 10,000 damage, baby. That was basically one crit plus a couple extra hits. I think if we basically do 5 of those, I think he'll be dead. Maybe 6. Guess we'll find out. Still trying to kill this thing? Yup. But I'm gonna do it. Oh, I'm gonna be sneaky. I'm gonna run around to the side. I'm so bad at dodging that stomp, though. Ooh, I might be able to avoid this one. Yeah! Oh, no.
I promise you a
Damn.
1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Can you not, though? What if you didn't? Yeah. When I'm on uneven terrain, for some reason, dodging that stab not dodging, parrying that stab is so much harder. Very little chance it's going to be Shapiro at this point. There's very little political utility to picking Shapiro. The only thing I can possibly think is that Josh Shapiro is kind of in Joe Biden's circle, so, like, if it is Josh, it might be seen as, like, a favor to Biden somehow. Like, I wouldn't get it, but, like... Damn it. Let's go, Foxbat. The donors want him. You know what? I'm pleasantly hopeful about Walls, you know? I think he's gonna be real good. I just can't handle men's games. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Okay. I'm a leaf on the wind. Watch how I soar. You wanna fight, you big bitch? Fuck! I need to, like, angle the camera so that I'm not just, like, up his asshole. Up his codpiece. Ooh, Indian food? Go for it, trains and bullshit. I respect anyone who eats high spice Indian food. Oh, a little too late. A little too early. Oof. Damn it. He's just very fast. My gut says it will be Bashir. Did Bashir even get interviewed? Like, all of the reporting over, like, the last 24, 48 hours has been that it's basically down to personal interviews with Shapiro and Walls. I think Bashir's out of the running. I thought his southern accent would take him a lot farther. But I'm afraid my prediction seems to be null and void. Man. Bad reporting. I mean, if it's bad reporting, it seems to be all the word in Washington. Why are you guys pretending like you know what news sources I read? I don't read Puck News, guys. Not trusting Puck News. Other places have been reporting it. Damn. I mean, it seems to be confirmed by a lot of the other reporting that isn't based on that story. Is the sun in the US the same as in the UK? I genuinely have no idea. Oh my god. Well, Malachi, I can spare a moment. Tell me about this Lord and Savior Cat Jam. Really? I'm just gonna die. That was a horrid opening. What? Yeah, no. No, Ukrainian, the source is not Puck News. I just went and checked. The larger outlets are reporting based on their own sources within, like, the Harris campaign. And unless Puck News is one of the sources within the Harris campaign, or all three of them, it's not... Oof. Yeah. Ukrainian, you can doubt that, but take it up with Reuters. Don't take it up with me. But it might be one of the most reputable, like, journalistic outfits in the world? Okay. Oh, damn it.
I promise you a 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Ugh, fuck's sake. If you don't kill this boss, Radon is going to be the VP pick. Honestly, I don't know if that'd be a bad thing. I don't get the impression he'd be a bad king. Go. I know Mikkel is evil. I don't know that Radon is evil. Dude's just dead, minding his own business. Oh my god, I can't believe I dodged all that. Fuck me. But I am staying alive longer in phase 2, sometimes. Okay. Oh, fuck me. Obama soda. I'd drink an Obama soda. I trust him with soda. There we go. There we go. Fuck, I'm dead. Whew! Maybe not. There we go. Whew, baby. Oh, man. Hot diggity damn. This is the closest I've ever come to killing him now. Oh, fuck yeah. Get over here, you ugly bitch. I think this might be it. Fuck yeah! Get fucked! Fuck yeah. Holy shit. I feel so good right now. Remembrance of a God and a Lord. Oh my God. Holy shit. Yeah, so in case none of you noticed, because there was a giant guy, like, beating my ass for hours on end, the entire arena is made out of corpses. I'm gonna go touch this. Well, no, clearly they intend for me to touch this first. Holy shit.
I'm going to be a god. If we honor our part of the vow,
What is this? A circlet of light which adorned Mikla's head as he returned in divine aspect. It's begun to fade into nothingness. Slightly boosts intelligence, faith, and arcane while also boosting the power of Mikla's light. I don't know what that means. The circle was to be the very foundation upon which Mikla's age of compassion would be built, should it have ever have come to pass. But what did it do? Okay, what is this? The power of a namesake unlocked by a finger reader. In their childhood, Mikola saw in Radon a lord, his strength and his kindness that stood in stark contrast with their afflicted selves. And so Mikola made his heartfelt wish that Radon would one day be his king consort. Okay, so is this is just explicitly like an incest thing, right? Like we're not even like towing the line around that one anymore. We're just okay. I should probably go touch this. But is this better than... Oh, they're related? Oh, yeah. All of the gods and demigods in this game are related. It's very... it's very... like, Greek gods and goddesses, you know? But it's a lot creepier when you're, like, interacting with them directly in a video game. Can I go through the gate of divinity? Can I have one godhood, please? Nice. Oh god. You can still make it bleed. Oh god. Holy shit. Did we kill God? We killed God. Well, we killed one god. There's still another god left to kill. But yeah, we killed a god. I mean, at least there's probably at least like 5 more gods to kill in this game, but that was the big one that we just killed. I still don't really get what his plan was. I guess since technically there isn't like the Elden Ring is shattered, like he basically incarnated as a god in order to enter the world and reforge the Elden Ring to Mikola's will. Radon hits like a tank. Yeah. His plan is to kill everyone? I don't think Mikola's plan is to kill everyone. I feel like Mikola's plan is to enslave everyone. You know, like put everyone to sleep and kind of like control their dreams or some shit. The age of compassion where all suffering is merely a dream. Yeah, wait for Vati Vidya to explain it, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Aw, yeah, I got 2 whole levels out of that fight. Oh wait, there's a couple more things. Oh. Wait, they died? Wait, if I don't get them through that fight, do I not get to see the end of their quests? Oh man. Wait, what is Tholier's hidden needle? Causes eternal sleep buildup? That's kind of cool. Maybe I can give that build a try. What is Miquela's gender anyway? So Saint Trina is kind of like a divergent branch of the same person, kind of like how Melina has like several different Valkyries that are all basically manifestations of herself. Because they're gods and close to divinity, like a number of the demigods also have like numerous avatars, and that includes Miquela. Miquela has Saint Trina and Miquela. Also, just worth noting, real quick, if you take a look at these bodies, you'll notice it's a lot of horn scent in here, but every so often you'll notice that like there appears to be like animals, like it's like everything was slaughtered to make whatever the fuck this is. It's pretty gruesome. What was America anyway? Okay, so here's my theory from what I've read of other theories and also like what I've noticed. The prevailing theory is that you have this institution of among the Hornsent, specifically Hornsent like religious leaders, of ritualistically blending creatures into jars in an emulation of the crucible, in which all life was, swirled together and from which all life flowed. So they built a religion around the crucible. That's the Hornsent religion, essentially. And the Hornsent discovered that one of the key ingredients that they were missing to truly make a divine jar creature were essentially shamans from Shaman Village. And the shamans from Shaman Village were a peaceful people. They didn't really have much in the way of military or any kind of martial prowess. And I believe they separated themselves from the Hornsent because they were not afflicted with, the signs of the crucible, horns and such. And so the people of Shaman Village started to get abducted and started to be taken to be used in the jars. And you can find one of their main ritual spots in one of, I think, either Bonnie Jail or the Bellarat jail, where basically they would abduct people, hold them in inhumane conditions, and then ultimately blend them into jars with, other people, animals, etc. And these are occult rituals. Sometimes they would lead to the jars being relatively inert, and other times they would result in what would become warrior jars, like Alexander, or you would get, kind of these malformed, misshapen, almost human crabs using the pots as their homes. And from this process, one successful blending emerged, and that would be the blending of America and Radagon. I believe they were originally two separate people, or at the very least two beings that emerged from this blending process. maybe amalgamations of different elements of the crucible, and as well as, you know, their own essences. And when Marika emerged, I don't think she understood exactly what she was. I think there's a lot of evidence that she went on a long process of discovery, of trying to figure out what the hell had happened to her, because keep in mind, she was also probably quite broken by this entire experience. Because when she awakened, none of her loved ones remained. They had all been taken up in the experiments, so her entire village was abandoned and destroyed. And she visited one final time to leave behind a lock of her hair, which you can find, before saying goodbye forever. However, despite saying goodbye forever, she did post guards around it to keep it safe from prying eyes and intruders. And that's when you get kind of this insane rage from Marika, right? Because not only had these people tortured her and destroyed her very essence and turned her into something else, they had genocided the entirety of the shaman society. And in an act of vengeance, using her newfound power, she raised an army and began rounding up the horn scent. Except instead of creating more jars, though eventually that did happen, Marika rounded up the horn scent and set them ablaze. And in the very place that we now stand in this final arena, to create the Gate of Divinity. And I think that on the corpses of the entire horn scent civilization, she absorbed their power and ascended to godhood. I think that is essentially what this is. This is a mass blending of the entire horn scent civilization, seemingly against their will, given what's happening in their Pompeii-like freeze frames. And she forcibly blended them all together to create this structure. I have no idea what you're on about. I'm explaining my theory behind what the hell Marika is. Marika being the god in these lands that set all of these events into motion. She's basically the main character of Elden Ring, I think. Like, to understand Elden Ring, you have to understand Marika. Which leaves the question of what the Erd Tree, the Shadow Tree, the Land of Shadow, and the lands between are. Well, I think that, as to the last two questions, I think that they are parallel worlds. And I say that because when we enter the boss arena for the Mother of Fingers, we see a number of tubes and tubules leading upwards towards kind of a watery looking ceiling far in the firmament. And when we fight the Erd Trees, not the Erd Tree, the Elden Beast, we get transported likewise to another kind of plane in which we see trees, or at least the trunks of trees, stretching far off into infinity. And I think that basically those two places are two sides of the same coin. I think they're different trees in different worlds, different Erd trees, different shadow trees even. And can we get a good look at the arch? Yeah, this is I'm about as close as I can get, but So I think that when you look at the trees and you look at the tubes, I think they all go to different worlds. And I think like one world is the land of shadow and the other is the lands between. And then there are other worlds outside of that. And there are different means to travel from world to world. I posit that the stone coffin ships are from a different world. I also think that, when they're talking about leaving the lands between, these are all different realms, kind of like how in Viking mythology, in Norse mythology, you have these different realms splitting off of the world tree. I think in a very similar way, the world that's how the world of Elden Ring works. You have these different realms and there are different means of traveling between them. And I think that how do I put it? Well, I think that's what those are, in a nutshell. As far as what the Shadow Tree and the Erd Tree are, I think that the Shadow Tree is a perverted Erd Tree, effectively warped and twisted by America's power in order to essentially create two different realms, because we know for sure that the land of shadow and the lands between used to be the same place. And I think that when America ascended to godhood and decided to seal away the lands of shadow, she twisted this other Erd Tree into creating a quasi-realm for the lands of shadow. Does that make sense? It's kind of nebulous, but I think that's it. Any relation to America? There are a lot of themes of imperialism in Elden Ring, and I think that you could, I haven't sat down and thought about it, but I think you could make a lot of parallels between Elden Ring and, American geopolitics. Well, so Foxbat, I could see that, except we know that the god that preceded America was also in contact with the fingers. What I found really interesting, okay, is that I think the lore indicates that the Mother of Fingers, who is an outer god, or rather, not an outer god, actually a daughter, a shining daughter of the what's it called? What's the deity called? Not the Golden Order. What's the deity called in this game? The Greater Will. There we go. We know that the Mother of Fingers is a daughter of the Greater Will. And we know from the Mother of Fingers description that, like, it kind of seems like the Greater Will abandoned the lands between, abandoned these worlds, a long, long fucking time ago. And so the Mother of Fingers, and I think that the guy who's in charge of the church over the Mother of Fingers, I think that the Mother of Fingers knows that effectively they've been abandoned by the greater will. And as a result, maybe through communing with the Mother of Fingers, Marika eventually found out that the greater will had fled the lands between, and that is when she broke the Elden Ring. She found out that everything that had been built, all of the messages she'd been told about the greater will had effectively been a charade. That there was no other plan, it was just her. And not only that, she had removed death itself from the lands between, and she had meant it as something kind, I think. I think she meant it as something that was good and that would be kind and spare suffering. And instead, what wound up happening is people just suffered in new and horrific ways without end. And instead, you had these similar birth and rebirth cycles that mirrored in a lot of different ways the horrific blending that she herself had been subjected to. And I think that upon learning that these were the effects of her actions and that there was no greater being able to fix or bring about a positive change, I think in a fit of desperation to try and pass this task off to anyone else, she shattered the Elden Ring. And I think, you know, this act is likely something that she and Radagon disagreed with. I mean, it obviously was, but ultimately Radagon emerged. And I think, you know, I don't know what to make. I still don't know what to make of the Radagon situation. I don't know exactly how to fit him in. Other than, like, maybe he's some kind of amalgamation of all the other things that have been put into the jar. You know, a shadow of Marika, as it were. And I think that would explain, like, the red hair, for example, like giant bits of giant in the jar getting in. I don't know. I'm just kind of running my mouth at this point, but I think that's kind of the entire origin of the conflict here. Yeah, the two fingers have either been lying or been being manipulated by the Mother of Fingers. You know, like, my understanding is that the Mother of Fingers is essentially the conduit through which the greater will the greater will communicates to the Mother of Fingers, and then the Mother of Fingers communicates to the finger readers. I feel like that's kind of the dynamic at play. And either the two fingers were lying the whole time, or the Mother of Fingers was the one actually feeding information to Marika, to those in positions of godhood, maybe even to the god of Placidusax. So, like, we could be looking at basically one of the side bosses in Elden Ring's DLC being like this, I mean, tens of thousands of years, if not millions of years long con artist inflicting suffering without measure upon the entire multiple worlds, you know? I think that that's actually pretty interesting. That's why the finger reader allows you to commit the cardinal sin. Which cardinal sin? Yeah, well, like, he's an entirely different person, but, like, I guess I'm interested, like, where did he come from? And why does he have the signature red hair of a giant? You know, like, I feel like the best explanation I have for that isn't that, like, at one point America, like, or Radagon's dad descended from giants or whatever. I think the best explanation for it, frankly, because we've seen the size of giants, is that a giant was used in the horn scent jar ritual that blended America. In fact, you can actually find a gigantic jar in the ritual space. I think it's in the Bellarat prison or it's in the Bonnie jail. It's in one of those. And yeah. Oh yeah, no, Miyazaki would absolutely hide like 90% of the game's story behind like one illusory wall that no one will find. So for America, it wasn't the murder of her children on the night of the Black Knives. It was actually the abandonment of the greater will by the fingers. Yeah, because I get the impression that America was also figuring out a lot of this stuff, and it took her a long time to kind of discover all of it, you know? And then I think once she did discover it, it's possible that she just attempted to keep it going while looking for a solution to any of this. And then finally the Night of the Black Knives happened, and I think that that's like the moment she realized, oh, I can't make this work. I'm hopelessly out of my depth. And there's no one to turn to. You know, she's completely isolated on this pedestal, and she has no idea what to do. The murder of her children was also maybe her fault. Yeah. There was also a giant jar in the base game, and there's the furnace golem. True. Makes sense. It was a hopeless situation at that point. Yeah, and so, like, I don't know if Marika knew that she would need the Tarnished at one point. Like, I don't know if that was, like, her long-term plan, or if she, like, just hit a point and said, fuck it. It's all fucked. Someone else take this from me. If it was a plan, then I think it was a plan that started long before the Tarnished were sent away, which would mean that it was set in motion long before, well, frankly, long before the Night of the Black Knives. There are also the Redmanes. True. I don't know. It's just the lore makes a very heavy association between red hair and giants, and I feel like that can't possibly just be a coincidence. Is that arch made out of bone? No, it's an arch made out of carbonized bodies. And when you know it, we're not just standing on a... We're just standing on a whole-ass continent of them. The Indian food is so hot I'm sweating. Fuck yeah, that sounds great. Here, let's turn in this remembrance to see what we get. Wait. Oh, that's why the finger reader allows you to commit the cardinal sin, burning the Erd tree? Yes. In fact, it's worth pointing out that the Erd tree has been burned before. I'm not entirely sure the circumstances around that. There are a lot of really prominent theories. But, yeah. It's, this game's crazy deep with its lore. I don't know. I hope you're all enjoying me just rambling about Elden Ring lore. Whole continent of human bodies sounds fucking terrifying as shit. Yeah, it's not great. All right. Oh. Okay, you can get both the swords. Great Sword of Radon, Lord. Okay, they both have the same description. These were in his possession immediately before his triumph over the stars, the swords of a lord who does not rely on physical strength and gravity alone. Unique skill promised consort, imbue the two great swords with the light of Mikola, then deliver a slashing attack accompanied by columns of light. Additional input follow-up for 2 attacks. Cool. Lightspeed slash. Assume a luminous form and leap forward to deliver a downward slash at the speed of light. That sounds so cool. This attack will be followed up by an additional light attack. Charge to increase power of the skill and number of follow-up attacks. That's so cool. And then we have Light of Mikola. The strength of Mikola upon his deific return, wielded as an incantation, annihilates foes with a pillar of light. That does sound pretty cool. Mikola sought to accept all that was and would be, but found one that refused to be embraced. No wonder, as one god and one king consort is all the world needs. Interesting. Ooh, 72 faith. My god. Man, these are all so cool. Gotta go with the swords. Ooh, Young Lion's helm. The golden helm worn by Radon in his younger years, proudly displaying his heroic red hair. It is fitting attire for a lion. When millennia, blade of Mikola, let the rot flower blossom in Aeonia, Radon heard a murmur in his ear. Mikola awaits thee, O promised consort. Holy shit, I can't believe I defeated that guy. Still riding high off of that. Watching Jank descend into madness is upsetting. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It is. Oops. There we go. And... boop. You guys thought I forgot? You guys thought I forgot? that I forgot about this. Chat, I've been going for 4.5 hours. If you've enjoyed the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button. Consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos. Brianna Huffman, you did indeed, but I think the VOD is worth watching.
Or it means nothing. And not even in human beings, like, you think about the times that you've laughed so hard with your friends that like you're physically in pain, or, your mother gives you a card on your birthday or something. Those moments mean something, and we all feel that. And you can make it this very materialist argument with, well, that's because your neurons are firing and you're secreting this hormone and it feels good. Shut up, dude. Like, is that really what you believe, that this is all accidental and it means nothing? If it means
it can both be accidental and still mean something. Like, I don't know, mean something in what sense? Like, my life means something to me whether or not it's an accident or I'm preordained or whatever. Meaning is relative.
Means nothing, honestly, then why not just like kill yourself? Like, why not just like, if you're ever upset?
Because I don't want to. Like, I mean, like, again, the rebuttals here are pretty easy. Like, why don't you just kill yourself? Why would I do that? Like, philosophically, I guess maybe you could ask that question, but like, because I like being alive, I like experience, I like existing, but I also don't expect to exist forever. And so I'm going to treasure the moments I have. That doesn't have to be something that's predicated on religious belief.
Just blow your brains out, because like that's
Jesus.
the same thing physically as if, when you handed me the sparkling water and it exploded. It's all just matter moving around.
Yeah.
So, okay, my brain matter is now on, the whiskey bottle, but it's like, what even is the difference? If it's all meaningless, it all means nothing. It's just matter.
Man, it really does sound like John Doyle's going through some shit here.
And so you have to make that choice. Like, does it mean something or does it mean nothing? And the experiences that I've had that are just very great, very not great, seeing the way even animals interact in nature, the way that they play with each other, the way that, bears will frolic around or dance in a stream. Why do they?
I feel like you're being really selective, because bears also like rip each other's throats out. Like they like I don't know, like ants get crushed 1 trillion times per day or something. Like I feel like the animal kingdom in particular is not a good benchmark for this. Like, he's trying to make an appeal to nature, like nature is this kind, loving thing, but like it's not. Like, survival of the fittest is not a kind mistress.
They do that. What is the evolutionary argument for why a bear is more able to pass down his seed if he has fun in a river? Maybe beauty in the world exists because God made the world beautiful.
Because maybe the bear that plays in the river has less stress and is therefore a more successful hunter, more successful at fighting off disease than a bear that's like stressed and like pushing itself to its limits all the time. I like, you can actually pretty easily think of a reason why a survival of the fittest world would still include happiness. But one of the interesting things here is that that phrase, survival of the fittest, evolution, the entire premise of evolution, the entire premise of how the natural world grows and develops is through mass slaughter. Like, that's what happens in the animal kingdom day in and day out. Like, it is a deeply violent system. It is one, in fact, predicated upon violence and death. So, like, the fact that you're trying to make this appeal to the natural world, I think is pretty flawed.
Beautiful, and God wants humans to enjoy life and be happy and follow his teaching. That makes more sense to my rational faculties than it just being a total accident.
Right.
That is incomprehensible to me. And I'm even willing to just roll those dice. Maybe I'm wrong, and then, you know, when I die, everything just goes black. And it's like, okay, it's like Pascal's wager. You
Right,
know?
you'll never
Maybe
know.
atheists have like 2-hour video essays about why that's illogical. I don't care. It's like too long, not watching. I'm going to go enjoy life, have fun with my friends, and be a boss.
Wait, but like, I'm gonna go out and have fun with my friends and have like, but you're restricting your entire life around your religious belief. So like, the question would be like, hey, is that worth it? Like, if your religious belief promised you eternal happiness and pleasure, would it be worth going out and living in the desert and like beating yourself with like brambles every day? Because people did that in the past. People have done that. Like, what makes your particular Pascal's wager for Catholicism more valid than Pascal's wager for, say, that old ancient Christian living in the wastes with a bleeding back? You know? It doesn't. That's kind of his arguments are really bad.
Scoist, you know, as our friend Thursday says, I will have fun and not sin, and that will guide my life, you know.
More like he'll have fun and not see.
Yeah, no, amen. Yeah, if we've merely been coughed into existence by a blind cosmic process that didn't have us in mind, since there is no objective, mind-independent meaning to the universe, it follows inescapably there is no objective purpose to your life.
Right.
I don't know why that would be disconcerting. Genuinely, like, where does this need to have someone hand you a role for your existence come from? I don't. Well, it comes from the same place that had them talking about how they need daddies and they need, you know, someone to tell them they're pieces of shit. Like, that's where this comes from, I guess. But you can actually come up with your own meaning that's important to you. You know? Some people live their lives and they want to speak for the trees. They want to preserve, you know, life for their grandkids and their great-grandkids. Some people look at the long movement of history and seek to conserve things they find valuable, and others just seek to have a good time while they're here. And like, I think that all of those can be valid, you know, at least morally, ethically.
And that's the thing we really hope to be true. We would like ourselves to have a purpose.
Yeah.
It seems to me if God doesn't exist, then you're left with subjective purposes. Sort of, you kind of tell yourself you have this grand mission, but at the end of the day, you'll be dead. Everyone you love will be dead.
Right.
The universe will end in what they call the heat death.
Yeah.
And there'll be nothing. So that might.
Or I'm just going to throw this out there. Heat death of the universe occurs, but because we don't fully understand how quantum mechanics would happen after heat death, and we do know that spontaneous energy does erupt in our universe all the time, that you could have another spontaneous event. And it might be on an order of like trillions upon trillions of years, but you could have an event take place that would effectively recreate a Big Bang. I just, again, how is that sad to you? Like, is it sad to you because there's no one to read the story at the very end? Like, I don't know. Sometimes stories just end. Like, if you're a character in a book and someone reads the book and closes the final, you know, it closes the cover after finishing the final page, do the characters in the book suffer? I don't think so.
might be true, right? It might be the case that there's no God, but why think that? And I'm with you. It seems to me that if I look at the arguments for theism and for atheism, and even if I were to find them,
I want them to, elaborate on what arguments they find compelling.
on par equal, such that I can't decide, right?
Yeah.
Which is not the case. I actually think the arguments for theism are far better.
Cool.
But if it were the
Why, list them.
case, then it seems to me that I'm sort of within my rights, not that there is such a thing, to sort of go along with whatever I want to be true.
Right.
And if you say, well, aren't you lying to yourself? You say, well, why would it be wrong to lie to yourself?
Yeah.
Where do you get this idea of objective morality anyway?
Yeah, and one of the things too that was very compelling is, and I don't believe in viewing Christianity as a sort of like utilitarian, I should follow it because it's better for me. But you notice that when you do what God wants you to do, things just get better.
Yeah.
Things in your life improve. And when you do,
It's interesting. How do you know what God wants you to do? Is it up to your interpretation of a book? Is it up to somebody else's interpretation of a book? Is it listening to, the wind? Is it, having a prayerful meditation and, allowing thoughts to form in your mind? But like, how are you to determine what is and is not God telling you how to better your life?
what God says not to do, things actually get a lot worse.
Yeah.
And you feel that sort of, corrosion on your spirit. And so that has to mean something. That has to be a vindication of something. I mean, that can't just be a coincidence.
It would be like if you had before you...
Well, I mean, we're watching a show, Brianna Huffman, that's called Pints with Aquinas, so you kind of know what you're in for.
a nice red steak and a glass of wine. And then over here, you've got Takis and Mountain Dew. Takis, that's what you call them in America, don't you? Those, I don't know, some bad Doritos, let's say, right? And you're not sure which one's better for you. And suppose these are the only two options you have to eat for the rest of your life. And what you find is, well, when I go with the Doritos and the Mountain Dew constantly all the time, I feel really gross.
Yeah.
And when I go with the water, let's say, or the steak, I feel really great.
What? So you need a little bit of atheism and a little bit of theism as a treat?
Well, I'm going to go with that. Even if I can't tell you scientifically why this is better than that, my experience tells me that this makes me healthy, so I'm going to go with that. So too with Christianity. I mean, I was a fornicator. I even told my girlfriend once that she should get an abortion if she was pregnant.
All of these people are so full of shit. All of these people are so, like, you know, abortions for me, but not for thee. You know, like, holy fuck, guys. The amount of twists and turns that this particular interview has taken have been completely unpredictable to me. I have to be honest. At 2 hours and 15 minutes in, with 15 minutes left, I did not see him talking about, yeah, I used to be a fornicator. I used to get laid all the time. I even told one of my girlfriends to get an abortion once. And it's like, bro, what are you doing? By your own logic, you should be in prison. Like, the Republican Party wants you in jail, bro.
And I said it so flippantly,
Yeah.
and I was shocked that she was shocked.
Yeah.
I was just evangelized by Friends and Cosmo and the culture of death, and it was gross. And looking at pornography and masturbating and
I feel like you're leaving a lot unsaid in that story. Did she get the abortion? Because you're only talking about like how you were shocked by how shocked she was at your suggestion. So like, did you put a ring on that? Is that your first kid? Like, what? Tell me more.
What a gross, effeminate cream puff life to live. It didn't work.
It's a gross and effeminate cream puff life to get laid, masturbate, and I guess have anxiety attacks while desperately pleading with your partner to get an abortion. This does not sound like a great cream puff life. This sounds like you made some goofs. And instead of fessing up and taking responsibility for them, you ran away from that into religion.
I wasn't satisfied. And, you know, and now I very much am. And it's not that it's without the cross, without pain, without sadness, without suffering, but there's meaning in it.
Exactly.
Also, what interesting words, right? What interesting word choices in here. It's an effeminate life to jerk off to porn. Okay. I know that this entire show has been like shooting fish in a barrel when it comes to talking about these two men and their homoeroticism that constantly keeps popping up. But like if you're a straight cis man and you're watching porn that is effeminate, generally I wouldn't consider like straight cis porn to be effeminate. It's not like an association I would make. So I guess what I'm trying to get at here is that I think we learned a little bit too much about this man's porn habits through the way he describes himself and how he feels after indulging. So I don't know what that means. I'm just pointing out the language is weird. With, you know, I'm stamped on that I have a degree in English literature, so I at least know something about what does and does not sound weird. Dude is in the DMs of a trans person. You know what? Genuinely, I don't get that vibe from this guy. I get gay vibes from this guy. I get like homosexual. Like he hooking up on Grindr.
You're going to be suffering, and it's like, okay, I'm suffering because raising children is hard.
Yeah.
Being a husband is difficult. That's why there's nobility in it. But if you're still suffering, but what? So you can eat Doritos and drink Mountain Dew? I mean, well, to that I would say embrace the third position and have the steak with the Mountain Dew. I think that is actually the optimal
steak and Mountain Dew?
the actual combination for the man in America. But no, you're absolutely right, because people actually aren't irreligious. I mean, there are no real atheists. They outsource their meaning to something. They have religious beliefs. You know, there's a saying online that every state
He's in the
has
DMs of
blasphemy
femboys.
laws.
There you go.
It just depends on what those are. Like in this country, you know, like with George Carlin, it's very easy to get on stage and monetize and make money by making fun of Christ. But
And you know what? It's also very easy to get online and monetize and make fun of other old dead people like George Carlin.
can't do that with someone like George Floyd. If you do that, you'll probably be arrested, maybe even killed. That
If that were true, conservatives would be massacred, John. You know that, right? Like, if what you just said was anywhere near true, like half of all conservatives would be in like Biden gulags right now.
That is something that's sacred in this country, is these social causes to which these people dedicate their lives. So they'll say, there is no God, existence has no purpose. What that means is I just want to do whatever I want and be, you know, a slob and have...
You know, it's really wonderful how these people just go fully mask off with not believing in the premise of America. You know, like they'll cloak themselves in nationalism when it's convenient. You know, like see John Doyle's entire show where he like, you know, has an intro that calls back to 1950s Americana. You know, his set is made up of like World War II America props, and like they'll cloak themselves in that when it's convenient, but the second that they can shit all over the very concept of people having individual freedoms, they'll do it. And that's the entire premise of the country we live in, bro. It's the entire reason, like, you aren't actually being arrested for, you know, making fun of George Floyd. It's the reason you're not being summarily executed for that, actually. The freedoms that you are currently taking for granted.
Have promiscuous sex and, you know, just do whatever I want, just be lazy and be like totally, you know, just of nothing. but then they dedicate themselves to those social causes. And when they hear someone speak poorly of one of their martyrs, you know, Trayvon Martin, George Floyd, that evokes in them the same response as would someone in this town.
Just as a reminder, Trayvon Martin was 17 years old. Like, he's like, oh yeah, you can't even talk about a 17-year-old being murdered by police, or by George Zimmerman, rather. Can't even talk about that. Well, you can't even say, like, actually, this armed vigilante totally had the right to kill this child. You don't understand. And people get mad at you for that, like you're saying something monstrous. Yeah, John, it's because you're saying something monstrous. You're coming out in defense of child killing. This would be like someone in your Bible study group being like, actually, I think Abraham should have killed Isaac. You know, just to be sure. Like, God said he didn't have to, but, like, he could have still done that, right? Like, I feel like that's, like, the equivalent. Like, someone in your study group just being like, yeah, actually, they should have killed more children. Yeah. Yeah. Like, that's not illegal to say. But it's not going to make you any friends either.
If you spoke
poorly
poorly
of the Blessed Mother. so-
Exactly.
I was
What is the third position Doyle wants us to embrace? Probably Nazism. Is he looking for... No, I don't get the sense that, from earlier conversation, that John Doyle is looking for a bottom. I think he's looking for something else.
was looking on my phone here because I was looking.
You know, something that can fill his, you know, God-shaped hole, if you know what I'm saying.
Up a scripture verse. It seems to me that, like, as a Christian conservative, we ought to be tempered by Holy Scripture and the teachings of the church, you know? Like, just like there's the kind of woke Olympics, you know, you see it spiraling and it becomes crazier and crazier, and a sign that you're really woke and enlightened.
Come on, that was good, right? Ugh. I thought that was a good reference to, like, religious argumentation. All right,
So you
whatever.
keep saying increasingly crazy things, and you keep looking back at the people who haven't reached how crazy you are yet, and you call them backwards.
Yeah.
Well, there's the temptation to do the same thing on the right, where you become red-pilled and increasingly weird.
Yeah.
And
Bro, even this guy's like, yeah, there's some people on the right who are really fucking crazy. They're so weird and out there. And meanwhile, like, bro, have you heard like half the things you've said in this entire show? I'm actually speechless. Does he have self-awareness? No, of course not. None of them do.
calling everyone a beta male who's to the other side of you.
Yeah.
But I'm you know, and here's a scripture I read today: if you hate your brother, you have no light within you.
Yeah.
Like, we have to allow the scriptures to.
If you hate your brother, then you have no light within you. Yeah, says John Doyle, guy whose entire show is about hating trans and gay people and minorities.
Temper and to rebuke and to reform our passions.
Yeah.
Especially in a politically angry environment like this, where we are tempted to hate Joe Biden. We're tempted to hate those who are promoting abortion, rather than seeing them as our brothers and sisters within a spiritual battle who will spend all eternity in hell or heaven, and for whom Christ died.
Yeah. No, I think you're absolutely right. You can.
I feel like John Doyle is right now seeing all of the shows in which he's talked about like the need to exterminate gays.
Not allow yourself to lose your smile and lose your spirit. You have to have a love of mankind and a love of life and an appreciation for it, because a lot of people, they fall into even our circles out of bitterness, out of a desire for revenge against those who they perceived have wronged them. And, you know, it's one thing to pray for the deliverance of your enemies, but it's another thing to like truly almost get off on their downfall and bad things happening to them. And, you know, you can't view Christ as the sort of big brother who's going to come to the playground and like beat up the kid who threw sand in your eye. You know, you have to pray for the well-being, obviously, but you don't want to view religion as a sort of tool where it's like, okay, well, you know, I can't get a girlfriend because feminism or whatever. Well, just you wait, because God's going to send you all to hell, and then I win. And it's like, that's a negative way of viewing it, because it's just like,
the lack of awareness in what's like the disconnect between what he's saying religiously here and how he lives his day-to-day life, and like the kind of content he puts out into the world, absolutely insane. No, there's no self-awareness happening here whatsoever with Otro.
viewing it as a sort of a tool for revenge against those who have wronged you, instead of something that it really transcends our even comprehension of justice.
Cynicism seems to me to be an easy way out, because nothing's required of me except to essentially give up. Like, I give up on the world, I give up on the future, I give up on hope.
This is true, by the way. You know what? I'll give him like the last 3 sentences are true.
And then anyone who disagrees with me and has hope, I call naive. And so I'm both lazy and superior.
Right.
You seem like a very hopeful man. You seem like...
He's not.
Well, I know you said you're rather cynical. You said maybe more cynical than me in certain, but you talk a great deal about the hope you see in these young men. You know, that you encounter. You know, the hope to reform things in the United States. Could you talk to that?
Sure. I guess when I say I'm cynical, it's more so in a lot of the political processes, which I've seen because I've read a lot and about, you know, what has happened, and I've seen a lot, and I think I have a pretty good timeline of events. And so when I see somebody come along and present something that they swear is a new idea and you have to listen to them, that I am more cynical towards, because, you know, I've read about it, I've seen it, I know why that's probably not going to play out. And that doesn't mean that I'm like back in the armchair like I'm so much smarter than everyone. It's just you see enough and you sort of understand how these things tend to play out. But the other side of that coin is I know what has worked throughout history. I know what has been a vehicle to advance Christ's word, and it is the spirit of these young guys. And so seriously, I'm sure you've seen it a million times too. And they come up to you and you talk to them and you can see it in their eyes. They have this life and they truly believe that they can be a force for good in the world and they can change the world. And it almost makes you literally want to cry because you just see these young men and they believe that they can do these things, and they can, and it's true. And there's been so much in the world that has been designed to beat them down and to take that force and redirect it into nothing, whether it's alcohol or sports betting or pornography or marijuana, and to take that light in their eye and just kill it and crush it. And insofar as we can preserve that and protect it and channel it into something good, like that is the highest calling, I think. And making young men more able to actualize God's plan for them is like the greatest thing we can do, because that is how things tend to happen. I mean, again, we love women, and women have an
I know I've been talking about men for like the last 30 minutes, but women, we love women. We think we love thinking about women and their womanly bits. They're good, but really the men and their rippling abs, we need to talk and think more about them, okay?
important role, but when men decide that history has to change and the trajectory of things has to change, that is when it happens.
Yeah, the strength of men is indispensable.
Yeah.
If a neighborhood is safe, it's because of the men.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the men aren't doing shit, because they know they have actual moral compasses. If a street's not safe, it's also generally because of the men. Just as an FYI. Oh god. I just also like it is intriguing to me, we'll put it this way, that they can't conceive of a place that is safe because of women. They're like obviously the only reason a place is safe is because of the men. Oh, okay. Can't just be like because of the people who live there. It has to be the men. Like, you know, ladies could like shoot guns too, right? Like it's not unheard of. You guys literally sell guns to women as means of self-defense. Like it kind of seems weird that you're now like, well, actually, men are good because they could get shot twice before they die. Like what? They have more HP in the health meter. You see.
If a country is safe, it's because of the men. We need the strength of men.
Yeah,
And so how sad
sexism
it
has
is to
rotted
try
their
to
brains.
rob
True.
men of their strength, which is what pornography does. Essentially, it emasculates men, robbing.
Why does he make it sound like he's being topped by the pornography? Like he's being emasculated by watching porn? I have to keep coming back around to this. I think that's because of the porn you're watching, bud. The kind of porn you're watching can do that. That's on you, though.
Them of the ability to be masculine. If masculine in its genius is my
Okay, wait. So you can actually his position is that you can watch so much porn that you cease to be a man?
strength, robbing them of the ability to be masculine.
So what you're saying here is gender's a social construct where men can cease to be men? So interesting. Tell me more about this idea that you've just come up with yourself. I'd love to go more in depth with that.
Masculine in its genius is my strength on you, for the sake of you, for the sake of my wife, for the sake of my community.
For the sake of you, for the sake of my wife, for the sake of my community, I will not nut.
Pornography says the opposite. It's like I take your strength, like I rob you of your dignity for my lower passions. And then when a man tries to come out of that, he's called toxic.
Yes,
Again, the fucking Pints with Aquinas. Your phrasing, man. When a man tries to come out of that, come out as what? Come out as what?
Exactly, and that's why too. It's such a tell when states are trying to pass age verification laws. Like, okay, we're not going to ban pornography, but if you want to access it, you need to verify your age with an ID or something, or a credit card. And these companies are now shutting down servers in those states because they're saying, well, we're not going to. So what does that mean if you're a company?
So what does that mean? It's actually quite simple. Compiling a state database of who is accessing pornography effectively, can out people for being gay or lesbian or trans. You get a lot of metadata off of that. And compiling these kinds of this kind of information can be very, paints a big target on the back of these companies for hackers. It does, it also makes them liable for anyone who cheats their systems. And that's by design. The design of these types of requirements is to be too onerous and to prevent these companies from being able to function, which John Doyle's in favor of. He told us that earlier in this show.
Who is distributing pornography, and you find out that children are no longer going to be able to access your product, and you shut the whole state down. You're like, fine, we're not going to do business. What does that mean about your intentions as a company? I mean, think about it.
Their intentions as a company is to make money. And the reason they're not operating in the state is because they think they will be too legally liable, and therefore, are choosing to avoid litigation that could bankrupt their companies. That's it. That's the explanation. But he's going to imply that their motivation is to secretly trans or gay the youth, while also grooming them to be sexual degenerates or something like that.
Selling cigarettes, you probably want people to get addicted to cigarettes so you can sell more cigarettes. These companies are selling pornography, sex, ad revenue, and when a young man's brain is most plastic is when he's most susceptible to literally crystallizing these neural pathways, neurochemical.
Oh man, dude. Okay. Again, the language in this is so interesting. He's talking about crystallizing neural pathways. So basically, for those of you who are unaware of what that means, there's a whole lot of conspiratorial thinking around what is called the calcification of the pineal gland. The pineal gland is a part of your brain, and as you age, it tends to calcify or begin to harden a bit. So what he's trying to say here is like some woo nonsense about how like you getting older and your calcifying pineal gland are like, you know, it's a sign that your brain isn't as supple as it used to be, you know, like that's the issue here. Can we Yeah, like, man, here's like an article from Discover, okay? The myths of the pineal gland. A COVID-19 conspiracy theory is the latest in a long line of myths about the pineal gland. Okay, basically, the theory about COVID-19 is that infrared thermometers widely used to screen people for fever are actually designed to damage the brain's pineal gland with some kind of harmful ray. Which is not true at all, just as an FYI. In the 17th century, René Descartes described the pineal gland as the point where the immaterial soul contacts the material body, building on the work of earlier philosophers who saw it as a kind of valve that controlled the flow of spirits within the brain. In the 19th century, the pineal was widely identified with the third eye of Hinduism and given much spiritual significance. So basically, this is this is where the woo element comes in. Like, oh man, your brain is hardening. It's turning into it's calcifying. Your third eye is closing. Yeah. In the late 20th century, conspiracy beliefs involving the pineal arose, which drew on the reputation of the pineal as the eye of the soul. Again, third eye woo nonsense. The first of these ideas is that water fluoridation is a conspiracy designed to damage the pineal gland and thus dampen the spiritual and psychic abilities of the population. Then it was mobile phones and Wi-Fi. This is again where you get 5G. A lot of the conspiracism around 5G had to do with the fact that the band waves would calcify the pineal gland and thus, you know, lead to the feminization of America's men or, you know, any number of other, like, unlikely outcomes. So, that is that.
In his brain, which we did a whole 2-hour video on that on my channel, which goes through all the science behind that. But the average age of exposure being 11, and again, that's average, meaning 50% is even lower than that. And that number, by the way, that average gets lower every year with when boys are being exposed to this content. So of course they have an incentive to have their product accessible to boys at a younger age, people at a younger age. And so it's just,
genuinely, the issue is that there's no logistical way to do that. That the issue is, and John Doyle knows this, by the way. John Doyle knows that there's no way for these companies to actually institute like ID check or ID verification. It's a problem for the entire internet. But he's okay with that because, well, the fact that it's impossible just means he gets to look like he's making a reasonable demand, while and paint his opponent as, you know, a pedophilic conspiracy, essentially, while pushing for laws that would effectively ban porn from different parts of the country.
Just so pernicious and evil because of that. And there is something too about, you know, meeting the average man where he is, where the people who built this country, you know, the Christian political tradition, the Anglo-Saxon political tradition.
See, there he goes. He's slipping in the Nazi talking points. All right. Pro tip. Okay. If you're ever in a setting of conservatives and someone starts talking about the Anglo-Saxon tradition, you, my friend, are in the middle of a group of Nazis. Okay? Anyone who calls themselves a paleoconservative or is talking about the Anglo-Saxon purity or tradition or culture, they're a racist. They're virulently racist. They're basically in the Ku Klux Klan. All right? Hey, Ms. Milena.
They understood that the average man is not going to be this hyper vigilant, looking for temptation around every corner, always on guard.
Oh no, paleoconservatives are like even more traditionalist conservatives, aka they're fascists. They are out and out neo-Nazis.
They understood that. And so they had to create a society that protected against people being able to profit off the degradation of their fellow man, such as by selling pornography. It's one thing if you've got a theater, you've got guys who want to go to the theater and watch like people have sex on.
Look, it's one thing if you want to have a pervert theater,
A big screen or whatever. Those theaters like that have existed, you know, ever since there have been theaters.
I love that what he's describing is something that has effectively like ceased to exist in most of the country. Yeah, why can't you go to the theater and crank it out?
Shows, things like that.
It's contained, but the democratization to where any child can access this with a simple Google search, that's absolutely unacceptable. Because if I see,
again, this has been possible. This was possible decades before you were born, child.
a billboard for marijuana, I can acknowledge that's a product, or I can maybe I want McDonald's. But the second you see pornography, and honestly, in many cases, even hear about it, the male brain is wired a certain way to want to pursue that content. It's enticing.
The male brain, we're wired to pursue that content, and definitely not just hang out with our bros and, you know, charge our crystals.
So you are no longer the same rational consumer, like in a marketplace where you're like, my options are to watch porn or not watch porn. And then you see porn, you're not like evaluating, like, should I make this decision? Like, you're like a dog smelling steak. It's already pursuing or pushing you in that direction. And so it has to be regulated because of that, knowing how men are, how human beings are, and frankly, how evil the people are who are profiting off this. I mean, they know exactly what they're doing.
This sounds like schizo shit. That's because it is. Like, fascism is incoherent. It is untethered from empiricism. It is untethered from rationality, and therefore, like, to a fascist, this sounds like a coherent ideology because it feels like a coherent ideology, while they just faff about, frankly.
They know what they're doing to the family structure. These people get off on that subversion. That's why the two most popular porn categories right now, if you go on these websites, are like incest, where they've got families having sex with each other, which is
I don't know if you guys want to get too introspective about the association with that and your religious beliefs. I don't know. I don't know if you guys want to go down that road. All right.
Is in the young man's mind, sexualizing his relationship with his sister and with his mother, and that develops. Or they have like interracial stuff. They want like young white Christian boys to
Wait a minute. Yeah.
see black guys having sex with white women as a form of, I believe, demoralization. We have to
See, like, John Doyle isn't subtle about being a white nationalist, guys. He's a neo-Nazi. He straight up says, because, like, you know, he knows they're wrapping up soon. He's just like, ah, fine, I'll just say it. Yeah, I think, you know, these poor young white boys are watching these, like, strong, bold black men railing these white chicks, and, you know, I think it's a form of racial demoralization. It's like, damn, dude, you just going straight to Birth of a Nation with this one, I guess. My God.
to wonder, why are they pushing that in particular so hard? This kind of pornography, black guys, white women, I mean, you see.
They aren't pushing it hard, guy. Obviously, the people pushing it hard are in the video, but the ones who are pushing the algorithm to show this content the most are the people searching for it on the website. If people weren't searching for it on the website all the time, they wouldn't have it in the top categories. That's on you guys, my guy.
Even in advertisements. Why are they doing that? I think it's because they want to demoralize young American boys who predominantly are white and see.
I do really want to know if the guy he's talking to is like, yeah, you're totally right. Black people having sex with white women is racial intimidation. I want to see if he nods along or is just like, what the fuck?
That sort of imagery, you know, their families are being sexualized. The idea of them being bred out of existence is something that they're now getting off to. It's like a
I think that if you see porn of a black man having sex with a white lady and your thought goes immediately to, damn, bro, we're being bred out of existence. That's a you problem, first and foremost, and also, like, that's where your mind goes. You're the one who clicked on the video, my guy. You clicked on the video to watch that content, and now you're getting mad at the hypothetical assumption that you're making about this. You know, like that's it's so weird. It's so many levels of hoops for his brain to jump through. Well, simply imagining interracial couples. Like that's what's happening here, right? Like, he's upset about race mixing. He's literally more racist than, like, your average 1950s white guy with a pitchfork.
very humiliating and debasing kind of content, which of course would be produced by people who hate American Christians.
Yeah, so a lot of things you've said today, you've changed how
I mean, I feel like a lot of the reason the people who make those hate American Christians is probably because American Christians aren't treating them very well.
Because I think you talked about weed like this. You said we're given this lie, or many of us.
Oh, okay. We're just out. You're just gonna gloss right over the white supremacy. Okay. I mean, I guess with that haircut, I'm not surprised.
Come to think that, well, the government's allowing us to have pot because it's grassroots. But you're saying a lot of it's top down. It's
all. There has never, I promise you this, there has never been anything that's happened politically, for the most part, that has happened because of a top down. If it is, or excuse me,
bottom up.
Bottom up. If it is bottom up.
Because John Doyle, believes that they control everything in the world. By they, of course, I mean the Jews, because he's a fucking neo-Nazi, guys.
It is because people have gotten together and they have organized and they've worked their way through institutions and accumulated power, which is then used to implement their agenda. All of the biggest accomplishments in the latter half of the 20th century.
All of the biggest accomplishments.
social liberalism happened because of court rulings, because of lawyers, because of these NGOs. It wasn't because of
Yeah, I feel like what we've witnessed in this 2.5 hour long video is basically how masculinity, specifically a threatened masculinity, is key to understanding fascist appeal, rhetoric, and ideology. I feel like that is kind of what all of this has been about. It's sexual insecurity that drives these two men. The idea that they can't control their own sexual destinies, let alone, the sexual destinies of their children or the people around them. And it bothers them. It drives them insane.
protests, the civil rights movement even. The civil rights movement had the backing of cultural elites, Hollywood elites.
Yeah, the largest civil rights protest in American history. Just it was really a top-down thing. The elites were all rooting for racism to be abolished, huh?
Elites, financiers, people who wanted to enshrine equality as the governing point of the nation rather than a meritocracy as the founders envisioned. And they write the history books such that everyone just woke up one day and were like, wait a minute, why are we picking on these people for looking different than us? That's so stupid. We know better than our grandparents. It's not actually what happened. Same thing with the gay rights movement. It literally started in bars, gay bars. They were organizing. They had activists. They had psychologists. It started in 1973. They had a group of psychologists who called themselves the Gay PA, as opposed to the APA, the American Psychological or Psychiatric Association, who infiltrated the organization and put pressure on them politically to take homosexuality out of the DSM, which is like their Bible for mental illness, to say it's not a pathology. It's not something that's weird.
Well, that's because it wound up that it wasn't a pathology. It wound up that there are people of all kinds of mental states that are gay.
It's actually totally normal because
I wonder what went wrong with this guy. Autistic fixation on fascism plus fear of foreignness, which includes LGBTQ people as well as anyone who's not white.
They knew that in order to gain acceptance of this in the mind of the American public, they were going to need to take away the ability of people to say, wait a minute, isn't that like a mental illness or something? So the research they submitted to disprove the pathology, which, by the way,
I love that, by the way, that John Doyle doesn't care enough about most things to actually do reading. But is like, yeah, actually, here's an in-depth reason why mental health diagnoses in the 70s and 80s were superior to those of the 90s and early aughts. Like, you have no background in this, guy whatsoever. And not only that, you're disagreeing not just with the gay PA, you're disagreeing with every reputable psychologist since the 1990s.
A couple Thanksgivings ago doing this.
That's 30 years, by the way. 30 years of newly minted psychologists.
If you go through the literature medically on homosexuality, it is fascinating what actually causes this, because people think it's genetic, people think it's maybe...
Oh, man. Yeah, okay, John, do it. Solve the gay mystery for us. Why are we gay, John?
That research has been shelved away like the ending scene of Raiders of the Lost Ark, literally, just in a warehouse, gone. No one touches it. Everyone thinks it was like...
Oh, okay, so it's, a bunch of secret studies. What are they, John?
Crazy. The piece of research that they submitted to get this taken out of the DSM.
Yeah.
Wait, what about all the studies that established that it was a pathology, John? I thought you were about to tell us about all the studies, all of the reputable studies that are out there about how being gay is a mental health disorder, John. They all got shelved away, but then you went and read all of them, right, John? That's what happened? Or are you just saying this because you found out that people from the 1970s agreed with you? And instead of feeling shame at the fact that your ideological outlook mirrors that of people who didn't know shit about shit in the 1970s. Like that didn't cause you any introspection. Instead, you doubled down. Cool stuff.
Was they did a study where they had a group of
How much longer am I streaming?
heterosexuals
I don't know.
interpret Rorschach tests, like ink blots.
Yeah.
Write down your interpretations.
Yeah.
Then they had a group of gay people do the same thing. Write down what you interpret. Then they had a random group of people compare these two groups of interpretations.
Okay.
Say, do you see any difference between these?
Yeah.
Said, no, not really. It's not a pathology. It's the same thing. They got that. That's how they got that taken out. And now there's a podcast.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yep, that sounds totally legit, man. And that was the only study. That was the one study that proved being gay isn't a pathology. I'm sure no one in the 80s or 90s or early aughts had any vested interest in showing what made people gay.
It was recorded on NPR, your tax dollars, called The 81 Words, where they celebrate that this happened, that these gay activists came in, infiltrated the APA, got it removed, and then now, there's transsexuality has been removed, all these other things. That's how it happens. And they write the history book.
That's how what happens? Science? Because, yeah, that's how science works, John. You test peer-reviewed studies and then, rule out different causes and effects. My God.
To say,
it's the scientific method,
realized,
John.
Wait a minute. Love is love. Why are we picking on these people? It's never how it happens. It's always these hyper-organized groups of people who infiltrate these organizations and decide what is going to happen. And then they write the history to say that we all actually disagreed with this. And if your neighbor or your uncle at Thanksgiving doesn't, he's out of touch, because that's better messaging, right? If we
Well, you guys are fucking weird and bizarre. You were talking about how, when you think of, a black man and a white woman together, you think of, the dying of our race. What are you talking about, dude? That's so weird. That's so fucking weird.
accomplish something, I don't want to write that oh yeah, we did this because then people are going to be like, wait, that's kind of illegitimate. I'm going to write, actually, we all just sort of woke up one day and realized this. We had a mass movement.
Yeah.
You could do anything if you just put your mind to it. It's true, but that doesn't mean go wave a sign outside of a Capitol building. You have to be disciplined, and it takes decades, but it can happen. So we have to do the same thing, but in the opposite direction. We have to crawl back up the slippery slope, the same way that they threw our country off the cliff.
This is why I think it's important that we don't allow our children to watch movies that would make a trans character, or be sympathetic to a trans character or a gay.
This is why I think it's very important that we never show our children anything that shows that gay people or trans people are human beings. Okay? We need to make sure that we show them only as weird, freakish goblins. You know, like some kind of propaganda campaign to dehumanize our adversaries. You know, we maybe modeling it off of a historical one. Who knows? Also, like, this guy's Hitler. Can we agree this guy's Hitler particles are like off the charts?
Character, because that's how they did it with Will and Grace and these sorts of things. They start putting that in your face. You start laughing about it. I forget what it.
Yeah, those monsters. You start laughing at their lovable antics.
Is it a man
seeing them
Otto,
as people?
Or the man named Otto or something? Tom Hanks. I was watching this with my wife. It seemed like a lovely, decent movie or whatever. Yeah. And then here's the trans character, and don't you...
Seemed like a lovely movie, and then suddenly they wanted me to think of a trans person as a human being, and I just can't do it.
You feel bad for them, and, you know, it's propaganda.
Absolutely.
And I am so tired of spending...
See, like, this is the thing, right? Like, trans people merely existing to them is propaganda. This is why ultimately we say over and over, trans people tell you guys, if these people ever come into power, they will try to kill us.
You know, whenever I condemn sodomy, say, or talk about mutilating your body as something despicable and disgusting, I'm so tired of having to spend 99% of the time reminding everybody, I don't hate you, yeah. And then I'm so tired of
99% of the time I have to tell everyone that I don't hate you, I don't hate you. And you know what? I was lying those times. I do hate you, actually, and I'm so tired of having to lie all the time.
Of doing that. And,
Yeah.
and I don't think we should do that. I think we should be on the offensive.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm so tired of saying I don't hate you. And you know what? I think we should stop doing that. We should go on the offensive by telling more people that you hate them. Like that to you, that's spreading God's love. These Christian fascists, man. The Christian nationalist movement in America is just fascism. It's just fascism within the American context.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, look. I mean, there's situations where you do need to be nuanced. If someone came to me and they believed that they were born in the wrong body, I would have nothing but sympathy and love for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except you also wouldn't accept them in your society. Like you can't even bear to see them in a television show. You just finished telling us that.
You know, if somebody told me they have same-sex attraction, I would love them. I wouldn't be weirded out. Whatever.
Bro, you just talked about how like you don't believe in showing movies or media with gay or trans people in them. You can't have it both ways. Like you can't be like I love black people, but I wouldn't show my children a movie with a black person in it and then say that you love black people. Like it doesn't follow, okay? You think that there's some secret separate thing that needs to be separated from society, like when it comes to like LGBTQ people. You think what exactly?
Whatever.
Yeah.
But it's the propaganda from the media and elsewhere that tells.
Again, the propaganda that you described was characters existing in a movie. Like, you didn't even talk about anything that the trans person in the Tom Hanks movie did. You just mentioned that a trans person was in the movie. And it ruined the entire thing for you. Like, I don't know. Like, this reminds me a lot of my dad, by the way. Like, my dad would watch reality television shows, and sometimes there'd be, like, a gay partnership on, like, The Amazing Race or something. And, like, anytime they'd show, like, the couple kiss or, like, hold hands, my dad would, like, physically cringe, like, just, ugh, disgusting. Like, but you know, you tolerate everyone.
Tells us that we hate them,
Yeah.
that it always puts us on the defensive.
Yeah, and it's very convenient too because they feel a sense of despair because of the lifestyles that they choose to live. And if they can blame that on this imaginary Christian power structure,
Right.
Again, it's not imaginary. You just said you would never show your children media with trans people in it. That's not an isolated position. And when you have enough people from your specific group pushing that narrative, well, that emboldens other people in your group to say assault trans people in bathrooms, or to assault presumed trans people who wind up being cis people. Like, this is what happens. This is the extension of your ideology here. The hatred and lack of acceptance and lack of understanding that's going on here is pushing people from the Christian nationalist background to committing horrible acts of violence and hatred against LGBTQ people. And like, you just pretend that it doesn't exist. You're just saying, oh no, all of that is imaginary. It's being done by lone wolves. It's not part of a larger structure. It just fell out of the coconut tree.
then it's easier to vilify that and finally crush it into where it doesn't even exist anymore. But it's interesting the point you bring up about propaganda, because we don't know how to make good propaganda on the rights. We think it has to be this sort of like in the video, for example, that you were watching about conservatives making culture. We think it has to be very self-aware, over the top. You know, I'm Ronald Reagan riding a dinosaur, firing off an Uzi. Like, this is what right-wing propaganda. One of the best examples of right-wing propaganda. Can you guess? There's a movie that came out in 2006, I believe.
Was it? I was going to say A Quiet Place.
It's our friend Mel Gibson's Apocalypto.
Oh, okay.
Apocalypto is a good movie. But fuck Mel Gibson.
He made
I
that.
gotta go back and watch that.
He made that movie, which you've seen it.
Oh my gosh, 2000. You know, definitely Not a Quiet Place. 2006.
I think it was 2006 or 2007. You know, that was
Okay.
the first horror.
I watched it, but I don't remember it. I'd like to go back and watch it.
That was the first rated R movie I ever saw.
Yeah.
I only got to see it in segments. My dad and my grandpa were watching it. My dad was like, "Look at this," and he made me put my face in a pillow for most of the movie, honestly. But for those,
I don't even know why I'm here.
Yeah, it's about the Mayans, the Aztecs.
Yeah,
One of those.
yeah.
Wait a minute. Doyle was born in 99? Apocalypto came out in 2006? Your dad let you watch Apocalypto when you were 7 years old? The fuck is wrong with you? Well, I mean, I guess that explains some of what's wrong with you. But my God.
And, you know, it's a story which is basically, you know, a very basic story about redemption and, you know, sort of the struggle against a rival tribe. But what you see is an accurate depiction of how these people lived. And the closing of the film is he escapes and he gets to a shoreline and he sees the conquistadors.
Yeah.
He sees the Spaniards on the coast. And he's like, oh, what is this? What are these ships? And he decides, I think, to like go away. And, you know, the others are, of course, going to have to deal with the conquistadors. And what that movie does is it...
Yeah, I'm sure he walked away and never had to deal with the conquistadors. Famously, the conquistadors limited themselves to only, you know, isolated acts of violence and didn't just spread a wide-ranging, horrific plague of violence and literal plague of plague across the Americas. Sure.
Leaves you walking away like, maybe they were kind of justified. I mean, you think about what they were doing, the human sacrifice.
So yeah, this is John Doyle arguing that the genocide of indigenous people was completely justified because when he was 7 years old, he watched Apocalypto. I hate him so much, man. Like, yeah, you know, these people were acting really cruelly and had really inhumane policies. So, you know, we, enlightened and civilized, killed all of them. We inflicted even worse horrors and torments upon them until most of them were dead. Look at how good we were. Is an insane take to have from John Doyle, frankly. I guess I didn't, you know, I should have expected it from John Doyle, but like, I don't know, I just didn't.
The child sacrifice,
Ripping
these
hearts
rituals,
out, yeah.
maybe it was actually good that civilization was
It
extinguished.
definitely was good.
And that's one of the greatest
And
indictments.
this is like a prelude to the blessed.
Again, they're just sitting there talking to each other. Yes, actually, it was good that hundreds of millions of people died. Yes, that was a good thing, wasn't it? Insanity, man. This is like these two people just casually being like, yeah, the Armenian genocide was pretty bad, but you know, their society was pretty bad and had it coming. Like, imagine putting it in a slightly more modern context. You know, like, dear God, can you imagine hearing anything that monstrous? And yet, that's what they're doing. To them, it's just like, oh, it's fine. It happened a long time ago. We don't have to worry about that anymore. You know, it's not like there are still people from the Aztec or Mayan civilization around who are descendants of indigenous folks from that time period. No. They all got killed. This is just ancient video game history. This is just the lore of Latin America. Got very scared where that was going because I just joined. Sorry about that. Yes. where we're dunking on John Doyle, and we're in literally like the final 5 minutes of this podcast that's been 2.5 hours long, and they decided to like take a left turn into justifying the genocide of indigenous people across the Americas, and I'm kind of in disbelief because they're using the movie Apocalypto to justify. It's just so many levels of weirdness.
The mother revealing herself in Guadalupe.
And that's one of the greatest indictments of the church. One of the greatest things that people, what about the Crusades? What about the Conquistadors? Whatever. And it's like, maybe that was justified actually. Yeah.
Just gonna spitball this here. If anyone ever gets into a debate with John Doyle and he brings up something like this, just hit him. Just be like, "Oh, well, in that case, maybe John Brown was justified." Hit him with something like that. Like John Brown like killed like, I don't know, a couple dozen people in the name of like ending slavery in the United States. I bet he has very different feelings about John Brown killing like 24 people versus like the conquistadors slaughtering hundreds of millions. I really want to see that happen. I really want to see that unfold on camera.
Yeah, because you can spend the majority of your time apologizing and nuancing such that no one understands what you've said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Christianity historically has been at its peak when it was allowed to impose itself and spread, not.
Again, this is why Christians... someone asked in chat a while back, why do Christians have a boner for the Roman Empire? This is why. What he just articulated. A lot of Christians believe that the best time for Christianity was when it was being pushed by Rome, when it was being imposed upon the Roman Empire from the Emperor Constantine onward.
Not necessarily just through proselytizing, but by saying, well, the human sacrifice is going to stop, actually. We're actually not going to permit this anymore. I'm sorry if this is culturally insensitive, but we're no longer going to permit these sorts of practices.
And now we do with abortion.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Oh, of course. I should have seen that one coming. I'm kicking myself here. The final kick in the balls here is just like, yeah, and now our modern society is sacrificing millions of children every year through abortion.
Coming up on your channel.
Oh, God.
Not a whole lot. I don't know. I'm bad at making content.
What do you do? Do you have like a schedule? Is this your full-time thing now? I mean, you got
it
a
is
big
my full-time thing, but I don't, I'll sit down, I'll try to make a video, and I overthink serially.
I have to be honest. I think that this, if we're to make this circle back around to Elden Ring a little bit, I think that if you're using Elden Ring and like America as like kind of stand-ins for imperialism and American geopolitics and empire, I think that you could make an argument that Mikola represents this type of like, white man's burden type of conservative politicking. We'll make a better, more comfortable world. We'll, find peace together. Charvernal, whisper it to me, please. The links don't work in chat. Here, I'm just post that. Just click my name, whisper me the link.
I'll open up a Google Doc and I'll try to put every idea I have and different articles and research, and then it becomes this monster which I then become afraid of and try to work on something else. So right now I have about 12 of those, and just unfinished projects. I was telling Thursday this, like, if I have an honest conversation with myself, if I can conceive of a possibility that there might be content creators out there who can't manage themselves, if I can concede that that's probably true,
1000%,
maybe I am one of those, and maybe I need like some sort of schedule or something to keep myself more consistent, because if I have total control, then I'll just put out something when I want to, when I think it's good. And as proud as I am of the work I've done the last few years, What I don't like is being lapped by people who are less interesting, less intelligent, and who promote things that are bad ultimately. So I can, be like, well, I'm putting out.
Damn, that's a really low bar for you. like people who are less intelligent than me? Well, wait. High bar? I've been streaming for 5.5 or almost 6 hours, and it is currently 6 a.m.
Stuff that's better, what is it? Quality over quantity. Okay, but at the end of the day, you got to play the game. Like, I might think it's cringe to really try to promote myself everywhere I go and always be posting reels and clips, and everywhere I go, I'm posting pictures on Instagram. But then you've got people who are leading people in bad directions, and they're lapping me. And so that's not good. So it's like, if you're gonna play the game, you gotta.
So he just wants someone to manage him and tell him what to do with all his time. Yeah, again, these two men sat here and talked for the first hour of this show about how they need essentially dommy mommies to tell them what to do, to tell them they aren't shit, to tell them that they are worthless, pathetic worms. I'm not even exaggerating on that. They want, like, dommy mommies, quite literally.
You got to go all the way,
Yeah. Now, did you learn how to do all that videography and editing on your own? Do you do that?
Yeah.
Do you have someone else who does it?
Yeah.
Or I guess dommy daddies in, their case.
This was actually a really great inflection point between my interests and skills growing up. My sister and I used to make these like home movies, and so she actually taught me like how to edit on our old.
Your sister, huh? Your sister, and you had a lot of fun with home movies, huh? Did she ever smooch you in one of those home movies? Say a home movie that you then went on to use as the intro to your show for the next 7 to 10 years? Crazy. Crazy to think about.
Old like Windows computer, and so that translated well over to Final Cut, which is the software I use, and different things like that. So yeah, it was all self-taught, which, by the way, video editing is not difficult, at least for what I do, just cutting things together. If you want to be a good video editor, like that actually takes some skill, but it was easy to sort of teach myself how to do a lot of that stuff.
Yeah. Well done. You're very good. A couple of times I've watched you just kind of give a monologue, and I'm like, how is he not reading from a teleprompter? You got a gift, man.
Thank you.
Keep going.
Thank you.
Thanks for being on the show.
Of course, this is a great time.
All right, I got a question for you now.
So those guys sucked, and I think we've come to the end of stream today. I do have one final update, but before I give that, folks, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please, if you can, consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, super chats. All of those help me to keep this show running, and I couldn't do it without your support, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Still small, still growing, and all of you with your donos help me to keep on chugging along up and down the Mississippi on the good ship Riverboat. So, with that, I have an update on the vice presidential race, though it's probably not one that any of you expected. This is according to Monica Alba, NBC White House correspondent. Vice President Harris hadn't made a final decision on her running mate as of last night, according to Peter Alexander, NBC News chief White House correspondent. To wit, Harris camp printed signage with her name on top and multiple different names beneath it, so they are prepared for whatever pick she makes. Yes, Ms. Milena, I would love to figure that out this week. So she hasn't made a choice yet. Apparently, she hasn't made a choice. We aren't gonna know until probably she wakes up and makes a choice sometime today. She wasted money on multiple signs. I mean, like, it's probably like what, 100 signs a piece. She's got hundreds of millions of dollars. I think she can afford like 2 trips to Kinko's. How long do they have to pick? They're announcing the pick today. So, my goodness. Walls is the obvious pick. Walls is the obvious pick. There's literally like no downside to Walls. The one piece of dirt that I saw that got dug up was that he has a DUI, and frankly, I think that's just going to play well with rural Americans. Like, it's going to be more of a he just like me for real type situation. Thank you for the art update, Char Vernal. Exactly, Ms. Molina. Feel like the left is about to be fucked over again? That is a distinct possibility, but we won't know until it happens, so don't lose hope yet. We got any subs or donos? We got any likes? We got any questions, comments, or concerns? How y'all feeling? How y'all doing? Glad you could catch it too, Distron. I mean, my guess was, you know, Andy Bashir, but he did not make it to the short list, so. One last clip I'll leave you guys with, and this is real, by the way. It's not staged. I mean, it's a bit staged, but like the kids were genuinely very happy. Damn, that's so loud. That was so loud.
May I'd never ENDS Jack, you should DM me about edit ing farts.
Fair. They said several names, so what does that mean? Is there more than 2? I don't think there are more than 2. Maybe they just made mock-ups, so she'll decide based on how the mock-ups look. I have no idea. But this is Tim Walz signing into law free school lunch and free school breakfasts for every kid in Minnesota, and it's a lot of grateful kids. Yeah, kids. It turns out kids like having food, and parents like having their kids have food. They're cute. It's a cute little thing. And also, Ms. Molina, thank you for gifting Distron a sub. I appreciate it. Elite Eater, that's okay. That's okay. I don't want anyone to put themselves in a bad position on my account. Yeah, they're like there's no comparison. Walz has appeal outside of Minnesota. Shapiro is unknown or disliked everywhere outside of PA. Not the mines? Free school meals is such a no-brainer, isn't it? Why would you not do that? Because Republicans argue that it will teach kids that they deserve handouts from the government. And instead of working and by working to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps, and they think it will allow parents to get lazier as well, so parents won't be working as hard to assist their kids because they know their kids can get a free lunch. Republicans basically just hate good things happening for people. Who's the governor that ignored a kid passing out while he signed some sort of anti-woke bill? I don't know, but it kind of sounds like Ron DeSantis. Starve the kids to teach the parents a lesson? Yeah, and also to teach the kids a lesson. You know, starving builds character in their minds. No more Doyle. We made it, Malachi. Who's the governor of Louisiana? What a fucker. I like the way Walls is able to reframe criticisms of his position from the right. Like, when people called, like, the free school lunches and breakfasts socialism, he was like, I don't care what you call it, I'm in favor of feeding kids. Like, that's a badass response, and I think that that's a great way of reframing the conversation. All right, folks, I need to go to bed. It's 6:30 in the morning. I'm, like, passing out as I sit here. Sure, Distron, go for it. I'm so tired, though. Good night, everybody. Bye. I'm from Gokunaru and FS, by the way. Oh, Gokunaru! Nice! Welcome. I hope to see you again, Elite Eater. We beat the boss, Malachi. We did it. Did you see it happen? It was really cool. Good night, everybody. Bye.